to give the good folks an idea of how the brand new boat skis, but we are on the current and official year model for the Correct Craft Nautique, and looks like Hiroto Shimizu from Japan is going to be our lead-off skier wearing bib 143, and we will see how he gets along. Okay, hang on a second. Okay, so with our driver at the wheel of that towboat, Diego Hernandez, we have our first skier about to take to the water. It will be Hiroto Shimizu from Japan. Let's see. Okay, at 58K, 18.25 meters through the entrance gate. Oh, a little on the back of the ski, a whole lot on the back of the ski, and he's inside buoy number 2. So Hiroto Shimizu not getting off to a sprightly start and getting just one buoy, if that, on his opening pass. So Hiroto Shimizu. And I believe here we're hearing through the officials' communication that is going to be a one buoy count. It's actually going to be 1.5, so we'll take a look at this via instant replay. Turning into slack there. This is on 18.25 meters and getting round buoy number 2, but not able to get to the wakes in time for the boat guide for number 3. So there we go. That is going to be 1.5, and I don't suspect that he's ever approached the course at 58K before. So this is a bit of a shocker to him right from the get-go. But Hiroto Shimizu still has the honor of being our lead-off skier in this event for 2025, the IWWF U21 World Waterski Championships here at the Lakes of Casting Stone in Predator Bay, just outside of Calgary in Alberta. Beautiful sunshine, beautiful conditions here. There were some forecasts at the beginning of the week which called for some rain and some dark clouds, but so far so good. Hopefully, fingers crossed, touch wood, what have you, we'll be able to keep these conditions from the start all the way through to the concluding action, which will take place on Sunday. So Hiroto Shimizu from Japan is returned back to the dock, and now we're going to hook the line up for our next competitor. It is going to be 11 years of age, Cristobal Miranda, coming to us out of Santiago de Chile. So Cristobal Miranda, he's been skiing a few years, even though he's young, and certainly one of our younger skiers to enter this event, probably the youngest. He is 11 years old. All right, and certainly getting no shortage of support there from the Chilean contingent that is adjacent to the dock. And Diego Hernandez at the wheel of that towboat, straightening up and heading towards the course. And on 18.25 meters at 58K, the red loop, Here we go. This is Cristobal Miranda, round number 1. Oh, look at that number 1. Wow, this is some great stuff there on 18.25 meters. He certainly had quite a few days to practice here at the Lakes of Casting Stone. And our first clear pass of these championships in 2025 belongs to Cristobal Miranda. 18.25 meters. The rope gets shorter from here on out with each complete pass. So 16 meters is going to be the next line length. And looking in very, very good shape there. Very, very aggressive. Still had enough time to kind of like check up through the entrance gates into buoy number 1 to see where he's at so far as his speed. And look how he's been able to backside those turns. Wonderful skiing there. Skiing 18.25 meters the way it should be done. Skiing out nice and wide. Oh, a little bit high off number 4 into number 5, but he has the measure of this run. No two ways about that. So Cristobal Miranda, the son of the skier whom you see on the dock, Toti Miranda, who's tasted some measure of success in the past at this World Championship level. Let's have a look and see. Cristobal Miranda, 16 meters. Now, on 16 meters, there is a noticeable rooster hump, which occurs pretty much behind every boat manufacturer that you can think of. No exception here, but I tell you what, Cristobal Miranda has sliced and diced his way through 16 meters. Yes, good skiing there. Now, ordinarily, being 11 years of age, he would be slaloming at 52 kilometers an hour or 32 miles an hour, but because of the nature of these championships and the rules in place, the skiers have to ski at the maximum boat speed, which is 58 kilometers an hour or 36 miles an hour. But I tell you what, he is making light work of this. He might want to stay at 58 kilometers an hour after working his way through these turns. Never mind going back to 32 after this competition. I tell you what, he's looking in fantastic form here, and he managed to keep that ski down this time off buoy number 4, and the certainly would have been excused for having gone a little bit more height off the wakes, notwithstanding the fact that he's only 11 years of age and he's quite light to start off with. Let's have a look and see on 14.25 meters. Let's see what he's got here. There's number 1. Oh, a little bit of a tight line off now, managing to recover well off number 2. This is good stuff for Cristobal Miranda. He's trying to extend his stay out beyond number 4. Unfortunately, unable to make a play on number 5. But sensational effort. He takes the lead after 2 skiers with a score of 4 at 14.25 meters. That is Cristobal Miranda. A little bit of slack line at the end of the turn on buoy number 1, but managing to hold his own off number 2. This is where things started to get a little bit sideways on him, trying his best to control the line and then tried to push a little bit too hard off number 4 to try and get back on his approach to number 5, but I think he'll be relatively pretty stoked with that, considering that he's not altogether comfortable with 58K. But I'm sure the Chilean contingent there will be only too happy to see Cristobal Miranda with a 4 buoy count. A 4 buoy count on 14.25 meters at 58K. Our 11-year-old from Santiago de Chile, that was Cristobal Miranda. We stay with Chile with our next competitor. It will be Sebastian Tiza. zone. So Sebastian Tiza from Chile. And he'll be coming in on 16 meters. Let's see what he's got. Around the island, Diego doing a fine job so far. 3 skiers into this event. Sebastian Tiza. Oh my word, and disaster there on buoy number 1, trying to get a hook up there on 16 meters, and unfortunately Sebastian Tiza just succumbing to the moment here at the U21 World Waterski Championships here at the Lakes of Castingstone. I've experienced that 1 or 2 times myself. I know exactly what he's feeling right now. He feels disappointed. He feels absolutely crestfallen out there with a half a buoy score on 16 meters. That is Sebastian Tiza. He'll have better days in the future, but unfortunately for this championship, he just overloaded with the top half of his body, and I'm not even too sure whether he had full contact with the ski on his turn into buoy number 1. I saw how relatively easily that ski came off his foot at the tail end of this turn. Loads up, and that ski went about 30 feet to his left there, out towards the buoy number 2. But unfortunately, he not being on top of that ski, and unfortunately for him, he is currently in 3rd place after 3 skiers right now on a half a buoy on the opening pass. So from one skier who was absolutely chuffed to bits with his performance, our lead performance of 4 and 10 on 14.25 meters in the form of Cristobal Miranda, to abject disappointment there for Sebastian Tiza with half a buoy on the opening pass. All right, we're going to wait for the boat to make its way back, and it looks like he sustained a bit of an injury as well. I don't know how that's going to affect his well-being going forward, his physical well-being going forward, but there is obviously a little bit more at play here. But we'll return to action here at the 2025 IWWF U21 World Waterski Championships. We'll return right after this.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time! Everybody kick it and go!
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, and returning back to the U21 World Waterski Championships, we're currently in a pause right now. Apparently, Sebastian Teaser. We're going to take a look at the instant replay again. Got a little bit concussed here. Loaded in. Got twisted. It took a huge knock to the head right there, and that explains his current situation on the starting dock right now. Been taking a pretty significant knock to the noggin. So Sebastian Teaser, half a buoy on the opening pass, currently in third place after three skiers. Hiroto Shimizu currently in second place on 1.5 on the opener. But Cristobal Miranda, after three skiers, is currently in the lead with 4 on 14.25 meters. And our next skier will take to the water very, very soon. That is going to be Vincent Ahammer from Austria. No doubt we'll see him feature prominently in the jump event. The Ahammers from days gone by, always producing some great jumpers, and Austria in general, as a matter of fact. And one thing that that we kind of forgot in the whole deal was to actually pick up the ski that Sebastian Teaser was actually riding, so we need to clear that from the course before we do much of anything else. We'll need to slow down here because that ski is it's a pretty valuable piece of equipment. They're not cheap. We don't want to run it over, do we? Okay, looks like our we've got a little bit of action here from the 2026 model of the Nautique, but that's not going to be used here in this tournament. Oh no, sir! It's going to be placed on the back lake, which some lucky folks are going to be able to demo over the next few days. And as we see our shot there with Jeremy Scholl, our tower cam extraordinaire. We've also got the services of Connor Pauly, who we've brought in especially for this event to as our drone pilot. And we've also incorporated the talents of our homegrown talents here at the Lakes of Castingstone as well. We'll give you the names of those very, very soon, but no doubt TWBC are here and in full effect as we've now picked up the ski. We've made sure that Sebastian is okay. We've gone through the concussion protocol, where we saw that a little bit a few moments ago, albeit briefly. And because we are just about ready to go with our next skier, the rules dictate that a simulation pass has to be made up and down the course to give our next skier the same conditions as everyone else has had and everyone else will have beyond that point. So, for those of you that are tuned in this morning, very good morning to you. Greetings here at the Lakes of Casting Stone. A good few of you have already started to message in. To those folks, thank you very much indeed for being up at this hour, depending upon where you are across the world. We are on Mountain Time here in Canada. It's about 2 hours behind the time on the Eastern Seaboard. We are at little after 8:19 in the morning, almost 8:20 in the morning. Should be about mid-afternoon in Central Europe, and I'm sure that it's probably a little bit dark right now in places in Asia and Australasia. And for those of you folks that are staying up late into the wee small hours to watch this coverage, I certainly thank you and acknowledge your support going forward. And as we work away during this competition, I'm sure that some of you are going to gather around that 70-inch flat screen TV that's mounted up on your wall or somewhere, or watching this coverage via YouTube. And to those folks that are gathering a good crowd of people to do just that, we are going to acknowledge those people via our watch party functionality here on this webcast. We'll try and get into a few more competitors before we highlight those folks that are currently watching us from wherever they happen to be across the world via their watch parties. But in the meantime, we got Vincent Ahammer from Austria. Share with us you watching the coverage. waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party. And we're going to try and make things a little bit easier for you as well, because in a moment we're going to throw up the QR code, which you can scan on your screen, and that will bring you straight to that URL. And from there you can upload your photo for the watch party that you're currently having right now, no doubt. Coming into the course at 58K, I believe this is 18.25 meters. Yes, indeed it is. Getting in a pretty hard off number one. Trying to hold the ski out in front of him, and he's doing pretty well with that. And our second clear pass of the day so far belongs to Vincent Ahammer from Austria. So backside in these turns beautifully here, and trying to control his speed and direction to make sure that line stays tight at exactly the right point. When the ski comes round and it's time to go, then he goes. So that is Vincent Ahammer from Austria. And speaking of Austria, we're actually going to be there for our next two events beyond the scope of these championships. In about a week's time, we will be presenting the European Championships, coming to you from Linz in Austria. And then about a week or so afterwards, we'll have the European U21 Championships coming to you live from Vienna in Austria. So two high-class events back-to-back in Austria coming up very soon, right after these championships. Vincent Ahammer hoping to feature prominently in each of those championships, and getting the job done round all six buoys there. Fantastic skiing there from Vincent Ahammer, getting round all six on 16 meters. A little bit deep off number 5, though, I do have to say, on 16, but he managed to stay strong and to hang tough. Dipping his shoulder a little bit off number 1, which doesn't exactly help him so far as his edge changing to number 2 is concerned. And almost rocked a little too far forward off number 3, off number 2 into number 3, and broke at the waist into number 4. But still managing to work his way forward, still managing to keep his water speed up for the most part. And there we go, Vincent Ahammer. Okay, so he actually started on 14 originally. My bad there. So 14.25 meters was his start, which means that you're looking at our lead skier right now, and here he comes on 12 meters. Handle up high, round number 1, getting the ski round number 2. A little infuriated with that, but he does have the lead with 1 1/2 buoys on 12 meters. So a decent performance there from Vincent Ahammer. I certainly remember his the exploits of his father back in the day, in the late 80s, early part of the 90s, where he represented Austria with high distinction, and good to see that that the family continues to be involved within the sport, extending to this performance here at 1.5 on 12 meters for Vincent Ahammer. So, decent effort there for him. Let's see how that stacks up against some of his other scores that he's produced prior to this one. In 2025 in the Austrian Nationals, he actually got 0 at 11.25 meters and half on 12 meters. This was at the Austrian Nationals in Fischlam not too long ago, and jumped 58.2 meters in the jump final at the Austrian Nationals. So we're going to look forward to seeing some high flying antics from him going forwards. But Vincent Ahammer, he actually jumped that in the first round in the eliminations, but 58.2. Wow, we'll look forward to seeing him jump. He also slalomed into 12 meters at the Youth National Championships not too long ago at in Salmsey. But that was Vincent Ahammer. We now move on to our next competitor from Colombia, Santiago Escobar. So good to have the pleasure of your company. So good to have the services of Connor Pauly on the site there as our drone pilot. Big shout out there to Jason Jason Scholl. Unfortunately, our a regular drone pilot unable to make it here for this event, but I'm sure he's watching somewhere and checking in on some of the airborne footage. So, just to confirm, actually, that Vincent Ahammer's score as a correction with 1.5. It looks like 1.5 on 30 meters according to our official scoring, but we'll try and get clarification on that soon. In the meantime, Santiago Escobar from Colombia. Fine job there on pass number 1. So 6 buoys confirmed there all the way around on the strength of that opening pass, and we will see what he can produce coming up next. So 6 buoys on the opening pass of 16 meters. So it looks like at the moment our leaderboard. So it looks like at this moment in time on top of the leaderboard at the moment is Vincent Ahammer with 1.5 on 12 meters. Cristobal Miranda with 4 on 14.25 meters. Santiago Escobar, 6 buoys on 16 meters and now on 14.25 meters. Needed more than 4 to vault himself up from third through to outright second. But he's making a bit of a meal of this one on 14.25 meters. He gets round number 4, and that's about it there for him. It's going to be 3.5 on 14.25 meters to give Santiago Escobar, a third place standing right now after 5 skiers. Pretty good hit off buoy number 1, but bringing the handle in high and on the inside doesn't allow for the ski to fully rotate and keep good line tension. And he realized that to his cost as he got round number 4 and showing signs of disappointment there with 3.5 on 14.25 meters. Now, our last skier in men's Series 5 slalom. Coming to you from Great Britain, it is going to be Tom Parkin. All right, with Diego Hernandez at the helm of that towboat and coming into the course on a line length, I believe is going to be 16 meters. That would be consistent with the scores that Tom Parkin has produced so far this season. Getting a little bit deep on some of these turns, however, but he's still managing to stay upright on the slalom course. Gets round all 6 buoys, opening pass, exactly what the doctor ordered so far as our British team is concerned. So 6 buoys on 16 meters, and looking at some of the scores that he's produced, a smattering of scores in around the 12-meter line mark. Malibu Open, he scored one buoy on 12 and back that up with a 4 buoy count on that same line length. Then you look at some other scores from the Malibu June record over at Hazelwoods, where he got into 12 meters there. The youth trials over in Gosfield Lake, he got into 12 meters there. So he's been fairly consistent in getting into the 12-meter line length. Just not terribly consistent with running it into 11 yet, but you just never know. We'll see if a little bit of magic can occur here for Tom Parkin. Needs a good start on 12 meters, but we need to get there first. He's gone through 16. This is now 14.25 meters. Rocking up a little bit far on the back of the ski, but managing to get into a good position, good edge changes. Just trying to massage the handle in. There you go, easy as you like. The 6 buoy count on 14.25 meters for Tom Parkin. So, not bad so far. So far, so good. With a 6 buoy count on 14.25 meters, that vaults him into second place right now. And now he's chasing the total that was just put out there courtesy of Vincent Ahammer. This is Men's Slalom Series 5. If you want to keep an eye on the live scoring, best way to do that is to Google IWSF results, and then that will take you to a link that you can follow from there to the live scoring. And there you can keep up with what's going on there. Notwithstanding the fact that we're here as well, broadcasting this live to a global audience. Here we go, folks. This is Tom Parkin. Let's see what we've got. This is now 13 meters. Good start here, round number 1 and number 2. A little bit bogged down off number 2, but he's still able to stay on top of the ski. Look at him go round number 4 and 5. And slaloming towards where he's been fairly consistent in getting to on average onto the 12-meter line. I'm not too sure what his personal best is, but I would probably suggest that it'll be about 2/3 the way down 12 meters. That is a 13-meter pass that you're watching him run via our drone shot here. Not allowing for the ski to fully rotate on some of these turns, but he's able to muscle his way through this pass for the vast majority of his effort here. Managing to get round 4, taking a hard snap off number 5 and making sure that his ski stays out in front. Had to work hard to get through the exit gates, mind you, but he managing to get through 13 meters and a good shot in the arm there for the British team going forwards. So in his most recent competition, the Malibu Open over in Lacanau, he was able to get into 12 meters in both rounds. 4 buoys on 12 in round 1, and 1 buoy on 12 in the second. Let's see what he's got here. There's number... Oh, and he tries to get off to a sprightly start, and unfortunately just turning way too hard and just gave up every little bit of line tension towards the boat there. However, it is a half on 12 meters. That puts him a buoy behind Vincent Ahammer, but firmly in second spot right now as we conclude the men's slalom series 5. We'll work to men's slalom series 4. And in men's slalom series 4, we have 10 skiers. And the first of those skiers is going to come to us from Germany. It's going to be Albert Gross. So here is our start list for men's Series 4 slalom. Albert Gros from Germany. Then France's Axel Garcia. Then Oscar Domino, William Shanahan. Then our first Canadian skier hits the water in the form of Jacob Chambers, Eduardo La Malfa from Italy, Enzo Kristian from Canada. Then Matteo Chico from Mexico, Harley Coster from Great Britain, and Easton Graves of Canada. So, let's have a quick butchers at the leaderboard. Vincent Ahammer with 1.5 on 12 meters. Tom Parkin in second spot with a half on 12, and Cristobal Miranda with 4 on 14.25 meters. That is currently your top 3. You see Escobar, Shimizu, and Teaser rounding off the 6 skier list in the men's slalom series 5. All right, looks like we're taking a bit of a pause here. We've got to change a boat driver, and I think our boat judge is still the same. It looks like Robert Ritter's in there, and Glenn Sparrow is our boat driver. That boat is going to make its way up and down, and in the meantime, we'll take a brief pause, and when we return, we'll have some more slalom skiing. We'll be back right after this. Beautiful imagery here from the lakes of Cast in Stone. the home of the Predator Bay Waterski Club. So, beautiful pine trees and beautifully scenic parts of the world. The greenery there is beyond compare. All right, as the boat makes its way back towards the dock, just a brief mention that we got our watch party functionality in play. For those of you that want to take a picture of your watch parties around the world, checking in on the coverage so far this morning here at the IWWF U21 World Waterski Championships, you can go to waterskibroadcasting.com. Waterskibroadcasting.com, you'll see a link right at the very top of the page that will direct you to the watch party functionality. There's even a QR code there if you want to scan that in with your mobile phone. And there it is. There is the QR code. Scan that in, and then that will take you to the page where you can upload a photo of you watching us, wherever you happen to be around the world. We'll get a few of those up on the screen for you, no matter where you happen to be from. All right, so here comes our boat driver, Nigel Sparrow. He's at the helm of the towboat for Series 4 of the men's slalom competition, and here comes our first competitor in that series. This is Albert Gros from Germany. Ooh, getting in a little bit deep there off number 3, managing just to stay on his feet there. And I think he will breathe a huge sigh of relief there. That is Albert Gros from Germany, and I'm sure that the relief is etched on the face of the German team captain, Stefan Wild. We'll get a double check on the line length for the opening pass. I believe it is 16 meters. It would be consistent with the amount of air that he's taken off the wakes like that into buoy number 3. Almost getting rolled over there into number 4, but managing just to stay consistent enough to run this pass. And yeah, not looking bad on the face of it, although there were a couple of causes for concern. So making his way around the island. The lakes here are lying north and south, so so the boat's direction is heading back towards the north, towards downtown Calgary. In the meantime, Albert Gros on 14.25 meters. I wouldn't say he's making light work at this pass, but he's skiing adequately for the line length that he's on right now and getting around all 6 buoys on 14.25 meters. Just about making it. So Albert Gros getting through the opening couple of passes, 16 and 14. All right, here we go. 3 passes in now. The third pass is going to be 30 meters. Albert Gros. Got plenty of people tuning in across the world from places as far afield as Perth in Western Australia to various states across the United States. Oh, and Albert Gros on 13 meters. A little bit annoyed with his effort there, getting 2.5. 2.5 on 14.25 meters, which I believe puts him in about 4th spot at the moment. Still in the lead is Vincent Ahammer with his score of 1.5 on 12. So, yeah, just getting in a little bit deep off number 3 and just didn't have his ski far enough forwards to continue on with the run. So there we go. Albert Gros, we're going to take a look at his gate shot from the boat, and it looked pretty good. He looked very calm off number 1, round number 2, and just really snapped on that ski just a little bit too hard off number 2, and gets around buoy number 3. So, as we take a look at our wonderful shot here of downtown Calgary, looking out towards a city that has hosted some major sporting events over the years, dating all the way back to 1988, where they hosted the Winter Olympic Games made famous by the Jamaican bobsled team and Eddie the Eagle Edwards, along with the likes of Alberto Tombola and Katarina Witt for their efforts during those Olympic Games, the Winter Olympic Games in 1988, and they have a consistency in producing some fine sporting action, highlighted by the fact that they host the world famous Calgary Stampede in the first week in July. On top of that, they have an NHL team, the Calgary Flames. They have a CFL team in the form of the Stampeders, who will take on the Ottawa Red Blacks in Ottawa this coming weekend. So sports very much a part and parcel of the culture here in this part of the world. In Calgary, Alberta, Axel Garcia, 14.25 meters opening pass. Needs to rotate just enough to make this pass happen and gets the job done. So looking at Axel Garcia again. series for men's slalom. We have a total of 10 skiers in this series. Just looking in pretty good shape there. Could do with not pushing so much with his legs on one or two of those turns and allow for the ski to maybe rotate a little bit more. That would probably make life a little bit easier for him. But Axel Garcia, his specialty lies with the tricks event, and we'll see him a little bit later on in this competition in that particular event, as well as jumping, I believe. So, Axel Garcia then. Let's see what he has in store for us. Competed in the European Junior Championships, European Youth Championships, I should say. So still got, I would believe, some eligibility to compete in the U21 World Waterski Championships beyond the scope of these. This event right here in the Lakes of Castonstone. Scored 1.5 on 12 meters in the elimination round in the European Youth Championships, which took place not too long ago. Scored into 12 meters in pretty much every competition he's competed in this season, in which slalom was a featured event. Scores such as 3 and 2.5 and 4 and also another 3.5. So a skier who is quite familiar with being able to make it onto 12 meters at this time. He's gone through 14 and 13. So he is in a position to put another score onto that 12-meter line pass. Axel Garcia. Axel Garcia, age 17. Skis over at the Planet Ski facility over there in France. So here we go, Axel Garcia. This is 12 meters. Oh, a little bit broken over off number 1 into number 2, and just a little bit harried in towards number 2, and unfortunately for him, getting 1.5 on 12 meters. 1.5 on 12 meters actually puts him into a two-way tie with the lead with Vincent Ahammer right now. How long he keeps that tied lead for is a whole nother question. And don't know quite what happened there on buoy number 2. He kind of like reached over for the handle, and unfortunately it brought him over the tip of his ski and popped the tail, and then it was put himself in an untenable position at this juncture. So, and it looked like the ski also hit the line as well, which didn't exactly help matters either. So, our next skier to take to water is Oscar Domino, and I see there Chef Boyarzy, otherwise known as Zane Nicholson, and wearing some headgear which looks rather reminiscent of the late Chuck Mangione, who unfortunately passed away within the last few days. An absolute maestro on the flugelhorn, charted a top 10 hit in the late 1970s with that said instrument. So, on to our next competitor. It is Oscar Domino. (14.25 meters). All right, let's see what he's got. Oscar Domino appears to be quite a tall athlete, which does present some advantages for the slalom event. However, with the advantage of height, does mean that he's probably less suited to ski his way out of certain situations, with the center of gravity being a little bit higher off the ski than would ordinarily be for a shorter athlete. But on 14.25 meters, he doesn't care about that so much. All he cares about is getting the ski around all 6 buoys and being able to ski on to the next run. Having said that, kind of broken a little bit forwards there into number 3. But managing to make his way around number 4 and 5 and eventually the entire pass. So welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this event, the 2025 IWWF U21 Worlds. Presented to you by Nautiques, along with Waterski and Wakeboard Canada. The tourist commissions of both the province of Alberta and the city of Calgary are also involved with this endeavor as well. We thank them very much indeed. Running with Alpha 2 on the 0 off and on 13 meters. Oscar Domino. Ooh, a little bit late there into buoy number 6, but managing to just squeeze his way around that turn. All right, not looking bad for the most part. Getting a little bit broken over off his 135 side turns, but still managing to use his height to good advantage, and that was on a 13-meter run. So now it's 12 meters. No one has been able to make it past 1.5 on this line length yet. We'll see if we can change that with our skier on the water, Oscar Domino. Oscar Domino, 12 meters, the blue loop. There's number 1. Gets it to go around buoy number 2. He takes the lead as a result of that. He's still on top of the water, but how long does he stay on there for? Has just been answered. He gets 3.5, 3.5, but he does take the lead. 3.5 on 12 meters. So for Denmark, that is Oscar Domino. Just doesn't look altogether fully balanced, especially as he works his edge change into number 2 and just letting that handle get away from him, and all too easy, and unfortunately not able to wrestle it back. Tries to load up and get outside number 5, but nothing doing there for him. So there we go, Oscar Domino. He has the lead, however, with 3.5 on 12 meters. That is 3.5 buoys on 12 meters. Your new leader you are watching, it is Oscar Domino. And whilst we see the tail end of the instant replay for Oscar Domino, let me tell you that you can stay informed and connected with all things Nautique by signing up for Nautique offers and promotions. Their monthly Nautique Nation emails and the Nautique Network. Be the first to hear about event details, groundbreaking products, athlete highlights, and the latest industry news. Whether you're an avid rider or skier, or simply love the lifestyle, our emails deliver insider access and behind-the-scenes content you will not want to miss. Head to nautique.com to sign up now for Nautique offers and promotions via their Nautique Nation emails. So, working our way towards our next competitor, the tall figure of Will Shanahan from Great Britain, about to take to the course. Okay, so setting his first pass up has been 16 meters. 16 meters, for those of you that are watching us from the stateside, that is the equivalent of 22 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Actual length of line is 53 feet. Against the slalom course, that is 37.5 feet wide, or 11.5 meters wide. Just trying to ease his way into this one, leaving himself with quite a bit of ground to make up off each turn, however. But he manages to get the job done on pass number one, keeping the score coming through and increasing with each buoy, with each pass, and keeping the British team in good contention here at this early juncture. So a good smattering of people who are messaging in via the live chat that's located on the right-hand side of the webcast player. If you go to YouTube and navigate towards the TWBC YouTube channel, you'll find that our event is right there towards the top with the little live notification there on the bottom right-hand corner. You can chat. You can click on the live chat deal there towards the bottom of the player, and if you want to be a part of the live chat, you have to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, and by doing that, you'll also be informed as to the next live event that we will be transmitting. 14.25 meters for Will Shanahan. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep, and certainly not making this easy by any stretch of the imagination. But Will Shanahan is hanging tough out there as he continues to rock his way through that second pass. That is 14.25 meters. Yeah, just rocking in a little bit hard on the tail end of some of these turns, not allowing for the ski to fully rotate and get underneath the line. But he's strong enough, he's determined enough, and he's got enough at the moment. He's getting around all 6 buoys on 14 and getting ready for 13 meters. So Will Shanahan, let's see. The only tournament that we've seen him ski so far this season is the Malibu June multi-round over at Hazelwoods, where he got 2 and then 2.5 on 12 meters. So he's gotten through this upcoming pass before. His last 2 competitive occasions have yielded that type of score. He's gotten through 13. Oh, it was early into number 2, almost too early, but he manages to get around number 3. He's good to go for number 4. Wheelies up off number 4 into number 5. He has enough of a run in towards number 6, and he gets round all 6 buoys on 13 meters, and we're going to see what he has in store on 12 meters. So obviously getting a lot more out of the turn there on 13 meters than he had on the previous 2 passes, and setting himself nicely into these turns. Getting broken over a little bit into number 5, but he had more than enough room to work with. I think he is riding on a Syndicate Works 02 and not looking too bad for the most part. As we see our next skier from Canada, Jacob Chambers, there alongside the team coach, Cole Grant. So now, as we rise up above the trees and bring in Will Shanahan, 12 meters. First time we've seen 12 meters approach from the opposite end of the course. Little bit of a straight path into number 2, and unfortunately not giving himself too much width to work with. However, it is 1.5 on 12 meters, which puts him into a 3-way tie for second place right now. He is currently tying with Axel Garcia and Vincent Ahammer, but still out in the lead with 3.5 on 12 meters, Oscar Domino. And here's our first photo coming through from our watch party, Lars Kuhner. Yes, a good friend of ours from Germany. He is checking in on the live coverage, and I don't know whether he's a little too young to be driving, but he's been driven somewhere. And we thank Lars Kuhner, and it is just a simple case of scanning a QR code or navigating to waterskibroadcasting.com so that you can be a part of the global watch party that is the 2025 IWWF U21 Waterski Championships. Skier about to take to the water is Jacob Chambers. Here we go, folks. Jacob Chambers. Nice turn on buoy number 1, managing to get round 2 and 3, and is in pretty good shape here. Yeah, there you go. Like the look of that pass. And a good confident start going forward for Jacob Chambers, the first Canadian skier that we've seen in these championships. The host nation here. All right, so Jacob Chambers looking good behind that Nautique ski boat. And if you're ready to bring your vision to the water, you can start building your 2026 Nautique today The Design Your Nautique interactive boat builder is now live with Nautique's full model year 2026 lineup. Immerse yourself in the design process and see your customizations come to life in stunning detail with all of the new changes and available options for the 2026 model year. Head to nautique.com to design your Nautique today. All right. Getting ready. We've got Nigel Sparrow at the wheel of that 2025 model Nautique towboat. Nautique themselves celebrating their centenary this year on the waters of the world since 1925. Here we go. Jacob Chambers on 13 meters. Hard snap there on that turn that gets round 4 and 5. And number 6, and he has a pretty darn good handle on this run. 2 passes to the good. Jacob Chambers, 14 and 13, back to back. All right. As Jacob Chambers gets ready to take to the water, back into the course on 13 meters. I'm joined here with the man who was showing off his fashion moves with his hat and his glasses and the mustache and looking like the late, great Chuck Mangione. We've got Chef Boyardee here, otherwise known as Zane Nicholson. How you doing, sir?
Good, Tony. Glad to be here. Super excited to be here at the Under-21 World Championships. We've already had some great slalom skiing out there, so I'm looking forward to getting the rest of the boys out here and seeing what we've got.
Any performance that's kind of stood out for you so far?
I mean, you know, right now I'm really excited. I'm the team captain of Denmark, so Oscar Domino coming out and skiing better. Didn't have quite the sight familiarization that he would have liked to have had, but much better day to day. So we're happy for him, and you know, I'm really excited to see what Mr. Chambers has as we bring him back into the course.
Yes, indeed. Coming into the course on 13 meters. Here he comes. Nice. And, ooh, a little bit ragged there off buoy number 1, but managing to settle it down. Round number 3. He's good to go for number 4. Able to hang tough here off buoy number... Oh, my word! It almost fully made that up.
Yeah, and you can kind of see as we take a look here at the replay here in a minute, you see he was a little bit fast at the gate just as a lefty. You know, he really kind of catches us at 1 and 2, and you kind of caught him out there. I thought he did a good job managing that down the course. I thought he was going to get through it, and you know, you see right here, he's kind of rocking to the back. He's got too much speed there, and then it really catches him out here at 1 ball as he turns. You see the ski kind of hops in on him, and he's not quite ready.
Just chattering, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of that's just from having too much speed at the gate turn in, but right here, you know, kind of just staying over the ski, trying to manage it. I thought he'd kind of worked himself back into it and, you know, getting over here to 4 and then just not quite able to get out of 5 ball like he wanted to. You keep seeing he keeps managing that rope by bringing it to the inside hip, and it kind of catches him out here and not able to hold
almost
him.
Rode over the line, as a matter of fact, off number 5.
Yeah, and then you see that back foot kind of pop out on him, so kind of lost control of the ski. But I thought that was really good job from Jake sitting there just trying to, you know, manage, you know, what he had, and he almost got through that 13-meter pass.
Indeed, and yeah, you see carrying a lot of speed into number 1, and that affected his stability on this turn, and he was just basically fighting to stay on top of the ski on this particular line length pass. So that is going to be a 5 buoy count on 13 meters, and still out in the lead with 3.5 on 12 meters is Oscar Domino, and some pretty good scores so far as we take a look at dockside. And one skier that's kind of impressed me a little bit is Cristobal. Guy's aged 11, skiing two passes higher than what he would typically go to so far as the speed is concerned, and still able to get about 2/3 the way down 14.25 meters.
Yeah, no, when I rolled up to the lake today, he was the skier on the water, and, you know, little tough guy out there, saw him jumping in practice, and, yeah, he looked really good on the water, and I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, big things out of him as he, you know, gets older, and we see him at more and more of these events.
All right, now our next competitor to go from Italia, it is Eduardo La Malfa. 14.25 meter start. Now these Italians, their team may not have too many skiers on their team. They come into these championships with only a 3-skier squad, but each of those skiers is pretty talented across the board. 14.25 meters. Eduardo La Malfa, leaving his ski a little bit too far behind him off number 2, but still. Whoa, no! And he does the same thing, but didn't quite get away with it this time. Looks like it's going to be 3.5, depending on how far that ski went across the wakes. But a shocker there for Eduardo La Malfa, and he indicates that he's fine. Let's have a look at this again there, Zane.
Yeah, and I mean, you'll see, I thought he had a really good one, but if you watch here, Tony, he unloads really heavy here into 2. See, he kind of swings his feet really fast. It's off the handle, so it kind of causes him to run with the boat, and that's kind of where we start seeing things catch him. Does all right here off of 3. Let's see if he does the same thing here at 4. Again, let's go with that rope really early, which caused him to kind of drop back, and then he gets pulled forward. And
Oh, my word. That's gnarly.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. That was almost kind of a little similar to the fall we saw a little earlier from Sebastian Tiza, but he seems like he's okay, and it sounds like we're hearing from the judges that he's approved at 4 buoys there. So probably not what he was looking for. I know he's been having a really good start to the season, but we're glad to see that he's okay, and we'll see him back out there in a couple of the other events.
Yeah, it's going to be of very little comfort for him with him getting 4 buoys on the opener and getting through. And yeah, that ski definitely made at least 2 or 3 rotations in the air before it landed about 20 foot outside the buoy.
Yeah, no, that was definitely he just again kind of let go of the handle a little early, so when he turned, he had to fall backwards. Then that boat pulled him forward, kind of like a rubber band, and he just kind of found that tipping point. And right there, you see he starts breaking at the waist, and yeah, that ski went flying, Tony. That was a good observation.
Boom. I think even Jeremy Scholl out there in the tower might have had a halfway decent chance of catching that thing.
Yeah, it took off, but there we see the leaderboard. Jake Chambers, we were calling that wrong. We were saying 13, but that was 12 meters, so he is in the lead. Did a good job managing his way through that pass, almost getting through 12 meters, and it would have been our first buoy into the 11-meter pass. But still, right now, that money pass is the 12 meters, and we'll see if we can get one of these last few guys through that pass and see, a little work on the purple line length.
All right, so we are on to skier number 7. Next, an individual skier from Canada is going to be Enzo Kristian. We're on skier number 7. We have a total of 10 in this series. And then we've got another series of men's slalomers. We've got another 9 skiers there. So let's see what Enzo Kristian can conjure up. He'll be coming in on 14.25 meters. And so far in this competitive season, he's been able to get into 11.25 meters on at least a couple of occasions.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Tony, he's been down there training, in South Florida and a bunch through the spring. So expecting big things out of him. I think he's definitely known as a jumper, but right now we've got him out on his slalom ski. This is 14 meters.
There he is off buoy number 1 on 14. Known primarily as a jumper, but it's no slouch on the slalom course, it would seem.
No, and making light work there of that opening pass. Definitely that first pass for these skiers, a lot of times it's just kind of getting the nerves down, filling the water out. I know we've had site familiarization, but I know that the water was much higher a couple days ago, so they've kind of gotten the water level lower. So it might be, different conditions to what these skiers have felt so far this week.
There we go. So looking at this once again as a check-in on some of the folks that are messaging in on the live chat. And on top of the live chat, we've got our watch party functionality going on as well. So make sure you share with us, you watching us, watching you. waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party. And yeah, click on that and send us a photo, and we will do our best to put it on there. We've already seen Lars Kuhner from Germany take a photo of his travels, as we see there Vincent and one of our officials, Kerry Lee.
Yeah, and shout out to Lars. Last weekend had a pretty good go at the Youth European trip. So I got to see him last weekend, and he had some great skiing. So good to see him hop in on the watch party. But right now we've got Enzo coming back in. This is 13 meters.
All right, here we go. Enzo Kristian. There's one. There's number two. Keeping things on an even keel here. Not trying to extend himself too much. And skiing very well there. I like what he's doing with this.
Yeah, no, looking strong there on the first two passes. Looked even a little more settled there on that 13-meter pass. So that's kind of what we're looking for out of these skiers, is to get that first one under their belt, get the nerves knocked away, and then start building up in intensity and confidence as they go down these passes. So with the looks of that 13, I think Enzo is going to be a guy that definitely can take down this 12-meter pass just by the looks of these first two. So we take a look here at the replay. Really strong, good-looking gait the way he rolled in. You can kind of see he does unload the ski a little bit heavy on the 135 side, so it kind of causes him to run with the boat, but then he does such a good job on the 246 side. It kind of makes up for that. So hopefully we can see him maybe let the ski roll just a little bit better at 12 and keep the line a little tighter there off 1 through 5 and get down this pass.
Yep, it's all about the line tension and line control, and just being able to use that effectively in relationship to your slalom ski, to be able to control the speed and control the roll, and so many moving parts in the slalom event. It looks simple, but trust me, there's an awful lot that is going on underneath the surface as we bring him in on I believe 12 meters. There's one. Ooh, getting into really good shape there off number one. There's number three. Here we go. That's 4. That's 5. And this is our first clear pass on 12 meters, and it belongs to Enzo Kristian.
Yeah, and good job from him. I thought he had unloaded a little too hard in the 5-ball, and it might catch him out, but stayed over the ski, got through it. So first 12-meter pass of the day. See him really good. I thought he did much better on rolling the ski out at 1 and 3, than the first two passes, and that's what kind of gave him that buffer to get down to the end. Big turn there off a 2-ball, and you see right here rolls the ski out really nice into 3, which allows him to turn with tight rope, and you'll see 4. Then here's what I was talking about, Tony. If you watch him, he unloads just a little heavy right there. You see the hands get away from him, and that's kind of what caused this turn to be a little bit deeper than the other ones, but really good job, and first guy to knock down the 12-meter pass. So
yeah, he's pretty beefy. I tell you what, he certainly had to employ some strength there to get back into the game after almost coming up a little short on 5. But I tell you what, looking good here. Now we're going to see our first look at 11.25 meters, and it will be attempted by Enzo Kristian. Skier on the dock getting ready to go is Matteo Chico of Mexico. And there is our Nautic towboat lining up with the slalom course.
Now, going to want to get a good gate here, Tony. Get him a good start at 1. Looks like he had decent speed there as he turns in. Pretty decent 1. Let's see what he can do off 2.
There's 2. Does he stay on upright? He gets 3, S-turns, gets to the wake, and ladies and gentlemen, halfway down, 11.25 meters for a score of 3. That is Enzo Kristian of Canada.
Yeah, and that was a really good start there, Tony. I thought he had a pretty good gate and a good 1, and, getting himself halfway down that pass, and that's a good start for, getting towards the end of this Series 4 men's slalom event.
All right, we're about 3/4 of the way into men's series 4 slalom elimination round. I mean, it's probably really, really hard to tell at this time whether a score of halfway down 11.25 meters is going to be enough to make it through to 12 skier final. But what would you say would be needed from each of our remaining skiers to possibly make it through?
Well, with the competition as stacked as it is this year, it's kind of hard to call. But I do know that in the past, I've gone and looked at about the last 3 or 4 years, the average cut line has been around 3.5 at 11. So he's kind of right there at it. I know, if we look down the list, we've got quite a few guys that can get, deep 10.7, can run 10.7. So that cut might be moved up this year. But right now, he's sitting where in the past 3 competitions, under 21 competitions.
Chapala.
So he'll have to sit and wait and see, but still good score there out of the Canadian. And we're moving right along to the country of Mexico.
Yes, the previous hosts of these championships, the U21 Worlds, they took place in Chapala, and this is Matteo Chico.
And a little bit down course there off 4, Tony. See if he can get through this pass. Does manage his way through it, but you do kind of see, ended up down course towards the end of the pass, and just looking a little bit unsettled there on
Looked
on
a
pass
little
number
untidy.
1. Yeah.
But he manages to get through 14.25 meters. A pass for this level of skier should be a relative warm-up, for skiers to be able to ascertain what the situation is out in the water. A little bit straight off a number 2 into 3. Having said all that, you can run it easy, but but sometimes you can, not put as much effort into there, and you end up facing the consequences.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing for these skiers is you do not want to overski these longer line lengths. You can overski them and it not work very well, but manage his way through it. Hopefully he'll get down there, kind of, make some adjustments and tidy things up here for this 13-meter pass.
Okay, so looking at some of our previous results from past U21 Worlds, and actually it took a buoy count of 411.25 meters, and that was actually produced by Camille Bamra, who is present here at these championships as well, representing Morocco. We're going to see him a little bit later on in the competition in the next day or so. In the meantime, this is Matteo Chico. This is 13 meters. Looking good. I don't see too much wrong there. He is certainly is running this a little better than 14.25 meters, I would say.
Yeah, no, definitely much better than the 14 pass. Still a little bit down course, than what I would like to see, but he manages it really well. So that's probably a bit of his ski style, and looking good there for that second pass. Definitely a little bit more dialed than the opening pass.
Yes, indeed, looking in great shape, and line control, line tension, handle position, all factor in to a great performance here from Matteo Chico.
Yeah, and for our people at home, you can start seeing he starts getting down course. He just starts letting those hands get away, and they kind of come up high through the edge change, which kind of causes the ski to run with the boat. But, what he does well is he's not trying to turn all at one spot. He kind of still rides that rope tension out and gets it to turn. And then shout out to watch party Jeff Tim watching in Las Vegas. Looks like he might be watching from the car, so hopefully he's not driving and watching, or he's in one of those Teslas that drives itself. But shout out to you, Jeff, and thanks for watching.
And please watch responsibly.
Exactly right.
All right, then. So here we go. This is Matteo Chico from Mexico. This is 12 meters. So could we see 2 clean 12-meter passes in a row? We'll try to answer that question here and now. There's number 1. A little bit flat off number 1. Round number 2, but he's still there. He's still generated angle. Almost gotten thrown too far forward into number 4, but managing to get round all 6 buoys on 12 meters now. when one domino falls, the next one falls, and you've got 2 passes on 12 meters back to back.
Yeah, I know, it's amazing how you get that first one. First one gets knocked out, the first guy gets it, and then everybody else starts going, okay, hey, it's doable, we can do it. And Matteo, knowing he can get through that 12-meter pass. And I thought Tony did much better with his hands here when he making his edge change to at least the start of the pass. You start seeing him run down course about 4-ball, but here, he controls the line, allows the ski to kind of finish up under it, gets a much tighter turn here at the start, and giving himself a buffer towards the end of it to have a couple bobbles here and there. And
it's interesting to see where his shoulders are in relation to the boat and how he executes the weight crossings, because he doesn't overpower. He sets his shoulders up to a specific point and then uses the bottom half of his body to do the majority of the work.
Yeah, and then too, like the other, to add to that, he keeps that body pointed nice and still, and then when he goes to turn, he's not trying to do everything all at one spot, so he's not rotating with his upper body, causing the ski to kind of bite and everything. He stays nice and still and uses that lower body, that center of mass or his hips or whatever to turn, and you don't see him get into positions where he's too strong for the boat, and then the boat pulls back really hard. So that was a good-looking 12 out of Matteo, and now we're going to see if he can challenge the lead, which is 3 at 11.
All right, and here we are coming to you live from just outside Calgary in Alberta, Canada. This is Matteo Chico. This is 11.25 meters. There's 2. Doesn't make a play on number 3, but I tell you what, some great skiing there from Matteo Chico with 2 at 11.25 meters as we take in a view of our chief judge, Felipe Leo, who comes to us from Colombia. And I tell you what, good solid scoring here from Matteo Chico.
Yeah, no, that was great skiing out of him. I know he probably wanted a couple more buoys there, but that was great skiing out of the Mexican, and nice good score there of 2 at 11. So hopefully we can get the rest of the boys through that 12-meter pass and be 11 and onwards for the rest of the tournament.
All right, so currently in the lead is Enzo Kristian with 3 at 11.25 meters. And just behind him is Matteo Chico on 2. As we continue to ride along, our next skier is going to be Harley Coster, and he'll be skiing behind the legendary Ski Nautique, which is the boat of choice for current world record holders and Nautique team athletes such as Neely Ross, Regina Jaquist, and Ryan Dott. To find out more, visit nautique.com today. And for those of you actually who are in the area here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of Predator Bay Waterski Club, on the back lake they are demoing the 2026 Ski Nautique. So you can, you've got an opportunity to check out the new enhanced wakes and new features on the 2026 Ski Nautique towboat by Correct Craft on the waters of the world since 1925. Harley Coster, opening pass 14.25 meters, and has the measure of that pass from start to finish.
Yeah, no, that was a strong opening pass here for Harley. Definitely looking really settled there for pass 1, and looking nice and strong as he's coming, as he took down that pass. So I'm expecting the big things out of the British skier.
Yep, as we see a couple of the contingent there on the starting dock, and Harley Coster, who I saw practice a couple of days ago on the with the jumping event, and just really unleashed a huge jump in practice. And let's see if he's able to bring his slalom in up to that to the same level he was able to demonstrate on the jump. 14.25 meters opening pass, and he gets the job done. And as I mentioned about the new 2026 Nautique, we're seeing one or two skiers out there demoing the boat on the back lake.
Yeah, if I'd known we were having the demo of the new boat, I would have brought my ski with me over the ocean and gone and taken a set. So I'm kind of bummed I didn't bring my stick with me.
Well, I'm sure someone will lend you theirs if you really wanted to. All right there, so we see Harley Coster coming into the course right here. 13 meters, the green loop. And he has a real ease about his slaloming technique out there, just doing enough with the extension there.
And you can see, Tony, I really like his ski style because he's very, very still. Doesn't move the upper body at all, kind of lets his feet swing and does most of the work with everything from the hips down. And, I think that's really, a really strong way of skiing. You're not going to end up in positions where your upper body's moving and there's not a lot of movement on the ski. And, you can see it here as they look at the replay. He's just nice and still, really doesn't move a whole lot. So you're not seeing a lot of upper body movement. And I think it's super efficient, great style of skiing.
Indeed, right you are. As we look at Harley Coster again on 13 meters, 12 meters comes up next. We'll have a look at the tail of the tape so far as Harley Coster is concerned with some of the results that he's been able to post. Was on the British team for the U17 European Championships and got 4 and 11.25 meters in round 1 and 2 on that same line length in the final. He's gone into 11.25 meters consistently all season. The scores that he's produced at the Malibu Spring Multi, a 3-round event there that took place in May, into 11.25 meters all 3 rounds there. So in 5 rounds of skiing that he's produced all season in slalom, he's gone on to 11.25 meters in every single round. Let's see if he can do likewise here.
A little bit heavy out of 1 there, Tony. You see it catch him over there at 2. But managing it well at 3. And now he's kind of back into it. As long as he gets a good turn here on 5. Yep, checks his speed up. There you go. Well, I've taken a look at the replay. I bet you he was a little bit fast at the gate, Tony. Mm-hmm. Just knowing that he's a lefty, so that usually gets you over there at that 1 ball, and then you kind of see it, really magnify it too. But as we see here, kind of drops his shoulders just a little bit. Wasn't too bad, but then you kind of see him. He's got a little too much speed there, so goes deep as a lefty, and then it really gets him right here. You see him kind of fall out the back, but
once he gets settled in after the first couple of buoys, then this pass is for him still very, very doable.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And that's the big, kind of a lefty thing, right? If they don't get a good gate, you definitely see 1 and 2 are a little bit shaky. But then if they can get over to 3 and get a play on 3, usually they can kind of make up their timing. So good job there from him. Next skier, it's our 3rd skier in a row through that 12-meter pass. So now going to have a chance to challenge the lead. And I know he'd love to get a piece of 3, get over to 3. If he could get over to 4, set himself up where he kind of has to sit and wait and see if maybe he could squeak into the final.
And a big shout out to all of you folks there that are watching us from the United Kingdom, especially those that are crowded round a monitor or 2 over at Hazelwood Ski World, and for also the folks over at Gosfield Lake and over at Oxfordshire Waterski Club. If you are tuning in, why not send a photo of yourselves tuning in by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party. Check it all, and Harley Coster into 11.25 meters, but unfortunately not able to make much of an impact beyond 1 buoy.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the replay. Maybe we can see what happened to him here. Just trying to go really hard there at 1. Let's see as we catch him as he turns in. Again, kind of losing his speed there at the gate, so now he's not going to have as much speed coming over here, causing him to drop that shoulder. Wasn't quite as wide as he had been on the other 3 passes, and just not quite able to make a play on 1 to get over to 2, but still strong skiing. You see right here, Tony, he's losing his speed, kind of losing his width, and it kind of catches him over here at 1 ball.
All right. Yeah, just being able to keep that line tension and that speed is very, very critical to any kind of success that you may have on that pass. So again, a few messages coming through. We had Jeff there who sent us a watch party picture. Although I don't know how much of a party you can have inside your SUV. And we get a few from Slalom Park, just down the road, just down the road, in just a little ways outside Edmonton. We've got a few that are tuning in from Australia as well, and a smattering of individuals checking in from Europe as well. So we've got a pretty wide and varied audience from around the world checking in, and our next skier is Easton Graves. Last skier from Series 4, Easton Graves, and let's see what he's got here.
Yeah, and looking good here on this opening pass, making his way through this 14-meter pass. We see him around in 5 and over to 6. This is my favorite camera shot of the weekend, the drone behind the boat. Just kind of get to see how beautiful this lake is, and then kind of see these slalom skiers, at work. But, good opening pass there for Easton.
Right you are, and down at the other end and getting ready for the next run. 30 meters. We're coming to you live from Predator Bay Waterski Club, and it's here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, which is about maybe a half hour away from downtown Calgary, a location that is renowned for its sports. You can point to the likes of the Calgary Stampede in the early part of June. You can point to the Calgary Flames, the NHL team that plays over in an arena which known affectionately as the Pringle, because it looks like a Pringle.
Yeah, and I know we had an Uber driver, and we asked him about the Flames, and he was a little bit bummed out about them. Wish they'd get their act together, but hopefully this year we'll see a little bit more out of the Calgary team. I know they are kind of on the cusp of getting ready to do something great. So and the CFL teams are I believe in the lead at the moment in the Western Conference in the CFL, the Stamps. But moving away from the pro teams in Calgary to the action on the water. 13 meters for Easton Graves. Looking good. And getting the job done. Yeah, a little shaky at the start, but then kind of getting his feet up under him as he's making his way through that pass and, getting through that 13 meters. So now going to get to try to take down 12, see if he can be the fourth one in a row to run this 12-meter pass.
All right, so looking at this 13 meters as we look at our straight-ahead shot, and always nice to see these sharp images from the drone from our coverage being flown here by Connor Pauly, and we have a superb team of individuals that are Graydon with the dockside shot there, doing a fine job, and we've got Jeremy Scholl on the tower cam as well, giving us some great coverage here. And if you want to see more of that and want to be involved in the live chat, all you have to do is subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You can go to the YouTube app, type in TWBC, and the TWBC YouTube channel is linked right at the very top. You can be a part of the live chat and also be notified as to the next live event that we will be broadcasting. Easton Graves, 12 meters. They're all loose off number 1. Now he's really going to have to hustle here off number 2. He's a little bit of trouble, but he makes it back there off number 3, but managing to make it round number 4, 5. How on earth he was able to get through that pass is beyond me.
Yeah, that was tough skiing there out of the Canadian skier, and you kind of see, just a little loose line off of 1, but you see Cole there on the dock kind of laughing about it, but definitely probably excited that his skier got through. Let's take a look at the replay here, Tony. Comes in. I didn't think he turned in too bad at the gate. Might have hit it a little bit hard, but you see him there trying to turn loose line, but then he still stays on his pull. Not trying to do too much, not trying to turn too hard. That's what one thing you see out of these skiers is they try to get everything all back at one spot, and then they end up, falling down. So really managing kind of what he had, just making sure he gets a good pull to get to the next buoy, not trying to turn too much. And then right here is where you're going to see him hammer it down to get outside of 6. And, these younger skiers might not have learned that you flick the rope out of the water to make that hit a little bit easier, but able to hold on to it coming out the gates, and going to be your 4th skier in a row to run that 12-meter pass.
Indeed. And looks like one of our folks there are taking a relaxed approach to watching the along the shore and checking in what's going on here. Already getting a response to my comment on the Pringle Dome. I think Procter & Gamble have missed a trick with that one, with the naming rights. Anyway, here we go. This is Eastern Graves. There's one. There's number 2. Oh, and just pops the tail on that one, and he's down after 1.5.
Yeah, and a little bit upset with that one. I think these skiers kind of know that bubble score is going to be around that 3.5, 4, 4.5. So you need to get down pretty deep down this pass. But, man, a much better one-ball Tony there on this 11-meter pass. And let's see if we can see kind of what happened to him. But I thought he did way better here at 1. Stays over the ski. Much better turn. Now here into 2. You see him, he just tries to turn all at one spot with the upper body, and then the ski just doesn't like all of that heavy load that he put onto it. It pops out of the water. So, going down probably a little bit earlier than he wanted to, but really, good skiing. Like I said, to make it through that 12-meter pass with that one ball he had was super impressive. Probably the most impressed that I've been of the day, just out of any of the skiers, and, managing it well. So good skiing there out of Easton.
All right, then that brings to a conclusion the men's slalom series 4, and here is your new updated leaderboard. Enzo Kristian is the leader with 3 on 11.25 meters, and with an outside chance maybe of making it through to the slalom final. With 2 at 11.25 meters in second place is Matteo Chico. Eastern Graves, who we just saw there, 1.5 at 11.25 meters, running off the top 3 as it stands in the moment. Harley Coster with 1/2 on 11.25 meters in 4th. Jake Chambers with 5 on 12 meters, and you can check up with the rest of the results by checking the live scoring, which is available by Google searching IWSF results, and then navigating your way from there. So we've got some more great skiing to come. We've got men's Series 3 slalom right here at the IWWF World Waterski Championships, and with more records and personal best set by any other ski boat on the market. The Ski Nautique is the highest performing water ski boat in the world, and if you want to experience it for yourself, contact your local dealer. Schedule a test drive, or if you're indeed here at the Lakes of Castlestone, you can schedule yourself a demo ride behind the new 2026 Ski Nautique. Ladies and gentlemen, we will return in just a few moments right after this here at the 2025 IWWF U21 World Waterski Championships, and we will be back right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, so welcome back to continuing live coverage of this, the IWWF U21 World Waterski Championships. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company. All right, let's have a look at Series 3. Here is your running order. Thomas Renosto, followed by Fletcher Green, Hugo Notar, Elliot Westland, Matias Gonzalez, Santiago Berentius, Lorenzo Nelson, Pablo Alvera, Jason Stegman, and Ty Kosick. And rejoining me here at the announcing booth is Chef BRZ.
Yeah, that's what I've been donned as the Denmark team. They've called me Chef BRZ because I'm cooking up all the tasty meals in the Airbnb. So that's been definitely.
They don't have Chef Boyardee in Denmark, do they?
No, but I told him, I was like, yeah, this is Chef Boyardee because I'm in the kitchen. So that has been my my new nickname as the chef during the weekend. So we've been eating good.
Chef de Mission.
Team Denmark's been eating good this week at the Airbnb. We've definitely had a bunch of steaks and all kinds of greens and.
Yeah, you should be coming over to our Airbnb. We could definitely use your expertise.
Yeah, maybe we could all get together and we'll just have like a big family dinner. I don't mind as long as I'm not cooking for one person. I enjoy doing the cooking. So yeah, that is the number one rule for me though, Tony, is if I cook, I do not clean. So we're gonna have to have somebody else do the dishes for us. So, but I would definitely love to come over and hook up the TWBC crew with a nice meal.
Fantastic. Looking forward to it. All right, then. Thomas Renosto from Argentina. And Argentina is definitely going to be in the forefront when it comes to waterski tournaments because next spring they will actually be hosting the IWWF U17 World Championships over there in Argentina. But for the here and now, let's see what Thomas can do out on the slalom course. Our first skier in men's Series 3. This is Thomas Renosto.
And one of our first skiers in a while to start at 16 meters, Tony. So using that extra line length, maybe not sure if that's kind of the normal play or if you like the gate setup from one end better than the other. But that's just definitely something that's a little different that we haven't seen in like our last four skiers.
Right, you are, and kind of taking the scenic route a little bit there. A little bit of height off the wake there into buoy number 1 and into number 2. But a little flat-footed into number 3, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's we kind of talked about it a little earlier. You can't overski these longer line lengths, and definitely 16 meters is one of those passes where you can, you definitely can overski it. So you really just want to keep the ski up under you It's got a much bigger bump, as you alluded to at the going through the gates, but making his way through that pass, using it as a warm up. I think it's a great warm up pass, and then now is going to be able to kind of attack the course moving forward.
So right, you are as we continue to work forward. We've got Fletcher Green representing Australia on the starting dock. He'll be skiing behind the legendary ski Nautique, which has the award-winning microtuner technology, and it's the first ever in the free event water skiing world. The microtuners deploy in the water at the transom of the hull and disrupt how water flows behind the boat, causing water to fill in the troughs in the wake. You can find out more by going to nautique.com and check out the award-winning microtuner technology on the Ski Nautique towboat. Here we go, Thomas Renosto.
Yeah, and you can see Tony looks a lot better here at this 14-meter pass, just able to kind of attack the turns, get into it. So definitely using that 16-meter pass as a warm-up, but got through it. Now is ready to attack to set himself up to challenge the lead.
Full send mode coming up.
Exactly.
So great skiing there from Thomas Renosto. Getting a little bit jerked forward there as he sets himself down between pass number 2 and 3. But managing to get himself a little bit more comfortably in the groove here on pass number 2. This being 14.25 meters.
You see, he really does a good job of he gets counter rotation with the upper body, and it really kind of pulls that back shoulder back, and that allows him to kind of twist them hips through the turn. So we'll see that, hopefully if he sticks with that, that'll kind of roll through with him here to this 13 and 12-meter passes coming up, and we'll see that ski snap a little bit better and get, a nice tight turn off the buoy.
All right, another opportunity for you to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll get the opportunity to be part of the live chat and also be informed as the next time we go live. The next time we will go live beyond these championships will be the European Water Ski Championships, and that will take place in Linz in Austria.
All right, 13 meters here for Thomas.
Ooh, a little bit bumpy into buoy number 1, but managing to stay on an even keel here. Thomas Renosto. And nicely done. I don't see too much wrong there.
Yeah, and you kind of pointed at the ski kind of bouncing at one ball. The water here is cold compared to what a lot of these skiers are used to skiing in, so the ski will move kind of fast, but it's nice and soft and sticky. So you'll just kind of see he's kind of pushing on the ski with the speed that he had, and the ski was kind of pushing back on him. But once he got in here and got settled, he got over his feet, kind of quit pushing the ski quite as much, and it started to, carve a little bit better. So that was a good-looking 13-meter pass. So now going to get to go at the 12-meter. We know he needs to run this if he wants to have a shot to challenge the lead and give himself kind of a fighting chance to see if he can make it into the final.
All right, not looking bad there. He's having to take the long route to get here, of course. He's went in on 16 and ran that along with 14 and now 13.
Yeah, and I mean, and sometimes, Tony, these guys like a couple extra passes just to kind of get a warm up. I always tell people when I coach them and stuff, like we want to make sure we give ourselves enough time, because it's kind of like going to the gym. If you go into the gym and you lift heavy weights, you're not going to pick up the heaviest thing first, right? We're going to warm up into it and kind of build into it. So
you probably end up doing yourself more damage that way.
Exactly. So I like to see these skiers, take 2 or 3 passes to get warmed up to when they get to these harder passes. Now they're, everything's settled and dialed. So, we'll see if that comes into play for him here as he rotates in here. Let's see if he can get a good one ball.
Oh, loose off number 1 now. Now he's really going to have to work hard, but he gets round number 3, and that's going to be about it for him. So it looks like a 3 buoy count on 12 meters. The final score for Thomas Renosto. looking a little bit disappointed with that effort, I would imagine.
Yeah, and you can see we didn't get it too far enough back at the gate, but you see he kind of squats when he stood up at the gate, and it really kind of shed all of his speed, and that's why you see 1 and 2 really catch him out here. Ski didn't want to turn quite as well as it had been in the other passes, and catches him out here on that 12-meter pass. Then he kind of pulled long there to 3. So definitely probably wanting a little bit more than that, but got us, still got through, ran a few passes, and was looking strong. So I'm expecting, a bunch of good things out of the Argentinian skier, moving forward in the future.
All right, our next competitor to take to the water will be Fletcher Green, representing Australia, and looking forward to seeing him out there in the water, and not only me looking forward to seeing him ski, but also his grandma. Gaina Gattisont will be tuning in from the United Kingdom.
Yeah, and it's really nice that we have that ability to hop on YouTube and check out the TWBC broadcast, and if people can't make it to the lake, they can still watch everybody ski at this Under 21 Championship. So really cool feature that we have here at these championships.
14.25 meter start, I would imagine. Actually 16 meter start. Another skier wanting that additional pass to get settled in. All right, not bad at all. And Fletcher Green, who skis out in Western Australia, along with his parents, Ryan Green and Sarah Green, and Sarah Green actually has the distinction of being the last ever women's overall champion at the Masters.
Wow, that's impressive. That's a very good stat there, Tony.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do. All right, so looking at Fletcher Green, first pass, not looking too bad at all. And again, a few questions coming in from all across the world. The most recent question, would we be broadcasting the Nationals this year, the U.S. Nationals? Unfortunately not. We'll be broadcasting the European Waterski Championships over in Linz, Austria, during this cycle, but that's currently what our schedule looks like at this time. We've got the European Championships, we've got the European U21 Championships, and then the big daddy at them all, the IWWF Open World Championships, which we're taking to you live from Riccetto in Italia, and then we've got one more tournament in that part of the world. Beyond that, the pro competition in Poti in the Republic of Georgia. So the start of a 7-week stretch of events coming to you. 5 in Europe, 2 in the United States. Here on TWBC.
Yeah, and for all the water ski nerds like me, that's awesome. You got something to help the workday go through a little bit quicker, and give us stuff to do on the weekend. So it's great to have TWBC at all these events. But
your work is water skiing there.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, if I'm thinking back when I had an office job, or I know other people that have an office job, yes, I would sit with one monitor that had TWBC on and the other monitor to kind of do work when I had to.
I can't imagine you in a cubicle.
I'm not my favorite thing in the world. My favorite office is sitting in the boat. So. It's really nice that we get to do that. But yes, I have had an office job where we had to dress up nice and sit at a desk.
Yeah, and Zane Nicholson next to me, currently the coach of the Danish water ski team. So he's been working there over in Vallensbæk, just outside of Copenhagen, and doing a grand job there. As we have a look at Fletcher Green, he's gone through 16 and 14. This is now 13. This is the green loop. It's looking pretty strong, looking very impressive up to this point. And Probably using that handle just a little bit too much for my liking. Just a little bit too active with it.
Yeah, and you'll see, Tony, the angle behind the boat, he's not quite getting as much angle as some of these other skiers that we've seen, so he's kind of showed up to the buoy a touch late, and so that's what you're seeing him move that handle, trying to, get the ski to turn a little faster, and manages it well, stays on top of the ski. So, that is a good observation that you got there, Tony, but, again, when you're kind of running a little down course, you've got to be a little more active with the handle. As we kind of see, he's gotten stronger each pass, but as we get further down the line here, you start seeing not as much angle, so now he doesn't get the ski to swing out quite as wide until he's at the buoy. So we'll see if he can make an adjustment here for this 12-meter pass and get the angle that he wants, create the space in front of the buoy so he can backside the buoys.
All right. So far he's run through 16 and 14, and that's 13. Let's see what he can do with the 12-meter pass. So there we see a downtown Calgary there. We see the little observation tower right in the middle of downtown, and off towards the right we see an image of the Pringle Dome, as our Calgary folk affectionately call that place. Here we go. Fletcher Green on 12 meters. Barreling in off number 1 into number 2, but he's still upright. He's good to go for 3. He's good to go for 4. 12 meters. And Fletcher Green of Australia goes through the exit gates, and only just.
Yeah, I mean, way to make it through that pass. You start seeing Tony, he started kind of having to double pump. I think it was about 4 ball just to stretch to get outside the buoy, but made his way through it. And again, another one of them skiers that hasn't quite figured out that you can flick that rope up when you're going through the gates to mitigate the slack and make that hit quite as, not quite as strong, but able to hang on to it. Now we're going to get to see him take down the 11-meter pass. Right here, strong off of 1 ball. Looks really good there. Kind of a little bit of a long pull into 2, so you start seeing him run with the boat, but still is fine. Gets over to 3. Now watch him here, Tony. You see him, he starts stretching because he's kind of narrow. He has to really stretch the feet out to get outside of 4 ball. Same thing here at 5. Really stretching to get out there, and then gives a big O tug over there to get around 6. And I saw somebody in the comments asking about that flick of the rope. So you see how he pulled that handle kind of up by his head? You're better off to try to turn 6 ball, get the ski to turn, and then you take the rope and basically give it a flick like you're going to make a wavelength down to the boat, and that helps.
A bit like JT.
Yeah, JT does he
rodeo.
does his arms in a rodeo, but really the only thing you got to do is flick the rope that's in the water up out of the water, and it'll make the hit a lot smaller. Make it easier on your back.
And looking at some of his results earlier on this season, he has gotten into 11.25 meters on a smattering of occasions. He gets around number 2, and that's pretty much his average there, about a 2 buoy count on 11.25 meters. But at this level, getting to that point of a credit-worthy performance courtesy of Australia's Fletcher Green.
Yeah, I mean, that's good to get, skier average here, at the Under-21 Championships. You can't ask for much more than that. If you take a look here at the replay, thought he was all right off 1, didn't quite get as strong of a 1, but you see he never really reset his angle, so that ski tip is pointing right to 2, so he doesn't get outside the buoy until right in front of it. I'd like to see him try to turn his body a little bit more, create a little more space in front, and, then you get that push from the boat and the 0 off, and might have made it to where he could get to 3, but still good skiing out of Fletcher, and our first boy in this Series 3 to get through the 12-meter pass.
All right. A little loose, a little down course off number 1, but still had enough to get round number 2, and S turned his way to 2 buoy count. So there we go. That's Fletcher Green. That puts him in the top 3, I believe. Let's double-check on the leaderboard. That would actually put him in a 2-way tie for second place with Matteo Chico of Mexico. But Fletcher Green doing a fine job out there, and I'm sure that Gaina Gallisant, watching us from the United Kingdom, I'm sure she's pretty pleased with that as Gaina's daughter, and And Sarah's husband there, Ryan Green, hug it out on the dock. So, moving on, we've got Hugo Notar, 14.25 meters. It almost seems like an eternity ago since we saw last skier going on 14.25 meters.
Yeah, getting down, getting right to it. I know Hugo kind of had a little bit of a out the back on his jump familiarization, so it's good to see him out here feeling healthy, or as healthy as he can be, and getting him in here in this slalom event. Strong looking off of one ball there, Tony. Definitely came out here to attack the pass. And
yep, he's coming in with all guns blazing here. But he's got to keep got to keep it measured. As you have mentioned before, Zane, that you can't afford to overski some of these passes.
Yeah, no, you overski him. You got too much rope, and then next thing you know, you end up too heavy, and the rope's not picking you up at the right time, and you fall over. And so it's kind of got to find that fine balance of, okay, hey, we're attacking to set ourselves up for these other passes, but also don't want to overski and fall over. And that's kind of what you saw there at 2-ball there, Tony. Just kind of a little bit hard, went a little bit heavy off of 2, and kind of almost fell down, but stays over his feet, gets through this pass, and now we're kind of getting to the shorter line lengths where we can really start attacking the turns and hitting the pull right off the buoy. So way to make it through that opening pass there for Hugo.
All right, you good folks out there, if you have a watch party that's going on right about now, why not scan that QR code? Scan that QR code, Zane. Yep, he's doing that. And we're going to have our own little watch party here, watching ourselves. There you go. All right, send that over to waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party. And see yourself up on the screen here. All right, here we go. This is Hugo Notar from France.
Big turn there off of 1, Tony. You can kind of see he likes those slam dunk turns, and able to hang on to them. That as long as you can hang on to it, it's all good. But sometimes you tend to get the 0 off to pull back on you a little hard. But Hugo not really spiking 0 off there, so looking nice and smooth, and getting his way through that 13-meter pass.
Yes, nice effort there on 13. Started off on 14, and Hugo Notar. I'll try and find out a little bit more about him so far as his performances have been this season. Competed in the Open Nationals, and I don't think he actually slallomed in that competition, but in a competition over at Lacanau, he got 2.5 at 11.25 meters. That's his best score of the season, and pretty much everything else that he's been able to achieve at this point has been into 12 meters. So Sebastien Caen represents France as their team manager. Was a pretty nifty skier himself back in the day. Was probably actually a part of the French team, the Open Elite team, way back in 2009 when the Elite World Championships took place right here at the Lakes of Castonstone. Their main coming out party, as it were. This is 12 meters. Oh, a little bit loose into number 2, almost overskied that off number 1 and was left hanging out to dry. And the same can be said into number 4, and just couldn't really deal with that this time.
Yeah, and that's going to be a bit of a bummer there for Hugo. You could tell he wanted a little bit more out of that. And I mean, again, I thought he unloaded a little heavy at a couple of the buoys, but I thought he was still in good shape as we take a look here at the replay. See, I thought he did pretty good off of 1. Kind of let the hands get away from him a little bit. That's what caused that slack line. But there you see he gets off the handle a little early, so that causes that delay and tip rise. So now he's kind of running with the boat and right here does the same thing. See how far the hands get away from him, so it causes him to run, and then takes that hit, kind of gets pulled over the front and pops the handle. So I believe that's going to be a score of 3.5 at 12 there for Hugo. So probably wanting a little bit more out of that slalom set.
So looking at this once again, the hips getting a little bit too far back for him coming into number 2, and just wasn't able to fully get that ski round and across course on 12 meters, at least to the point where it would stand a better than average chance of running that pass. So it is going to be what is that, 3.5, I would say.
Yeah, 3.5 at 12 there, Tony.
3.5 on 12. Okay, looks like we got the total. Yep. 3.5 on 12 for Hugo Notard. All right, then, moving on from France to Sweden, it is going to be Elliot Westland. So as we get ready for Elliot Westland, a reminder that the Nautique comes standard with the reliability and proven performance of the PCM ZZ6 engine. If you're looking for power, precision, and torque, this 6.2-liter direct injection engine provides groundbreaking performance. Head to nautique.com to learn more.
Yeah, I mean, these boats are awesome. That new boat, I haven't had the opportunity to ski behind it, but everything that I've heard from the people that have ski behind it is that it is.
You better get you some.
Yeah, it is sweet. As we see the boat there on the, yeah, it's just so sleek. I think they've done a good job of designing the boat. It looks real nice, but what I've heard is that the longer line lengths and the slower speeds is it still skis kind of what it feels like for the pro guys that are skiing at 10.7, and so I think they've done a great job on designing that new boat. But right now we've got the Scandinavian Elliot Westland on the water. This is 14 meters.
All right, let's see what Elliot can do with 14.25 meters.
Strong skiing there from the Swede there on the opening pass, 14 meters, and looking nice and dialed,
composed.
And, exactly right. Not looking like he was nervous, not looking any no shakiness, and really setting himself up to be dialed to hopefully maybe challenge this lead. We'd love to see somebody take the lead away from who is it, Enzo?
Enzo, yeah,
Enzo Kristian.
Enzo Kristian with 3.
Skied about 5 or 6 skiers ago, so. Going to have his work cut out for him, but right now he's off to a good start, looking nice and strong in this opening pass.
All right. Now, just to kind of give you an idea of how many skiers that we've got left in the men's slalom beyond the scope of men's Series 3, I think they normally break them off into like 10 or 12. So, I mean, you're probably looking at about 25 more skiers to go with not today per se, but maybe within the next couple of days to determine who makes it through to the final.
Yeah, I think they got those next 2 series are tomorrow, Tony. So, whoever's on the lead here will have to sit and wait and see how tomorrow goes if they're going to squeak into the final.
It reminds me back in the day in 2009 where Javier Julio had to, was actually sitting on the cusp of being able to make it through to the men's slalom final. And he was like in something like Series 4. And he waited a few days, and he was right, and he was right on that last position, tied with about a couple of other people. So he had to go back in cold after 3 days of not skiing, not laying a hand on a slalom ski, to go into a runoff situation on the penultimate day of those championships in 2009.
Yeah, wouldn't that be cool to have somebody that is in one of these Series 4, Series 3 make it into the final for this weekend? But right there, we just saw Elliot Westland. He just ran 13 meters. Again, looks super strong, kind of like his 14 meters. So take a look here at the replay, Tony. You just see really drops those hips, gets that ski to turn, and keeps cross-course direction really good. You're not seeing him unload, really heavy, allows that ski to swing, and that's something that's really important as we shorten the lineup. You don't want to unload the ski and then you start running with the boat, but super strong skiing out of Elliott.
Indeed. Looking in good counter rotation into buoy number 5.
Yeah, I mean, and it's kind of what we were talking about. He really works his ski across course, so when he shoots the ski out, lets it roll through, it pulls him up on that front foot, and he's kind of naturally countering. And
it just basically prevents that ski from rolling over too soon,
Exactly, right? It kind of rolls out nice and smooth and goes out, so then now he's got his hips up over his front foot and is able to really dive in and attack the pass. But
now one of our next few skiers is absolute mastery at that. Coming up fairly soon, and we'll highlight him in just a moment. In the meantime, Elliot Westland from Sweden.
Speed looked good there at the gate, Tony. Let's see what he got here off of 1. Nice looking one.
Kind of broken over into 2.
Kind of squats down going to 2, but
hello, ride him.
Now he just needs to manage his speed here, Tony. Does a good job there at 5. Let's see if off of 6. Almost.
And made a meal out of that one, too.
Yeah, almost did a little bit too much there at 6 ball, but, that's the best part about slalom is they're now going to drop him down. He's going to get 50 seconds to kind of, get his heart rate down, get his composure back, but he made his way through that 12, so now going to have a chance to challenge the lead. As we take a look here at the replay, speed was good at the gate, so just kind of hammers that turn there. You see he almost kind of falls. He has to squat a little bit because he got a little too heavy.
But he still has enough control to kind of prevent himself from overloading at the wakes and getting off balance, like here, for example.
Yeah, and you'll just kind of see, to me, he looks like he's trying to make the turn all at one spot so the ski actually turns for him, but then he's unable to hold all that pressure. So he kind of squats through his legs to not pop the handle. And then right here you see him, he tried to turn 6 ball a little harder than probably he needed to, but got himself out of the pass, and so now we're going to shorten the lineup and bring him in at the 11-meter pass.
And guess who I've just had message me? Javier Julio.
Shout out to Javier. We miss having him at the lake, but I've always...
Yeah, he does recall that incident. Yeah, I mean he slalomed and he had to wait 3 days to figure if he was going to make it through to the men's slalom final.
Yeah, but that's still impressive, and he's a great skier. Definitely one of those people that I grew up watching ski, and shout out to Javier for watching here. But right now, Elliot Westland, this is 38 off 11 meters. Big 1 ball. That's a good start here, Tony. Let's see if he can get out of 2. Not
bringing the handle up high, and he's inside buoy number 3, which puts him into a 3-way tie for 2 buoys on 11.25 meters with 2 other individuals. We'll get the identity of those in a moment. Yes, he's tied with Fletcher Green and Matteo Chico with 2 on 11.25 meters, still out in the lead. With 3 on 11.25 meters is Enzo Kristian as we look at him again.
And you'll kind of see here on the replay, Tony, he really hammers 1 ball here, so gets a little bit deep there, and then because of that, you see how he unloads and lets the hands get away there at 2, which doesn't bring the hips up over that front foot. And as a lefty, that really gets you on that offside turn. So kind of getting that slow turn there, unable to get outside of 3. But still, that was strong skiing out of Elliott. And, way to get through that 12-meter pass and puts himself with a score on the 11-meter line length.
All right, you are. So on 2 at 11.25 meters, that is Elliot Westland. Right, skier coming up next is going to be Matias Gonzalez. Now, those of you that know the sport of tournament water skiing will instantly recognize the name of Matias Gonzalez as being an exponent in the tricks event. But let's not take away from his ability out there on the slalom course, because he's here in Men's Slalom Series 3, and it's by no accident that he's here. Here he comes, 14.25 meters. A sharp pull out there for the entrance gates as he glides in. And if you're talking about counter rotation, as I alluded to, this guy does it not just on one side, but both of them. Oh no!
And that is going to be a bit of a bummer there for Matty. Just kind of going a little too hard there. That's kind of what we've been talking about, Tony, about overskiing these longer line lengths as we take a look here at the replay. And you pointed out he really does that counter rotation, really gets those hips to move. That's what you see. A lot of these really good trickers really move their hips really well, and Matty is doing a good job. But we take a look here into 3. Seems all right here. Let's see what happens to him here at 4, Tony.
It almost seems to me he does it too much.
Yeah, and I kind of would agree with that. I think maybe he got off the handle a little bit early into 4, so it caused him to start running. So when he turns, it's just a heavier load than what he would like if he had taken his hands out a little bit longer.
It's too method, like you're skiing a certain way, but you have no feeling against the boat.
Yeah, and that's something that I really like to see skiers be really still from the waist up. The counter rotation does help, but I think you can kind of get a counter rotation from keeping your hands into the body and allowing the boat to naturally pull you there. As you see Matty, he really exaggerates it, and there, to me, it looked like he over-exaggerated that counter rotation there at 4, and it caused him to get the ski to snap too hard and wasn't quite able to hang on to it with the load there at 14.
Well, and with Matty Gonzalez, he doesn't jump, and this is the only other event in which he skis. So, it's basically the tricks event, and from here on out for Matty Gonzalez. So, we'll look forward to seeing that, and we'll move on to our next skier. Next skier comes to us also from Chile. It is Santi Barrentius.
Yeah, and shout out to him. I know, a couple weeks ago, he had a really big, strong tournament. I know he jumped a PB. I think he went 194 feet. Not sure what that is in meters. And then I know he got a new PB in slalom with, I want to say it was either 1 or a half at 10.7. So one of these guys that definitely can come take this lead down if he can put it all together. But definitely looked good in sight familiarization. I kind of got to watch him ski, and hopefully that carries into today.
Yeah, I saw him jump yesterday. It was just unleashed something yesterday.
Yeah, that was a booter. I did see that one. That was like a 60-meter jump, so that was huge. So we'll see if his slalom can go, like his practice and jump did. But right now we're bringing him in. I believe this is 14 meters. So
yeah, that's 14.
Looking nice and smooth here as this opening pass, not doing too much, just getting through the pass, really getting his feet up under him, and there you go. That's a nice, good start there for Santi. All right, as we see the replay here, this is the opening pass. This is 14 meters for the Chilean skier. And Tony, he's looking really strong. Like I said, you talked about his jump from mill, but right here, I really like his technique, really lets the ski swing. And again, gets counter-rotated, but doesn't do too much with the upper body. So it's nice and still. And
I like the way he actually attacks the buoy in the middle of his pre-turn as well. He's wanting to get across there as quickly as possible.
Yeah, not waiting to do it until he's at the buoy or after it, right? He's kind of being proactive on everything and gets that ski to move. And, super strong skiing out of Santi.
And we see our view of the Chilean contingent there. We'll see Daniela Kretzmer, the former junior world girls slalom champion from a few seasons back, and you can actually watch some of that coverage by going into our archives on the TWBC YouTube channel. We have an extensive archive of water ski tournament coverage, and TWBC celebrates its 15th season of live water ski coverage.
Yeah, and the thing that I like here, Tony, is he's allowing the ski to turn, but he's not overturning the ski, and then he uses his pull and leverage to kind of get the ski to gain more angle and swing out. That's what we like to see. That's kind of what you got to do if you want to get zero off to work for you, and you run this 11 meters, and then kind of get to where you can start running that 10.7. You can't turn too hard, because then you're unable to hold it. So Santi doing a really good job there on his first two passes, and Now we'll drop him down and shorten the rope up to 12 meters and see if he can, stick with that momentum.
All right, looking at this again, and it seems to be really, really compressing his effort off each turn. Manages to get the ski round, then gets on it, and then almost shuts it down the instant that he gets into the whitewash past the center of the wakes. Looking good though, I do have to say. He's very, very controlled, very, very controlled effort at this point. But we'll see what he's got. So far as his slalom ability is concerned, he's gone as far as 2.5 at 11.25 meters. The last result that I saw from him from the Latin American Championships, which were held in April. But he has skied quite a bit since then, and as you said, rightly so, Zane. He's been able to produce some great performances, not only in the jump event, but also in the slalom event. But he's struggling a little bit here on number 3 and number 4. This is 12 meters. Oh, and he's still there. He's still there. It's a 6-buoy count.
Yeah, and you see he's excited just to keep rolling with that one. Saw him. He kind of got broken over at the waist going, I think it was going to 3, and then it was kind of, kind of balls to the wall, just trying to stay over the ski, but did a good job here. See, off of 1, not too bad here. Let's see what happens to him at 2. You see how he unloads the ski really hard there, Tony, which causes that ski to not want to turn. Slack line, kind of gets pulled over the front of the ski, but gets a good turn there off a 3 ball. And then here you'll see right there, kind of, again, got off the handle a little early into 4, and it's just kind of losing the line, not having anything to turn on, but really managing to stay over his feet right there. That was impressive to... he got that big turn and just kind of had to stay over the ski just to get outside 6 ball. And now he's going to get to drop in the water and going to have a chance to challenge the lead. And, there's some pressure there, too, for these skiers because they know they got to run that 12-meter pass. And, now they can get down to the end, take a sigh of relief, and now it's go time. So we'd like to see him get a good start at the gate and see if he can get a good 1 and 2, maybe be a little bit better with his hands in the 2 ball and give himself a chance to, to run this pass.
All right, there we see the first look at Pablo Alvira from Colombia. He'll be our 3rd skier from last to go out in the slalom event in the men's slalom series 3. The lead now is 3 on 11.25 meters, getting ready to go. Boom, there's 1. There's number 2. Can he make it outside number 3? Oh, he tries to make a play on it, but he ends up with 2. And that puts him into a 4-way tie for 2nd place right now, if my estimation is correct. Indeed, that puts him in a 4-way tie with Elliot Westland, Fletcher Green, Matteo Chico, and that lead is now... And that tie is also with Santiago Berengius. Still in the lead with 3 on 11.25 meters is Enzo Kristian.
And you see him there, Tony. He just really hammered his gate, so he kind of crushed behind the boat, and that's why the ski didn't turn off a 1. And then, as a lefty, it's really going to catch him over here at 2 because of that. So not quite getting the gate and the start that he really needed to get down that pass, but still that was good skiing out of Santi. I know definitely wanted a little bit more, but looking strong. I'm really excited to see him out in the jump event, later this week.
All right, you are, and yeah, absolutely right. He did hammer the gates there on the entrance into buoy number 1. Where he tried to get the ski back round on number 2, but just way too late to have any positive effect there. So, coming up next is going to be Pablo Alvira. So, Pablo Alvira coming to us from Colombia. Let's have a look at the tail of the tape from him. What can we expect? Well, he skied pretty much every performance into 12 meters. He's had one or two performances into 13 and 1 into 11.25 meters. And right from the get-go, skiing a really, really compressed style, at least from the lower half of his body.
Yeah, and you kind of saw Tony. He looked a little unsettled at the gate glide. Looked like he had a little too much speed, so probably kind of squatting just to get the ski to move with that speed and slow it down. So that'll definitely be something we'll be looking for him to maybe adjust as he comes in for this next pass.
Right, you are, and let's just look at that gate glide into buoy number 1. I mean, he turned that thing on a dime.
Yeah, I mean, he had a lot of speed when he turned in for the gate there, Tony. So it was actually impressive that he was able to do that. But didn't overski this pass, got through it. Now he's going to get to get settled down there at the end, and we'll bring him back in for pass number 2.
All right, so Nigel Sparrow at the helm of that towboat. We are about 20 or so minutes from the Women's Series 4 Slalom Elimination Round. And here we go. Here at Predator Bay, U21 World Waterski Championships. Let's have a look and see. Pablo Alvera, 30 meters. Letting his shoulders come away from his stack a little bit. From 4 into 5, but managing to still make that pass look relatively straightforward.
Yeah, and Tony, it's a little different than some of the other skiers we've seen. He generates a lot more speed than some of the other skiers that we have, but does a really good job about managing the speed through the turn and not allowing the extra speed to bother him, which is pretty impressive. But here he looked much more settled on that gate glide and turn in, and then we kind of see at the start not quite as amped up as it was the opening pass.
So the one standout performance that we've seen so far from him this season was over at the Swiss Spring Classic that took place in May of this season. He actually ran a stunning score, actually, in relationship to what he had already produced going into that event. He scored 3.5 and 11.25 minutes, and it's that kind of score that he needs to produce now if he's to harbor any ambitions of taking the lead, or even harbor any ambitions of being a part of the men's slalom final going forwards there, Zane.
Yeah, no, for sure. So going to need to run this pass if he's going to have a chance to challenge the lead. Looked nice and strong there on pass number 2, that 13-meter pass. Let's see if he can get a nice settled gate glide in here. Much better than the 14 from this end. So nice snap of the ski out of 1. Let's see if, he's down course there off 2, Tony.
Whoa, bringing the ski hard round, but he is able to stay strong with it, and he's there on number 5, and he's good to go round number 6. So great skiing there from Pablo Alvera, and we want to try and dissect his slalom technique a little bit here, because it almost seemed like he's like giving away a lot through his hips through the entrance gates, like there into buoy number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I thought off of 1 that was all right, but like here, if you watch him, you see how those hands really slide across his body and they get away from his hips. That causes him to start running with the boat. Now his hips start sitting back. You see, he starts kind of, sitting more like he's in a chair, and that's just the further his hands get away, the more that happens. But what he does really well, Tony, is he takes that speed that he's got and he doesn't try to snap the ski around right at the buoy. He kind of knows, okay, I'm down course. You've got to take it a little bit down course. The turn is going to take as long as the turn's going to take. So, not trying to do anything too much and gets his way through that. So now we're really going to want to see him here at this 11-meter pass. He wants to turn in for the gate. He definitely does not want to load the ski too hard, because if he loads it up too hard at the turn, he's going to unload really quick into 1 and causes himself to run with the boat at 1, and then it makes it hard to make the turn out of 2. So really like to see him stay nice and tall, keep those hands nice and close in going out to the buoy, so he'll gain his width in front of the buoy. and then be able to backside it.
All right, here we go. 11.25 meters now. This is Pablo Alvera on the purple loop. Round buoy number 1 and round number and goes round number 2, and he chomps at the handle just way too soon and drops the ski behind him, and unfortunately on 1.5.
And right here, Tony, if we take a look at the replay, you see I thought he did a good job into 1 with his hands, but watch his hands here into 2. They swing across his body, see how far away and high they are coming in, so he doesn't quite get his width until right at the buoy, and then tries to make that big turn all at one spot and not able to hang on to it. So thought he had a good start there. Thought he was going to give himself a chance to get down it, but not quite able to get out of 2-ball like we'd like to see. So we take one more look at the replay. Watch how the ski unloads here. See how it just kind of jumps to that inside edge real fast, doesn't really roll out, and that's what caused him to, to have that bobble there and fall over there at 2-ball.
All right, as we move along, as I'm sure one or two of our folks along the shoreline are probably uploading photos to the watch party functionality of this webcast. You can go to waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party and upload a photo of you watching us, watching you. Indeed. All right, moving right along, our penultimate skier in the men's slalom competition for today. From South Africa, it is Jason Stegman.
Yeah, and I know Jason's been kind of training at Coble Ski School for the last month, so shout out to the crew in North Carolina that's probably on here watching.
Over in Lillington.
Yeah, that's watching Jason ski as we take a look here for his opening pass. This is 14 meters. The lone skier out of South Africa here at this championships.
Getting a little bit nervy out there, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what, again, the reason that these skiers take multiple passes is to kind of get the nerves down, get dialed in. So that one was probably shaking off a little bit of the nerves of being here at the Under-21 World Championships, but gets his way through it. I thought the start of it, nice gate, nice and wide at 1, and, just a little bit timid there through the pass, but gets through it now. Now I think he's probably shake off a little bit of those nerves, and we can get him back in at the 13-meter pass.
Yep, looking good, and I don't know if he's slalomed that many tournaments this season beyond the month of April, because most of the tournaments that I have a record of him, all of them, as a matter of fact, have been taking place in South Africa. A couple over in Stellenbosch and another in the Vineyard Lake. They're extremely famous for their for a wide variety of wines, and if you're into viniculture or anything like that, then you can't find. There are very few places around the world that compares to South Africa, especially in the Stellenbosch area. You into wine much, Zane?
Yeah, I do like a good red wine. We had a few in Portugal when we were there doing that with TWBC, and definitely better than the American wine for sure. But right now we've got Jason Stegman on the water. This is 13 meters. Tony, looking a lot more settled in for this pass.
Yes, indeed. Has hinted that he wants to have a crack at the South African national slalom record, which I believe is halfway down, 10.75 meters. But first things first, he's got to get through the opening couple of passes first and get really settled in, so that by the time that kind of pass comes into play, then he'll be ready to get after it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what we want to see here is just each pass get a little more settled, a little more dialed, and Jason doing a good job there on pass number 2, and I'm expecting him to look even more dialed here for the 12-meter pass as the rope gets shorter.
Looking good around number 6 and through the exit gates on our instant replay. All right, here we go. Jason Stegman. This is going to be the attempt on 12 meters. Reminder that 12 skiers total will advance through to the finals in all of the events. Men's and women's slalom, trick, and jump. Certainly have enough skiers to make that happen. Jason Stegman, 12 meters. There's one. There's number one, a little unsettled off number two, but even more so off number three. A little broken over off number four, but let's see if he can get round number six. Oh no, and he drops the handle off buoy number six there, and that's a bit of a disappointing ending there, but Jason Stegman.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a bummer there. I kind of saw at the gate there, Tony. He went really hard when he turned in. I don't know if he had too much speed, but he definitely loaded the boat up, and it caught him. You know, one ball didn't really want to turn, two ball didn't want to turn, and kind of carried on through the pass and did a good job staying over his feet to get all the way to six ball, but not quite able to get outside it, around it, and out the gates. So going to be a bit of a bummer there for Jason.
All right, and we'll have a look at this handle placement a little bit high there and on his gate shot into number one.
Yeah, and you see he rotated in with his shoulders, dropped his shoulders, so now he's got a lot of speed going into one, and then it really catches the lefties over here at two. You see how the ski bounces there on him, doesn't quite want to turn, and now he's just kind of trying to stay over his feet and not do too much. And I thought maybe he would be all right there, but a little bit late into four. That's why you see that break over at the turn at four, and then again, just didn't turn here and needed a big pull. You see, didn't quite get that much angle there, and looks like he got the ski outside of it, but losing the handle, and that is going to be a bit of a bummer. I know he wanted to take that down and have a crack at the 11-meter pass.
Or double check on the score. I believe it is under review. Whether the ski actually made it outside the buoy line with full contact on the handle by the time that he made a play on that buoy. But just got a little bit bogged down on his 2-4 side, and it didn't exactly help him for the other side either. Yeah, broken over again there off number four, and then just couldn't really get.
Yeah, I believe he got outside of it, Tony, and then lost the handle. We'll wait for confirmation, but it looked like he got outside it with the handle in his hands, but we'll have to see what the judges say.
All right, and that brings us down to our final skier in Series 3 men's slalom. It's going to be Ty Kosick. It's going to be 5 1/4 for Jason Stegman. 5 1/4 at 12 meters for Jason Stegman, which I think puts him in about 6th place right now. All right, rock and roll. We've got our final male slalom skier of the day, and this is Ty Kosick, and he's approaching the course on 14.25 meters. Looking good round number one. A little bit forward for my liking off one into number two, but managing to bring his shoulders back off number four, and managing to get round all six. Aside from that shoulder position into number two, I don't see an awful lot wrong there with that opening effort on 14.25.
Yeah, no, you looked pretty good. Like you said, you did point out 2-ball. Got a little bit forward with the shoulders there. You see the hands the hands got away from him, so it kind of causes you the wakes will kind of trip you, if you will, if you let your hands get too far away from your hips. So that's kind of what you saw there going into 2-ball. But then does a much better job there at 4, which allows the ski to turn and stay over his feet a little bit better. So nice opening pass there for Ty Kosick, and we'll shorten the rope up to 13 meters or 32 off for our Americans that are watching.
Yes, indeed, and I'm hearing across the way the new 2026 Ski Naughty towboat giving demo rides over across the way. And it is significantly lighter than the previous generation. The all-new Ski Nautique has been refined from the bow to stern with functional design elements and cutting-edge technology to deliver unprecedented performance capabilities with every pass through the course. Design your all-new 2026 Ski Nautique by going to nautique.com.
So, Tony, are we going to see you out there on the other lake and taking a rip behind the new boat?
Unlikely.
Well, right now we're watching Ty Kosek take a rip. This is 13 meters, 32 off for the American skier. It's our last male slalom skier of the day. Good looking start off a 1. Much better into 2 than the first pass. Oh, breaks over at the waist, Tony, at a 3.
Yep, but he's a strong kid. There you go.
And there we go. We got him through that 13-meter pass. A little bit shaky there off a 3 ball, but, still managing it fine. Still, these passes are kind of a warm-up for these skiers, so good skiing there. Way to stay over his feet there for Ty Kosek.
So, skier from the land of 10,000 lakes. That will be
Minnesota.
Minnesota, absolutely. Who's slalomed into 11.25 meters at least 4 or 5 times in the season. Has actually gone into 10.75 meters on a couple of occasions in the past season. What I'm reading to you is from the latest score that I have from him from 2024. So that being the case, he should be a pretty safe bet that he would make it at least a good fair amount of the way into 12 meters, or if not into 11 or 10.75.
Yeah, no, Ty definitely can run that 11-meter pass. We'll just see if he can. I've had a couple bobbles here, and it's nothing's easy, especially here at the Under-21 World Championships. We know the nerves are kind of kicked in, so we'll see if maybe he can get through this pass, no bobbles, and set himself up for a chance to take the lead as our last male skier of the day. All
right, here we go, 12 meters.
A little faster at the gate, Tony.
Horrid number 1. Getting round buoy number 2. He's making up distance all the way down the course, but he's not making this easy by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a fight from the start. He had too much speed when he turned in at the gate, Tony, and then you see it catch him at 1, and the whole time he's just trying to basically get to each buoy, and we see there he's got a lot of speed. So now when he goes to turn, the ski kind of stops on him, and then here off of 2, we see gets an actual decent turn there, but then it's definitely game on here.
He is right foot forward.
Yeah, we're just trying to stay over the ski at this point in time. There, he gets separated kind of early, gets a little late into 4. You see him lose his hips there to 5, and still managing and stays over it. So gets through that pass. Now we're going to try to shake that off, and now try to get a better start here at the gate and going into 1 and see if we can't get a start to get us down this pass.
All right, so we're taking our first view of our Japanese lead-off skier in the Women's Slalom Series 4, which is our next event, Marin Karatani. And going through the motions, just going through mental preparation before heading out onto the water. We're gonna take a few minutes of a break between the end of this men's slalom and the start of the women's one, so enough time for you to grab a refill.
Much better at the gate there, Tony. See if you can get a better 1.
There's 1.
Better 1.
There's 2.
Can he get outside of 3?
There's number 3. He stays alive. He gets 3 buoys. That puts him into a 2-way tie for the lead with Enzo Kristian. So right at the very last skier before we go into the women's competition, we now have a 2-way tie for the lead between Enzo Kristian and Ty Kosek. And here is how he did it.
Yeah, and a much better gate here. Didn't quite get as good of a 1 as we'd like to see, but still managing pretty good. Gets a really good 2 here, Tony, to get him. You see the ski kind of bounce. He stays over the ski, stays on it. Now here, I don't know how he jumps the ski out of the water and hangs on to that, but he is one tough cookie. and gets himself a full 3. And now him and Enzo are going to have to sit and wait and see how slalom goes tomorrow and see if maybe they can squeak their way into the final.
So an incoming student athlete at the University of Louisiana at Monroe, Ty Kosick. He'll be attending classes there in northeast Louisiana come the fall of this year. And but for the time being, at least, he's put himself in a decent position. May not be 100% certain if he makes it through to the final, but he certainly gave it his best college try, so to speak.
Yeah, and I got to correct you there, Tony. He's been at Monroe for a year. He is actually he's actually one of the team captains there at ULM. So, good to see our college kids out here competing, and good skiing from him.
All right, then. So before we go into the next event, which is the Women's Slalom Series 4, let's have a look at that bright, shiny leaderboard in the men's competition before we go into the next series, which will complete the slalom event tomorrow. Enzo Kristian and Ty Kosick, two-way tie for the lead. With 3. We've got a 3-way tie for 3rd between Matteo Chico, Fletcher Green, Elliot Westland, and Santi Berentius. 2-way tie for 7th between Easton Graves and Pablo Avera. Harley Coster in 9th, Jason Stegman 10th, Jacob Chambers 11th with 5, and 3.5 on 12 meters rounds off the top 12 for Oscar Domino. And that kind of gives you an idea of where we are scoring-wise and what it could potentially be needed to make it through to the slalom final. So, we're going to go into the Women's Slalom Series 4. We're going to go into a simulation pass up and down. And here is the start list for Women's Slalom Series 4. We see Marine Karatani of Japan, our lead-off skier, followed by Emma Goldstein of the United States. Then we have 2 Colombians, Martina Pedrita and Daniela Verschweibel. Then 5th skier off the dock is going to be Juliana Cobo from Mexico. Then Nelly Schultz of Germany, and also from Mexico, Martina Font. So far so good. We'll see what the women can do.
So what do you think the cut's going to be here, Tony, for the lady skiers?
I think it's probably going to be somewhere around about maybe 2.5 on 12.
Yeah, that's what I'd kind of been looking. I'm going to call it. It's going to be 3.5. I think two's going to. There's going to be a lot of girls that can get to 2, but if you really want to set yourself up and give yourself a good chance, I think you're going to have to get a piece of 3, probably a full 3, maybe even get over to 4. So we've got a pretty good stacks, competition here. But yeah, I'm going to call 3.5 is what our cut's going to be.
And it took about that much to decide the women's top. Seeing what transpires. Thank you very much for doing so. And for those of you that are watching with their friends and watch parties, so to speak, then go to waterskibroadcasting.com, take a photo, upload it, and we'll put you up on the screen.
Yeah, that's definitely a cool feature that we've added here, and it's kind of fun to see how everybody else is watching these.
Upload it, and we'll put you up on the screen.
Yeah, that's definitely a cool feature that we've added here, and it's kind of fun to see how everybody else is watching these championships, whether it be at your office, in your car, at home with your friends. But we love to see where you're watching and how you're watching.
All right, so here we come. We've got our first competitor to go. I believe the minimum starting speed is 55K.
Yeah, no, 55K for for the ladies and 58 for the men. So the minimum start speed here would be 55 at 18 meters.
Yes, indeed. All right, let's see what transpires. Marin Kurotami of Japan. Oh, getting into... Oh my... What the...
Yeah, and just you kind of see her. She got a little unbalance off her ski and had a little bit of a slack hit. Looks like she's
I'm glad
okay.
she's all right.
Yeah, that was that had potential to be a tough one, but going to be a bit of a bummer there for our first skier, unable to make it to her first pass. You see, she was a little bit faster at the gate, Tony. She was late, and
a straight path into number one.
Yeah, and then right there you just see she squats in the back and then gets pulled out the front, and yeah, good thing she's okay. I know I rode the boat the other day when she was practicing a jump, looked really strong in the jump event. So it's really nice to have the the team of Japan here competing at these World Championships. And
yeah, especially as many of their top skiers were unable to compete a few seasons back due to the whole COVID epidemic, and they really closed down everything pretty hard in that part of the world. All right, then. So moving on from the land of the rising sun to the United States of America, Emma Goldstein is our next skier to take to the water.
And Tony, I will tell you something that I noticed at the opening ceremonies. She might be the tallest skier that we have here all weekend. For sure, the tallest of the lady skiers, but definitely up there for maybe one of the tallest skiers here of the weekend.
We'll see how that translates out in the slalom course. Now, normally height gives you a pretty decent advantage, but the flip side of that is that your center of gravity is a little higher than most other skiers.
Yeah, no, and I mean it's higher, but like they don't have to work so hard behind the boat. A taller skier kind of leverages the boat a lot better. So you tend to see the taller skiers be really still and kind of use that height to their advantage to, get the ski across course and, set them up for a good turn. So I'm expecting big things out of Emma. I know she's a strong skier, and one of the skiers, I think she skis at the University of Alabama. So another one of our college skiers that we've got here at this championships.
We'll see if any of her college mates are watching in. Greg Terry, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, he's always in there watching. We know that for sure.
And Courtney Arnold as well. All right, here we go. This is Emma Goldstein. Oh, getting in a little bit deep off number two now. She's really going to have to hustle here. Around 14.25 meters. And it would almost seem to me that 14.25 meters was probably one line length shorter than what she would be ordinarily be comfortable with in this instance.
Yeah, or I mean, the other thing, Tony, too, is she's second skier off in this slalom event and get a little bit of nerves. I mean, I know for sure you get to these big events, that first pass, it's just like we've got to get through this opening pass, and then they get to the other end, take a sigh of relief, and then can kind of get in and attack. So 14 meters there, got it down. A little shaky there off of two, but I expect her to come in and attack the course here as we go into this 13-meter pass.
All right. So far, so good. So let's see what she's got on pass number 2. I believe this is going to be on 13 meters. We'll double check on that as she approaches the course at 55 kilometers an hour, boat speed. Emma Goldstein, 13 meters. There's 1, there's 2, and there's number 3. She's letting herself get down course. Now, on 14 meters, it's not so critical, but on 13 meters, you've really got to be on your game.
Yeah, and Tony just not quite looking settled here today. You know, a little shaky on the opening pass, and in there, kind of the same thing at the start, just not really attacking the turns like we kind of like to see, and allowing the ski to finish. But, you know, again, gets through the 13-meter pass, so now we're going to have her coming in at 12, and, you know, like we were talking about a few minutes ago, we kind of think that cut's going to be around 3 or 4 at this pass, so we're going to expect her to get a really good gate and, you know, nice attack start on 1 and see if we can't get down this pass.
All right, as we see the tail end of the instant replay there from Emma Goldstein. There's plenty of support along the shore side and dock side as well. Here comes Emma Goldstein. 12 meters now. There's 1. Oh, a little bit out of the water there on buoy number 1 and just couldn't get the nose of the ski working for her at any time, basically on the entirety of that slalom set. I mean, she was struggling right from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, another thing that couldn't be into play, Tony, is the water's a lot colder than what she's probably used to skiing in, so ski probably not sitting like she'd like. I mean, I thought there she went a little bit long into 1, so you see her kind of get unleveled there and wasn't quite able to start the turn because she had too much speed, and you know, 1 at 12 is going to be all she's got there, but at least made it through those first 2 passes, you know, not quite looking settled and setting out a good, you know, bar score for the rest of our ladies that left to ski today.
And you know, the thing is, with 1 on 12 meters, it would only take maybe 1 or 2 subpar scores, you know, between now and the end of the slalom elimination round in the women's competition to maybe shift the balance in favor of Emma Goldstein in terms of making it through to the next round. It won't take much. And I think Emma Goldstein's obvious frustrations there on the shore side kind of mirror what we've kind of speculated with how she performed out there on 12 meters.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, just a little unsettled from the get-go, so you know, that kind of carried on throughout the set, and probably not quite what she was looking for here at the Under-21 World Championships. Still a respectable score, though. You know, getting into the 12-meter pass, that's our second skier off the dock. So definitely good to you know, see. At least we're getting to kind of where we're calling the cut nice and early, and we'll see what we've got moving forward.
All right, so next skier up, representing Colombia, Martina Pedrita. Okay, 18.25 meters at 55K. Again, quite a few messages. I mean, Emma Goldstein appears to be the catalyst for a lot of conversation going on with the live chat. Won't go too much into the details with that, but I mean, you can look for yourself by going to the TWBC YouTube channel and looking at the live chat, which is on the right-hand side of the webcast player. In the meantime, on 18.25 minutes at 55K, Martina Pedrita. Looking good and managing to get around all 6 buoys and just sliding away through the exit gates and getting ready for the next pass, which should be 16 meters. It's a beautiful, beautiful atmosphere here. Beautiful conditions. The surrounding trees certainly make for a wonderful venue here as we look at Martina Pedrita from Colombia get through the first half of the course, and second half looked pretty much a carbon copy.
Yeah, and strong skiing here out of the Colombian skier for this opening pass. So we take a look here, see the end of the replay, and nice strong opening pass here, looking nice and dialed. So going to get to shorten the rope up, bring her back in 16 meters.
Right you are. There's Diego, our boat driver, bringing in our skier into the course. This is Martina Pedrita.
You kind of see, Tony, she goes a little bit hard on the turn at the gate, and it kind of catches her out at 1 and 2, but now once she catches her rhythm,
a quick edge change.
Almost stuck the tip there going to 4-ball, but still staying over the ski, and there we go. That's 2 passes complete.
Wow. All right there, so 2 passes to the good. 16 and 14, 18.25 meters and 14 back to back. Or 18.25 meters and 16. She'll now attempt 14.25 meters on strength of what she did with this pass.
Yeah, and again, you just see she kind of went hard at the gate, had a lot of speed there to start, so we kind of had loose line off the first 2 buoys. Does all right here, but watch, Tony, when she makes this edge change, it's kind of quick, and that tip almost goes in the water. So, good job staying over the ski, not allowing it to go too far, and getting her way through this. So now going to get to attack this 14-meter pass here on the next pass.
An attack it she must do in order to stay in contention here. Diego Hernandez at the helm. Let's see what transpires. 14.25 meters. Boat speed 55K or 34 miles an hour. There's number 1 and number 2. Oh, nicely done off number 2, managing to hold everything that she was prepared to put into that. There's number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and indeed number 6.
Yeah, that 2-ball put her back in it, Tony. Kind of had a little bit of slack, a little slow off of 1, but then got a beautiful 2 and put her right back in the pass and got her set up.
That's right. Here's that gate shot into buoy number 1. Now let's have a look at this approach into buoy number 2. Oh, good angle, and managed to be in just the right spot there to take full advantage of it, Zane.
Yeah, and what I really liked is where she brought her handle to across the buoy. See, there it comes to like her belly button area, but at 2-ball, she brought it across her body to the outside hip, and the ski really turned, bit, and she had no delay off the buoy. So good job there. We'd like to see her do that a little bit at all the buoys, especially here on this 13-meter pass.
Right, and we see our next skier about to take to the water, Daniela Verschweivel, who's known primarily for her tricking ability, but we'll see what she can do out in the slalom course.
bit on the back of the ski there as we rotate in for the gate there, Tony. And
loose off number 1 and unfortunately unable to make a play on number 2, which means that her score is going to be 1 on 14.25 meters, and that leaves Emma Goldstein still in the lead on 13 meters. Or double. Yeah, that's on 13 meters. I do beg your pardon. So 1 on 13 meters. And
as we see here, the replay, she was a little bit fast on the tail of the ski, so not quite getting the ski to turn and not getting the angle that she needed to get a big 1 ball there and catching her out, not quite able to make it outside of 2. So going to leave Emma Goldstein in the lead, and we're going to move right along to our next skier.
That is Daniela Verschweivel, also from Colombia.
All right, and we've got Daniela up and behind the boat. I believe she's coming in. This should be 16 meters for her opening pass. Again, you see her with a little bit of speed there at the gate, but managing it through 1 and 2. Staying over the ski nice, just kind of filling out the water, getting dialed in for these later passes. And there you go. That's a good opening pass there for Daniela. All right, as we see here at the replay, she was a little bit fast there at the gate, so kind of rocking back, but not really bothering too much. See a little bit of loose line there off of 1. But now she gets the onside turn, and now we're back into it. So looking nice and dialed there. Got through that 16-meter pass, so we'll shorten it up and bring her in 14 meters on this next line length. Going to need to get through it in the next one if she wants to challenge the lead of Emma Goldstein with 1 at 12 meters. Right, and we've got that 50-second wait time is up, and we're pulling her around the turn island, and we'll bring her back in. This will be the yellow line length, 28 off, 14 meters for the Colombian skier. All right, as she pulls out wide on that ski nautique. Looking a lot better here as she turns in the gates, got her speed dialed in a little bit more. Little slow off of 1, but makes her way over to 2. Big turn there off of 2, kind of back into it nice and early into 3, and working her way through this pass. A little bit loose line off of 4, but looking good as we get outside of, whoa, got a little bit of slack there out of 6, but got through it. So that'll be unofficial 6 buoys at 14 meters, and now we're going to get to go to the 13-meter, 32 off pass. Going to need to run this one if she wants to put herself in contention, give herself a chance to maybe make the final. As we take a look here at the replay, much better off of 1. As we take a look here, see she's a little bit separated there going to 3, so causes that ski to run, not wanting to turn quite like she would like it to there off a 3 ball, and same thing there out of 4, but still managing it, stays over the ski. And then right here we kind of see she pulls just a little bit long and then doesn't really turn the ski. That's why you see the slack hit right there, but doesn't allow it to be too much. Gets out the gates, and now we'll bring her back in. This will be 13 meters. Daniela pulling out wide on the ski nautique, a little bit on the tail of the ski as we rotate in here at the gates. Let's see if she can get out of 1. A little slow out of 1, needs a big turn out of 2. Let's see if she can do it here at 3. There we go. We're staying over the ski a little bit down course, but working our way through it. Can we get outside of 6 ball? Looks like we do. There we go. And so that's your second skier through that 13-meter pass for the weekend. So we can kind of see she's looking a little unsettled at the gates down here from the dock end, but still doing all right here. Get a little slacked from that gate just where her speed's at. Now she pulled long into 2. You see the ski kind of dump on her. That's why it got a little shaky there, but does a good job there managing the rope. Gets a good turn. Kind of breaks at the waist, but stayed nice over her feet. There you see she ran with the boat quite a bit, so let the hands get away. Got off the handle a little early, but still not anything too bad. And then gives us a big pull over there to 6 kind of on the tail of the ski, but there we go. Gets the slack hit, and now going to give herself a chance to come in at the 12-meter pass. We know the lead is 1, Tony, but she's going to be shooting to go, want to get down this pass. We'd like to see her get at least halfway down and give herself a good chance to possibly make the final.
Yes, indeed. As far as she can get down on 12 meters is only going to help her boost the chances of maybe being a part of that 12 skier final. Here comes Daniela Verschweibel. 12 meters. There's number 1. Oh, and loose line into number 1, and didn't exactly help her cause, but 1 on 12 meters, that puts her in a 2-way tie with Emma Goldstein for the lead. So even at this early stage, a 1 buoy count on 12 meters for Daniela Verschweibel along with Emma Goldstein. Just never know. It could come down to maybe a runoff.
Yeah, and she was excited with that score, Tony, so I'm not sure what her season's best is, but that might be up there with it. So good skiing out of the Colombian skier and, putting herself into a tie for the lead.
All right, so looking at some of these scores that Daniela Verschweibel was able to produce, that was actually her best score of the season with 1 on 12 meters, so well done for her.
Yeah, well, then great skiing out of her. Made her way through that 13-meter pass and, got the full 1, got her in a tie for the lead. So, good skiing out of her.
All right, next skier up, representing Mexico, it is Juliana Cobo. And she'll be coming in on 18.25 meters at 55K. We're in bib 74.
All right, this is 18 meters, Tony.
All right, rocking and rolling. Oh, a little straight path into buoy number 1 here, and it's not going to bode well for her chance of making this pass even at this early stage. Skiing this narrow. And that's the thing with 18.25 meters. It's a relatively straightforward pass to run, but you can't overski it.
No, you definitely can't get too much angle or load up too hard off the buoy because there's the boat's not there to pick you up. So kind of a little bit you alluded to here at the gate, a little bit stiff, a little bit timid, but that's kind of how you got to ski this one. This one's probably just a warm-up pass for her, and now once we shorten the rope, we should see her start attacking the turns, attacking the pool a little bit sooner, and looking a little more settled in the pass.
And at the World Championships and the U21 World Championships, they don't implement the zero-based scoring system. In other words, you can't go in at a shorter line length at a slower boat speed.
Yeah, and that could be another thing that happened here, Tony. She could be used to starting at a slower boat speed with a shorter line length, and then now because of that rule, having to take a different starting line length or starting speed, and could make that first pass a little unsettled. But did a good job getting through it, and now I expect her nerves and everything to kind of be calm and much better here for pass number 2.
So maybe we can start that conversation off a little bit with some of our live chat viewers, if a bunch of you are in favor or.
Oh, Tony, and going down there off a 2-ball there at the 16-meter pass, that was a bit of a bummer. I thought she looked a little bit better at the gate in 1, and then just getting a little bit heavy off a 2 and not able to hang on to it.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably a good reason to actually have the zero-based scoring implemented not only on national level within the United States and certainly some other countries, but also globally as well. Because, I mean, slalom going in on 18.25 meters at 55K sounds pretty simplistic, but I mean, you just run the risk of over skiing the pass. Probably a lot better off, in my opinion, going in at a shorter line length, slow boat speed. You get accustomed to the line as you move out the boat speed, and it's probably a little bit safer as well, in my estimation.
Yeah, and I agree with you too, Tony. I think, you know, like if you start at 18, it's a totally different, totally different setup and swing on the boat at 18 meters than you would have at, you know, like 16 or 14. So I am a big fan of that zero-based scoring where you can start at a slower line length and you know, start at a slower speed with a shorter line length. I think that might, you know, correlate better than starting maybe at 55-18. But, you know, that is the rules for these championships, and so that's kind of how the skiers have got to adjust their ski sets.
All right. Oh, hello.
Hey, that's a good group of people right there for the watch party. I think we might have one of the best seats in the house, you and I, Tony. So, you know, make sure everybody that's watching at home join. You know, share your watch parties at waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party.
Indeed, get on it. If you're watching us, prove to us you're watching us. Here we go. Skier on the water is Nelly Scholz from Germany.
And I believe this is 18 meters, Tony.
Yep. That will definitely be consistent with what we're seeing right now, with the amount of width that she's allowing herself to get in order to run that pass.
Yeah, I mean, kind of what we were just talking about. At 18 meters, you got to ski much further behind the boat. You don't get to get up on swing up on the boat and ski as wide, you know, like you would at 14, 13, 12. So that's kind of what we were talking about. You know, starting at a shorter line length and a slower speed kind of allows you to still swing up on the boat, and they kind of correlate a little bit more together. But when we take a look here at the replay, she looked nice and strong here on this opening pass.
All right, looking at this again, handle coming up a little bit high. Almost as a little bit of a preventative measure from her, which would allow her not to overload the line and to overshoot the buoy, as it were.
Yeah, but I mean, again, managing it well. You know, again, these first passes are still a warm up for these skiers, just to kind of, you know, get a feel of the lake. You know, again, we've had site familiarization, but still, the water level is down, so things are a bit different, and you know, still trying to get the nerves settled so that we can get a good score here.
Still got plenty of slalom skiing on the left. We've got the Women's Slalom Series 3 to come after the conclusion of Series 4. So 14.25 meters on pass number 2, but making a meal out of that one at about the 2/3 the way portion of that course, but she had enough within her to actually make all 6 buoys on that pass.
Yeah, it got a little dicey there at the end, but take a look at the start here, Tony. Looked pretty good as she rolled in through the gate. Let's see what one ball. See, got a big turn there on one ball, setting herself up. Another good turn here off of 2. So those first 2 buoys are kind of what built her some room to you know, have a few bobbles here at the end. 3 ball was still pretty good as well. It's right here where we kind of start getting out of shape. See the hands. She didn't bring the hands back to her at the finish of the turn, so kind of loses her butt off the turn, gets pulled up, but gets outside of 5, gets a good pull over to 6, and there you go. That's 6 buoys at 14 meters, so we'll be bringing her back in at 13.
Okay, looks like we got the McClintock ski school watching us all the way from Ontario.
Yeah, shout out to the crew over there, and looks like they've got quite a bunch there sitting there watching the Under 21 World Championships that we're broadcasting.
I don't see Jason though.
He's probably in the boat, you know, having to work.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here we go, folks. Nellie Scholes was actually and tried to stretch towards the handle, try and get it in, but nothing was doing there.
Yeah, and that was a little weird there off of one, Tony. The ski kind of bit, but I still thought she was in good shape, but maybe looked like she missed the handle with her hands or something, you know, with the handle that caused her to drop it there, but we'll have to.
And the gate is under review as well, and let's have a look. Very close to the right-hand gate ball, but not enough to convince me to score her a no gate on that one.
Yeah, that was definitely close on the gate. We'll have to see. Maybe we've got a different view here, Tony. This will be where we can really see it.
Okay.
And that was close, Tony. I'll have to wait. I'm glad I'm not a judge to make that call.
Brought the handle up a little bit high, and that just stopped the ski cold.
Yeah. So we'll wait to get confirmation there on the gate. I know she probably wanted a little bit more. Not sure what her season's best was, but and we're just getting confirmation that the gate has been pulled. So that'll be a score of 0 at 13 meters there.
0 at 13, no gate on that pass for Nellie Scholes. As we now work our way towards our last skier in Series 4, a women's slalom elimination round. It is going to be Martina Font.
And conditions are awesome today, Tony. It's nice and sunny. Got a little bit of wind, but
oh, hello.
It is perfect. Oh, we got another watch party in, Tone.
Yep, and it looks like she's wrapped her warm for the winter in Western Australia.
Yeah, no, unfortunately for them, they're not enjoying the warm weather like we've got in shorts and a T-shirt. She looks like she's experiencing some cold weather.
I didn't know they wore bubble hats in Western Australia, even in the winter.
I didn't know it got that cold in Australia, even in the winter, Tony.
Yeah. So, speaking of relatively cold places during the summer, how about Denmark? How's that experience been treating you?
Denmark's been good. You know, it's definitely the weather is bipolar. We'll get 3 days where it's really nice, and then the fourth day we're definitely going to get rain, and it's going to be kind of chilly. But I've enjoyed my stay at Valensbæk, skiing in Copenhagen and skiing with the Danish team. It's been a lot of fun, and I know they're all excited to get here and get warm weather. I think our first day when we practiced, it was a little bit more like a Danish summer day. We had some rain and it was kind of cold, but now we're getting to experience the really warm weather that Canada has to offer.
All right then, so Martina Font getting ready for her first pass, which is going to be on 60 meters. Now Martina Font, she's involved with the 2U nutritional bar setup, and we thank those folks indeed for providing us with the 2U nutritional bar skier of the day prize during the Waterski Pro Tour season. So Martina gets through 16 meters and normally skis over in Winter Garden in Florida.
Yeah, we take a look here at the replay. A little bit shaky here in the start, Tony, but as we got further down the pass, you could see she started to get a little bit more confident in her skiing, and I think a lot of it's just kind of shaking those nerves off. We are at the Under 21 World Championships, and there's a lot at stake here, so looking good as we get to the back half of this pass.
Just trying to get that good balance into her pre-turn and making sure that she just has enough turn and enough direction to keep her upright on the slalom ski. That was 16 meters, and 14 meters we'll see what she's got. Nice contact shot there.
All right, 14 meters here.
Here we go. 14.25 meters. 28 off for those of you watching us from the United States. Oh, dip of the head there off number 2. Good to go round number 3. Working away round number 4. What has she got? Round number 5. And on 14.25 meters, she just about manages to snatch that one away.
Yeah, and I mean, Tony, we'll see on the replay here, she doesn't quite get as wide at the gate as I would like to see her do it, so she's kind of narrow from the start, so you start seeing her run with the boat at the beginning, able to keep her steam up there and get through that pass, but now we'll have to shorten the rope up and bring her into 13 meters. As we see here, a little bit narrow there as we turn in. And then just the course down the lake is kind of running with the boat the whole time. So that's kind of why at the end we saw it get a little shaky, but still she managed pretty well, stayed over her ski, didn't allow the ski to get out from under her, giving herself a chance to fall and, making her way through this pass.
All right. So keep in a good position from one side to the next. 14.25 meters, a successful run. Now 13 meters comes into play. Now, if she can get through 13 and a good portion of the way down 12, then things can start to get interesting.
See if she can get a better gate here, Tony, for this 13-meter pass. Still a little bit narrow there.
There's one, a little delay off number 1, round buoy number 2. Unfortunately unable to ski much beyond buoy number 2, which will give her a score of 1.5 on 13 meters. Which still leaves a two-way tie for the lead, courtesy of Emma Goldstein and Daniela Verschweifel. 1 on 12 meters is the tie for the lead between those two skiers as we round off Women's Slalom Series 4. Handle up high off number 1. And couldn't do much to bleed off the speed and execute the turn as well. And 1 1/2 it's going to be. All right. So that concludes this series, Series 4. We'll have the leaderboard up shortly. Our first leaderboard of the women's slalom. What else do you see here, Zane?
Yeah, I mean, Tony, you just kind of see that narrow gate causes her to kind of run down, and so her speed is moving down course, not quite swinging up on the boat like we would like to see, but, still getting out of 1. That's kind of what caught her, was just not enough width at the gate. So we take a look there. You got the Australian team down there having fun on the bank down at the skiers' viewing area.
Wrong type of football, though.
Yeah, I think they were struggling to find a rugby ball here over in Canada. I'm not sure that's the...
Or an Aussie rules football.
Or, yeah, that's the same. But I watched one of them walk down the lake and was bouncing that football just like an Aussie rules football would, and he was doing it perfect. So I don't really think the shape of the ball really bothers him too much.
No. All right, there, Emma Goldstein and Daniela Verschweifel hold a two-way tie for the lead. Martina Font with 1.5 on 13 meters is there in third place. Nelly Scholz with 0.5 on 13 is in fourth. Martina Pedrita with 1 on 14.25 meters. Juliana Kobo with 1.5. And Marina Kuratani from Japan, 1 buoy total. All right, so that concludes Series 4. We'll go into Series 3. Just enough time for you folks to get your drink refilled or to find a more comfortable seat, because we're going to go into Women's Series 3 very, very soon. And we'll be back right after this.
My name is Thibaut Dalen, and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today, I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world-famous waterski hotspots.
everybody. I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets on. Inside, next around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and that's
large.
He's here to put up in front. Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
We are moving on from Series 4 to Series 3. The last of our slalom divisions taking place today. Jada Sweeney will be our lead-off skier. Jessie Shute from Great Britain. Emily Wenzel, Marie-Lou de Vergier, Lily Dest, Molly Lee, Carly Bonham, Maisa Jakobsen, Holly Lucive, and Leonore Bernier. Now, let's have a look at our first competitor out. 16-meter opening pass for Jada Sweeney. Now, Jada Sweeney coming to us from Australia. believe specifically from the state of New South Wales. A little bit down course off number 4, but manages to get around number 5 and just settles in enough to make it through the opening pass. That's Jada Sweeney, who has been training in recent weeks over at Bennett's Waterski School over in Zachary in Louisiana. Has been working hard in all 3 events, especially the jump event, to get her competitive up against the world's best. And certainly looking pretty strong out there on the slalom course. Getting a little nervous out there on the slalom course, it has to be said, but managing to slide her way through that run. We'll see if she settles down enough to be able to run through 14.25 meters as well. New driver is Greg Badal, our chief driver here at the U21 World Waterski Championships for 2025. So let's have a look and see as the boat straightens up the Nautique by Correct Craft on the waters of the world since 1925 and celebrating their centennial year. Here we go, folks. This now is Jada Sweeney. Settles in round number 1 on 14.25 meters. All the nervousness that goes with running the opening pass seems to have settled down, and running that second pass with the kind of technique that she's been working on over in Bennett, and looking very, very strong out there on pass number 2. We'll see what she can do on pass number 3. It's going to be 13 meters. Good number 1, just managing to get that turn backsided enough and just leans in enough just to keep the line tight and to keep her direction going, just to maintain a good, solid rhythm. Nothing about that pass that says overpowering at all, but managing to get through that run. And certainly, so far, Jada Sweeney this season, not without its challenges, of course. During some of her early time at Bennett, had some slalom ski technical problems that concerned the fin, but she managed to get that replaced and managed to get back into right performances. Here we go. That's 30 meters. Pulling long on number 3, round number 4. But can she make it across the wake to number 5? Not quite, but 4 on 13 meters for Jada Sweeney. Not looking too bad for the most part. And Jada Sweeney with that score of a 3 on 30 meters, that should be good enough to put her into 3rd at this time. Little loose into number 2, but still managing to continue skiing and battling hard here. 13 meters for Jada Sweeney. A little loose and a little off balance, and unfortunately unable to make a play on number 5. But Jada Sweeney doing well. 3 on 13 meters, putting her in 3rd spot. So piloting the towboat in this instance, Greg Badal. The chief driver, as a matter of fact, is Nigel Sparrow. A quick correction there. Looking good for the most part. All right, so we're back at the dock, and our next skier to take to the water should be Jessie Shute from Great Britain. She's wearing bib 141. And she is going to be starting in on 14.25 meters. All right, let's see what she has. A little bit of an early pull out for the gates, and means that she's behind the boat a little bit more than she would have liked. Not too much in the way of a glide, but she's in the course right now, and now she's going to have to work a little bit harder to get outside the buoy line on 135, but managing to get the job done nonetheless. So, Jessie Shute from Great Britain. She's... So it looks like we've got another one of our watch parties joining us, Michael Sprang. Thanks a lot for contributing your photo to our global watch party, waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party. And check that out. The one tournament that I see a record for Jessie Shute a little bit earlier on in the season, she managed to get half a buoy on the 12-meter line, so she's definitely a highly capable athlete, but needing something along the lines of 1 on 12 meters to at least put herself in a tied situation, along with Emma Goldstein and one other competitor, that's Daniela Beschweivel. Bit of an early pull-out once again for the entrance gates, but this is 13 meters. Letting herself go down course a little bit. Wow, she had made contact with the line off number 3, but she still continues to ski, and she's hanging tough all the way through round number 6 and through the exit gate. Oh my word. So Jessie Shute doing a fine job out there, getting through 13 meters. That already supersedes her second best score of the season just by the sheer fact that she ran the pass and getting ready for 12 meters coming right up. Now let's have a look at this off number 2 into number 3. Getting around number 3. Oh, she did make contact with the line, and how on earth she was able to stay upright is a remarkable feat in itself. Oh, my word. She's round buoy number 4 and 5 and skis long to get into buoy number 6. So Jessie Shute, miraculous effort there to get to 12 meters. Let's see how far she can get down 12 meters. She can get more than 1. She'll take the lead, and then it starts to get interesting. A constant edge pull out here for Jessie Shute. There's number 1. She ties with the lead. Now she gets a piece of number 2. She takes the lead. From Great Britain, that's Jessie Shute. Looks like the boat is calling 1.5, and I would probably subscribe to that. 1.5 from the boat, and we'll see what the score is finally from our officials. Taking a hard hit off buoy number 1. Yeah, and the ski was plenty outside buoy number 2, so it does look like 1.5. And Jessie Shute, with 8 skiers remaining in the Women's Slalom Series 3 competition is concerned, is now taking the lead with 1.5. Little flat-footed into number 2. Couldn't get the ski to turn as much as she would have liked. But there you go. That is Jessie Shute from Great Britain with 1.5 on 12. Boat making its way back to the dock, and Emily Wenzel is coming up next. There we see her. So as Jessie shoots, makes her way out the water, we will see who is coming up next. It's Emily Wenzel from Germany. $14-meter start. So Emily Wenzel, who recently competed in the Junior Canadian Open not too long ago over at Slalom Park. Slalom into 12 meters in 2 out of the 3 rounds. Looking to see if she can't replicate that kind of form this time around. The 2 scores that she got into 12 meters were a 1 and a 2. We'll see what she's got. There we see former junior world overall champion Stefan Wild on the dockside, keeping things in check for the German team. So looking at the tail end of this pass, a good little bit of counter rotation into buoy number 6. Right foot forward skier there for Germany. That is Emily Wenzel. Marie-Lou Duverger of France getting herself ready to go. Decent pull out, keeping the line tied into a gate shot into buoy number 1. Keeping the ski out in front. Oh, and tries to make a play on number 4, but unfortunately coming up narrow. So it looks like it's going to be a 3 buoy count. 3 buoy count on 30 meters on the return pass for Emily Wenzel. I don't know quite what happened there, but one moment she was making up some ground on the course, and the next she was inside buoy number 4. Let's have a look and see. A little bit of slack line, which didn't exactly help with her line tension going into number 1. Made problems even worse going into number 2. And almost the same kind of turn compared to number 1, and she tried to make a play on 4, but the edge change just wasn't there at the right time. So, still in the lead is Jessie Shute with 1.5 on 12 meters. And we'll see what transpires going forwards. All right, coming in on 18.25 meters. This is Marie-Lou Duverger. 55 kilometers an hour, the boat speed, though. Little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump on our approach to buoy's width. So we got to Philip Shue with his watch party. Thanks a lot for sharing that with us, sir. And if you want to be part of our global watch party here at the U21 World Waterski Championships, make sure you go to waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party. As we have a look at Marie-Lou Duvergier on 18.25 meters, making light work of that pass as she would be expected to do. So the boat's making its way around the South Island, and now working its way towards the north, towards downtown Calgary, the Blue Sky City. Here we go. This now is Marie-Lou Duvergier. Keeping an eye on things here, just trying not to overexert herself on these earlier passes. That was 16 meters at 55K. And a remarkable effort there from Marie-Lou Duvergier as she works her way now to 14.25 meters. So some good rhythmical skiing from one side to the next. Marie-Lou Duvergier from France, who ordinarily trains over at the Stade Pitrot, which is not too far away from Lacanau Beach in the western part of France. Here she comes. As we take a look at the activity going on the Bow River, which is adjacent to our facility. Marie-Lou Duvergier approaching the course on 14.25 meters. Entrance number 1. Drives the tip of the skiing hard off number 2 to maintain cross-course angle. Looking good. There isn't too much to pick apart on that run. It looked exquisite from one end to the other. All right, working our way through this slalom event. We've just seen Marie-Lou Duvergier get through the opening 3 passes, 18, 16, and 14. Now getting ready for 13 meters. All right, here we go. There's number 1 for Marie-Lou Duvergier. There's and going down hard there on buoy number 2. So that's going to give her a score of 1.5 on 30 meters. I believe she's an overall competitor, which means that score there probably isn't going to help her along too much. But 1.5 on 13. Everything looked pretty good up to this point, but reached in with the outside hand towards the handle and left the ski behind, and that resulted in that fall. So that is Marie-Lou Duvergier. All right, so working away to skier number 6, Molly Lee from Great Britain. All right, here we go. Molly Lee from Great Britain. Let's see what she has. Entrance number 1. This is 16 meters. Keeping the tip of her ski nice and low in the water here to allow for it to generate cross-course angle, the kind of angle that she needs in order to run that pass of 16 meters. So it is 6 buoys there. 14.25 meters is coming up next. Okay, so as we continue on, bit of a mistake on my part. Lily Dest is actually on the water, both from the same country, mind you, Great Britain. And Molly Lee is coming up next. But Lily Dest is on the water at this time, and she's run through 16 meters and getting ready for 14.25 meters. So another watch party coming on through. Electra Doma. Thank you very much for sharing that photo. Yeah, these are getting better and better, Vince, certainly. Make sure you scan that QR code if you want to be part of the Global Watch Party. Scan it and upload the photo. Here we go, Lily Dest. On 14.25 meters. Certainly puts a high premium on being able to get outside the buoy line and make a good approach on each buoy, getting the backsided turn. But that is Lily Dest. Lily Dest has made her way through 16 and 14, and now has an opportunity here to make a play on 13 meters. All right, so here we go. Let's rock and roll. 13 meters. Lily Dest. Entrance number 1. Oh, taking a hard hit there. Round number 2. Now she's going to have to battle here. Round number 3, and unfortunately unable to, not able to put herself in a position to ski away from that. So it looks like it is going to be a 2.5 buoy total. 2 1/2 buoys total there for Lily Dest on the 30-meter line. Gotten broken forward off number 2 and had a straight path into buoy number 3. Just wasn't able to hold on to that kind of tension on the rope on the tail end of number 3. So it is going to be 2 1/2 for Lily Dest. Next skier to take to the water, also from Great Britain, it is Molly Lee coming up next. So another one of our viewers, Matt English, has contributed his photo to the Global Watch Party. Thank you very much indeed. Still looking for some more, though, so make sure you contribute to the watch party. Waterskibroadcasting.com is the place to go. Okay, Molly Lee. I believe this is going to be a 16-meter start. 16-meter start, 55K. Entrance number 1. Almost a little bit too far broken over off 1 into number 2, but still managing to hold her own here. Molly Lee gets the job done. Round all 6 buoys there. That is Molly Lee. Looking at Molly Lee's effort there on the opening pass, and it looks like our watch party pictures are coming in thick and fast. Johan Schichter, thank you very much for your contribution. As Molly Lee gets up behind the boat and gets ready to hit the slalom course on 14.25 meters for the next run. All right, here we go. Molly Lee approaching the course. Here we go. 14.25 meters. Gets a good, beautiful start on buoy number 1. Allows the ski to fully rotate underneath the line. Getting good direction here off her 135 side, and it's looking pretty peachy right now for Molly Lee. She's through 16 and 14. Now she's going to have a crack at 13 meters. So grand effort there from Molly Lee, and we'll take a little bit of a look at some of her previous scores this season or even last season. Scores that she's had this season have mostly been into 12 meters. We'll see what she can do on the next line length, though. It is going to be 13 meters. So 13 meters is up next, 12 meters to come after that, under the assumption that she runs the 13-meter pass. Let's see what she's capable of. This is Molly Lee, and this is 13. Entrance, good start. Round number 2. Little twisted off number 2, but managing to still hold on to this. Round number 3 and 4. Round number 5. Does she make it? Round number 6. Molly Lee. A 6 buoy count on 13 meters. So already in the lead is a British skier, Jessie Shute, with 1.5 on 12 meters, and chasing her down is Molly Lee with her 6 buoy count on 13 meters and getting ready to have a crack on 12 meters. Our watch party still has plenty more viewers, including Pato Zohar, who's watching us, I believe, from Argentina at this time. Okay, so now waiting for that boat to line itself up. The line length is now 12 meters. Let's see what Molly Lee can produce here at the World U21 Championships. There's one. She's getting some good starts off one and good turns off 3 and 5. Unfortunately, unable to utilize that good turn round number 3. But her score is 2. It is 2 on 12 meters, which puts her in the lead at this time. So Molly Lee is our new lead skier with 2 on 12 meters. So good extension round that number 2, but carrying way too much speed off number 1 to really allow her to make a full and committed turn on that buoy. So she has to make do with 2, but that 2 is the new leader with less than half a dozen skiers to go in this Women's Slalom Series 3. We'll transition to the men's Series 4 tricks very, very soon afterwards. But in the meantime, on the water, representing Canada, it's Carly Bonham. Jacob Chambers, who's actually one of our skiers in this event, has his own little watch party going on. Here is Carly Bonham on 16 meters. Getting good angle and good cross-course width as well. It's looking strong out there and getting the job done on that opening pass of 16 meters. That is Carly Bonham. So it looks like we've got a few folks at the No Name Lake. And is that Chris Parrish in that shot? Yes, that is Chris Parrish on that shot. And they're all checking in the We got David Skirvin and Dennis and Dennis Phillips over there as well. So our gang there from the northwest, not too far away from where we are in Calgary in Alberta, Canada. Here comes Carly Bonham on 28 off for 14.25 meters. It's looking very, very strong for her here. Carly Bonham looking good out there, getting the job done. Carly Bonham, 6 buoy count on 14.25 meters. We see our next competitor on dockside is Maisa Jakobsen. All right, continuing on, and we've got some more watch parties coming through. Mitchell Miller, thanks a lot indeed for your contribution to the Global Watch Party. And we're here at the 2025 U21 World Waterski Championships being pulled by the Nautique. The all-new 2026 Ski Nautique's interior blends ergonomic design with sophisticated refinement. Every detail has been crafted with intent, embodying the Nautique's signature design elements that provide an elevated, luxurious feel and comfort without compromise. Visit nautique.com for more details as we see Carly Bonham into the course on 13 meters. A critical pass now for our female athletes in the slalom event. Little strung out there on number 4 into 5, but she manages to make it round all 6. Much to the delight of our Canadian crowd along the shore side. That is Carly Bonham with a 6 buoy score on 13 meters. So, our next skier on the dock, casting a rather lonely figure before she heads out into the water. That's Maisa Jakobsen from Denmark. And Carly Bonham out there representing Canada and coming in on 12 meters. Our best score that we've seen has been halfway down this run. Carly Bonham, round number 2, and unable to keep hold of the handle, which I believe is going to result in a score of second place with Jessie Shute. So still out in the lead is Molly Lee with 2 on 12 meters. As we see one more time the effort here from Carly Bonham. So yeah, looks like 1 1/2 there, 1 1/2 there for her. Or it could actually be a 1 buoy count, depending on whether she made full contact with number 2. Yeah, it looks like it is going to be 1 buoy on 12 meters, and that puts her in outright third at this time. So we'll have a brief look at the leaderboard if we can find that. As we've got Carly Bonham swims out of the way, and there is your leaders right now. Molly Lee on 2, Jessie Shute in second, and we've got a whole smattering of skiers on 1. Maisa Jakobsen on 16 meters, the orange loop. All right, and nicely getting that pass done. Looking good. Skier whom we will see prominently feature in the girls' jump event, or rather the ladies' jump event. So as we work our way down this list, we see Maisa Jakobsen get through the 16-meter line on this instant replay, representing Denmark. We'll have 2 more skiers to come before we round off the slalom for today. Then we'll go on to tricks, and then we'll finally bring you the jump event. Here comes Maisa Jakobsen. Yes, and nicely done there too from Maisa Jakobsen on the return pass towards the dock on 14.25 meters. Okay, coming in on 30 meters. There's one, and there's number 2 rocking on the back of the ski, but still able to achieve enough angle to get to buoy's width. On 30 meters, Maisa Jakobsen didn't get the best of starts, and unfortunately, the cascading effect of that means that she only gets 4 on 30 meters, 4 buoys on 30 meters. For Maisa Jakobsen of Denmark. A little bit of rocking motion on the back of that slalom ski. And getting broken over at the waist on number 4, and from there she had very little chance of making it outside buoy number 5. So it is a 4 buoy count there for Maisa Jakobsen. She'll ski for the dock, and that will complete her run. And in the meantime, getting ready for Australia, it'll be Holly Lucive. right, so 2 more skiers to go. Our penultimate skier is Molly Luciv of Australia. So a decent start off buoy number 1 and managing to keep rocking this pass. Certainly a very capable slalomer. I see scores on her record for this season into the 12-meter line. So we'll see if she is up to the task of putting the score out there on 12 meters. Her best score on that line is 1. Molly Luciv through on pass number 1, which is 16 meters to the best of my knowledge. Yep, 16 meters on the opening pass, and welcoming every single one of you here to the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Waterski Club, and indeed the 2025 IWWF World Waterski Championships in the U21s. So, just a reminder to you good folks that we're going to anticipate a start of 1 p.m. for the Tricks event, 1 p.m. for the Tricks event, which is in 30 minutes' time. Molly Luciv, and on 14.25 meters. Coming up short on the edge change into buoy number 2 and unable to get out to buoy's width. Now we're trying to determine if that ski actually made it on the outside of buoy number 2, and so we can award her the appropriate score. So we'll have a look at this angle here. This is going to tell us pretty much what we need to know. So it looks like it is going to be 3 1/2 here for Molly Luciv. 3 1/2 there for her. All right, so we're almost done with all of our slalom skiers. We've just seen Molly Luciv get 3 1/2 on 14, and now approaching the course for her opening pass. It is going to be Leona Berner from Austria. A 16-meter opening pass, trying to chase down the current lead scorers at the moment. Molly Lee currently in the lead with 2 on 12 meters. Jessie Shute currently in second place with 1 1/2 on that same line length. And then we've got a 3-way tie for third between Carly Bonham, Emma Goldstein, and Daniela Verschweifel, all with 1 on 12 meters. right, working our way towards the end of the slalom event, at least for today. Tricks event takes place in about 25 minutes' time. Here comes Leona Berner from Austria. All right, and Leona Berner seems to be making light work of that pass. Coming back, that was 14.25 meters. So Leona Berner in tournaments this season has competed in the Austrian Youth Championship, the Austrian Open, the Linz Open, and also the Austrian Nationals. In pretty much every instance, she's been able to get into 12 meters, but one pass stands in her way as so far as an obstacle is concerned. That is going to be the 30-meter run, and it will be coming up next. Here comes Leona Berner. Boat accelerating up to 55 kilometers an hour. This line length is 13 meters. All getting broken over a little bit on one or two of those turns, but she's still able to keep the ski running and keep everything moving forward. That is Leona Berner. So with 3 passes under her belt, she now is on the critical pass, the one that currently has the lead score, and that is currently held by Molly Lee of Great Britain with 2 on the 12-meter line. Currently in runner-up spot at this juncture is Jessie Shute with 1.5 on 12 meters, Carly Bonham, Emma Goldstein, Daniela Verschweivel, and those skiers that I mentioned are all in a 3-way tie with 1. And that is for a 3rd place. All right, boat accelerating up to speed. Leona Berner of Austria. Rolling in, getting round buoy number 1, taking a big hit there. Round number 2, she gets 2. She's round number 3 and takes a dive out towards the front. I believe she has enough for the lead, but that could have been quite a dangerous set of circumstances there for Leona Berner. Trying to hunt down the current lead score of 2 on 12 meters, which is currently held by Molly Lee, who I suspect has just seen her lead score be relegated down to 2nd spot at this time. But brought the handle up high, going across the wakes. Did she make it round buoy number 3? We'll find out from our officials. At the very least, she'll have 2. The main cause for conjecture is how they interpret the attempt on making it to round buoy number 3. From what I understand, it is going to be 2.5. And that being the case, that will vault her into the lead. That will put her in the lead by half a buoy. So, and that will conclude the slalom event for the time being. We'll go on to tricks. The tricks event will take place in approximately 20 minutes. Just enough time for you to grab a snack or two and grab yourself a comfy seat. Even bring another comfy seat into the same place to have a little bit of company. But here's the women's slalom leaderboard. Leona Bennell with 2.5 on 12 meters. Molly Lee in second spot with 2 on 12. Jessie Shute in third spot with 1.5 on 12 meters. Emma Goldstein and Daniela Verschweibel and Carly Bonham all tying with fourth spot right now with 1 on 12 meters. And you can see the rest of the results by going to the live scoring. All right, we're going to take a little bit of a break for a few minutes. Just to remind you of the schedule again, we've got the women's tricks. Series 4 and 3, and then we've got the jump event. We're less than 15 minutes away, so grab your favorite seat, grab your favorite beverage. We're about to trick in a few minutes, so why don't you head on back in about 30 minutes or so as we continue on the 2025 IWWF World U21 World Waterski Championships, and we'll be back right after this.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kick it and go! On your mark! Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
All right then, folks. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and this is continuing coverage of the 2025 IWWF World Waterski Championships for the U21s. And just saw a brief look at the schedule where we've got tricking for a couple of series in the men's, and then a couple of series for the women's, and then we'll round off with the jump event. But here is our running order for the first trickers that we'll see in this competition. Dylan Wright from Australia, followed by Damien Eade of the United States, then William Shanahan and Noah Pollard, followed by Oscar Domino. And those are our first 5 skiers. So we've had some pretty decent skiing so far in the women's and the men's competition. They're poised to be an absolutely barnstorming event with some great scores in the offering within about the next day or so. But we're waiting on the tricks event to take place. A men's Series 4 running order we just saw right there. We're just allowing the boat to make its way up and down and perform the simulation pass, as it were. So, all right. So let's see what we got here. We've got a microphone. We got a headphones. We got a bottle of water. We got a cup of Timmy's. I think we're pretty much ready to go. Just waiting on the officials. And for those of you that are watching from around the world, make sure that you keep those photos coming for our global watch party that's taking place in conjunction with this webcast of the World U21 Championships. All right, so first skier up is going to be Dylan Wright. So Dylan Wright from Australia has already skied a fair amount this season. It's been at events such as the Australian Nationals, the Aussie Kiwi Challenge, Moomba and Junior Masters, the state titles over, I believe, in Western Australia, and also the Junior Masters over at Stony Park. And looking at his trick performances, they've been varied. Nigel Sparrow is our boat driver here, and he will signal to the officials whenever the boat gets past a certain point, and then one more point. So passing through the green right now. Passing through the red, and there we go. Dylan Wright, one trick to the other. As I was about to mention, his best point score has been 21.50. So Dylan Wright managing to make his way through pass number 1 of 2. So looking pretty good in the process. So looking pretty strong out there. Just keeping everything on an even keel. And looking at some of the points being put in so far, we should get a total very, very soon. And the total looks like it's going to be somewhere south of 1,000 points. Actually, not that far south. It's 990 points from what I'm able to ascertain. They're currently reviewing right now to make sure that everything is correct for Dylan Wright. So they're reviewing through the tricks at this time.
Good, Dylan.
So reviewing right now, 920 points on the handle pass on pass number 1. So Dylan Wright with 920 points. Which, judging by some of the results that he's put forward in recent times, 920 points would suggest that he gets the majority of these tricks on the handle pass. We'll see what he can do with toe tricks. I think that probably answers any kind of question in that regard. But 920 points at the very least on pass number 1. And I think he gets one trick on pass number 2. It'll be the toe back. So a little over 1,000 points will be the committed score there. It looks like we're continuing to judge and getting the points total. The judges are going to figure out whether he fell as a result of the going back to the front or whether it was the initial trick that did him in. So it looks like it's going to be 200 points for the second pass. And that being the case, it is going to be 1120, 1,120. Yep. So we surmise that is going to be 1,120 when all is said and done. And yes, it is committed to that total. 1,120 points for Dylan Wright. So moving on from our first skier onto our next one. I believe it is bib number 142, and that being the case, that means that Damien Eade not showing up to trick. Instead, we have Will Shanahan of Great Britain. Will Shanahan, Great Britain, on his approach for pass number 1. Okay. All right, going through his opening tricks. This is Will Shanahan in Series 4. It's not looking too bad there with the surface turns. Tricks adding up all the time. Wake 5 front, which is 310 points, a couple of side slides in each direction. And joining me here in the announcing booth, I have the pleasure of welcoming Matty Gonzalez. How are you doing, sir?
Hey Tony, how are you? I'm doing good. Did my first round this morning. Slalom didn't go really good, but it's alright.
Okay. Well, I wasn't going to ask you about your slalom. I wanted to try and distance you away from that, considering what you did. But you mentioned it, I didn't. So, but anyway, let's talk about tricks. And we're seeing Will Shanahan out there. Looks like they're continuing to judge through these tricks. So far, a provisional score of 16-60, and we've still got a few more tricks to go. But so how does that look to you?
Yeah, that looks really good. First pass. Now I'm pretty sure he's going for a toe pass, maybe.
Yep.
So we have to see for the next pass, and then we'll have that score, hopefully.
Okay, and had to put his hand in the water there to stabilize himself after that wake 5. But we'll see about getting a score up on the screen there for you. But make sure you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel in order to be informed as to when our next event comes up live. And it is 1,660 now. How does that compare with what he's done in the past? That is Will Shanahan of Great Britain.
Yeah, everything credit in that run, and now we'll have to wait for the next run.
Yeah, absolutely. So 20 seconds of time are coming up, and Will Shanahan, as a matter of fact, this season his best score is 2,400 points. So he's a little way short of that, maybe about 800 points or so away, just a little under. So what is that? That's 760 points short of his personal best, or his personal best mark for this season. Toe wake back, toe wake front. There we go. A toe side, toe side. Let's see what he has. Toe back and toe front. Foot out of the strap. Oh, line back and line back, line front.
A couple of sides and to finish the run. That's really good.
That's simple as that, huh?
Yeah, I think that's gonna be like around the same score you use.
About 2,400 points, I would say.
Yeah, maybe more. Yeah. He looked really good on a toe ski, and then a couple of toe back, and then now I think he takes the toe handle to do a lean back. So we have to check the time. I'm pretty sure that's everything in time, and we have to wait for the judges.
Okay. He actually did toe side and the toe side reverse early in the run. He actually repeated it right to the very end just to make sure that he got it correctly scored. So that being the case, they're reviewing the tricks right now, and so far he has 850 points on his toe pass. And once we get everything situated and committed, it comes down to timing. I don't think timing's going to be an issue. He doesn't have that many tricks to fill 20 seconds.
Reverse toe side, no credit. It's like 130 points less, but that's pretty good for a toe.
All right, then. So we got a committed score of 25-10, and 25-10, that means that's actually his best score of the season so far. So well done to him in these World Championships, coming through with his best score of the season. All right, so what do we have? We've got, we've just seen Will Shanahan. We're now going to go on to another British skier, Noah Pollard. Do you have any information on him? Or
No, I think it's my first time I'm going to see him skiing, so I'm excited to watch.
Okay. It looks like you just kind of get a vibe from what he's doing right now that he's going to throw a flip or two in this pass.
Yeah, he does a lot of wake jumps. He's going to start with wake 5, wake go, a couple back-to-backs, wake back-to-backs and reverse, back-to-backs, wake. Oh, we're going to see wake 5 front, wake 5 back.
Oh,
and
now he's
we're
going to
see
do
a
it.
flip, yeah. There we go for a flip, and then he's going for a second flip. Oh,
and he stuffs it into the
Yeah.
wake. Yeah, I kind of get the feeling that he probably selected too slow of a boat speed, or at least he didn't get the up boost that he wanted in preparation for the second one.
yeah, and he was trying to go fast to put that second flip on the run. But that looks really good.
So this is Noah Pollard on the water at this time. And Noah Pollard is a skier for the University of Louisiana at Monroe Warhawks in the collegiate ranks.
Yeah, nice wake flip back, and then see the flip, and then he was cutting for the next one. He was
And he was actually signaling to the boat that he wanted more speed.
Oh yeah, he wanted to cut really hard. He was going for a double flip.
Maybe. Maybe that may be asking a little bit too much of him, but no, Pollard there. Not even too sure if that is indeed Noah Pollard.
Wake 5 back, no credit. Yeah, it's him.
So 1640 for Noah Pollard, 1640 for Noah Pollard. The only trick that was missing there was the wake 5 back at
310 points.
310 points away, and it looked like from some of our officials it's a combination of either pre-turning or a flat or not getting fully into the back position upon landing, so
Here we can see Nigel driving.
Okay, so Noah Pollard.
Oh, he's coming for a toe pass.
That's right. So Noah Pollard, who hasn't tricked that much this season, but his best score has been 28 to 60.
Oh,
and it's probably safe to say that through some of the tricks, this is obviously going to be something along the lines of a toe 5 back.
Yeah, he
tries.
Yeah, I think he needed a little more rope for that toe 5 back.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was a weird fall.
Yeah, and I think his arms going up and waving around above his head probably didn't exactly help his balance either.
Yeah, I think he lost his balance there, and it's hard to do it without balance.
All right then, so that is +0, which is 1640, which means that still in the lead is Will Shanahan. So in second place is 1740, 1,740. I beg your pardon. So in the lead right now is William Shanahan with 2510. We got one more skier to go. Wearing bib 80 will be Oscar Domino. And I don't know what Zane is wearing in the boat. He looks like Chuck Mangione. So there's your leaderboard. Shanahan in the lead for Great Britain. Also Noah Pollard in second spot with a 1740. And Dylan Wright in third place with 1120. So. All right, as we get ready. So, Matthias, how long have you been in this part of the world for in Canada?
I got here on Friday night, so I've been training. I trained Saturday and Sunday, so I got a couple sets here. It's different, cold water, but yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow.
Indeed, and you must be excited for some of the events coming up. You'll be in the Pan American Youth Games. They'll be coming up in Chile, in Paraguay in a few weeks, right?
Yeah, after here, I'm flying to Orlando and then to Paraguay, and then we have Worlds. So it's gonna be a couple tournaments, but
yeah,
it's right.
It's gonna be a very, very compressed schedule as we see.
The wood released.
Okay, we got to see that. We got to see this again. Yeah. Okay, so rather unfortunate fall here. Oh, the foot came completely off the ski there, and
he lost the balance there. It's impossible to do without.
Kind of impossible to do without the ski.
Yeah.
All right then. So that well, for Oscar Domino, that means that his falls on the first trick, which scores a 0. That would have been a ski line back had he have landed and skied that one out.
Yeah. Maybe he's going again for a hand pass. Let's see.
Well, of course you have that option if you fall anywhere on that hand on a previous pass and you feel that it's more to your advantage to repeat, then you do have that option to do so. Although maybe he should have gone with toe tricks, because if the release system on that ski isn't as reliable as he would like, then he might be putting himself a little bit of risk here. All right, so here we are at the 2025 IWWF World Waterski Championships for the U21s here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Waterski Club, and also the home of the Waterski and Wakeboard Canada Hall of Fame, which is being set up here on site, and they've got quite a few good artifacts to view. Containing a lot of information about the history of water skiing in Canada over the years. Ski line back to the front. He seems to have gotten through that portion. Wake back to back, surface back to back, surface O, surface 5 back,
5 front.
Surface O, wake up. Oh, he's going to try the flip.
Go.
Oh, and just coming up a little bit short there, but certainly a lot better effort on pass number 2 than pass number 1, and they're judging the tricks right now, piling on the points already as they're judging. The points are being added on, 1,410 points so far as they work their way through the judging portion of this. And what do you see here technically?
Yeah, that was really fast. Those surface tricks. We saw a week 5. Now we're gonna see a week co. Yeah, and now he was going for the flip. Maybe too much speed.
Or maybe just waiting too long.
Yeah, and then he almost got it. He was.
And I mean, he did that like a straight up backflip rather than a roll, because I mean there are 2 schools of thought. I mean, you could either do like throw the ski directly above your head, and whenever we teach people how to do flips and stuff like that, that's not the way it's taught. But it's being able to keep the 2 hands on the handle and edging away and keeping the ski behind you. But anyway. Looks like we've got a point score coming through, a 14-10 possibly, but here is the list of our next series. Albert Gross from Germany, Santiago Escobar, Elliot Westland, Ty Kosick, Harley Coster, Florian Paff, Danny Tiexador, Cristobal Miranda, and Jacob Chambers. Now, out of that, the list of competitors there, which ones are you looking forward to seeing trick?
I'm looking forward to see Cristobal.
Of course.
He's skiing really good. Danny, I mean, I have a lot of friends on that series, so I'm excited to watch them.
Yes, indeed. And sitting next to me, I'm Tony Lightfoot, and this is Matias Gonzalez, one of the world's top trickers. He's lending us his expertise for a few minutes, trying to find some shades, and plus I like talking to him anyway. He's a fun guy. So, all right then. So looks like we've got we're reviewing these tricks. We also have a little bit of an insight as to how these tricks are scored as they go through their review stages. And that ski line back, which is 330 points, looks like it's going to be a no credit trick there for him because his rope was in the water on that opening trick, and now on ski lines there has to be rope completely out the water in order for it to score.
See rope in the water. Two judges. Three judges. So rope in the water. So that's
it's got to be a majority decision, hasn't it? Your 5 judges, a majority rules in this instance. So looks like we're committed to a score of 1,060 for Oscar Domino. So here we go, Albert Gross from Germany. Let's see.
We're going to start with toes.
Toe wake back.
Front, toe sides, toe back. Now he's going to take the toe. He's going to do a lean back. Front, he lost control a little bit. Big lean back.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, that was a slow fall, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, and the ski came off, so
didn't exactly help his cause. But we've seen a couple of those moves where the ski actually releases. That's correct. Okay, so we're looking at these tricks there, toe wake. So we're looking at a couple of toe sides, about the 3rd or 4th trick on this run. Then he goes for the toe back and toe front, and now he's going to switch out there, losing a bit of time as a result. There's the line back. Anything you see here?
Yeah, there he lost a little control, so when you lose control before the next trick, it's hard to land the other trick. So, yeah, the weak line back.
How long has it been since you actually did line tricks?
I don't know. A long time. I think I didn't even do line back.
Yeah, you've never done line tricks?
Yeah, I think so. No, never.
Never?
I mean, I do it like right now just to do it, but not to incorporate. It's not that I practice lean back and then lane front, so
not to incorporate it into the run anyway.
I don't know.
That's kind of the reason why I asked anyway, whether in a past life that you did line tricks. But anyway, 850 points on pass number 1. Oscar Domino, just to confirm, his point score is 1,060. We should get a leaderboard coming up soon. We're incorporating that score among the others. Will Shanahan with 25.10 is the leader. Noah Pollard on 17.14 second. Dylan Wright with 11.20 in third. And Oscar Domino there we just saw with a 1,060 in fourth place. Albert Gross, I should say, 850 points on pass number 1. Let's see what he can do on pass number 2. So, given that he fell halfway down the run, now what would his thought process be here at this point?
There we go, 30.4 kilometers.
A bit of a high clip.
Yep. Front. Now we're gonna see a flip. Oh. Wait, go.
Not yet. He's not.
Look back. Oh.
5 front, and going down on that 310-point trick. And he was probably trying to give himself enough room at the end to actually edge out to do a flip.
Yeah, he was going for it. Let's see, back to Axe. Reverse. I don't know what he's best, but we're gonna try to see what his best score is.
So looking through these tricks for Albert Gross, 850 on pass number 1. And on pass number 2, we're looking at the tricks coming through. They are reviewing their scoring currently at around about 1,260 points in its review stage right now. So far as Albert Gross is concerned, with his best trick score coming into this event, I can tell you that Albert Gross has tricked a little bit better than that.
Yeah, now we're moving to Colombia.
Okay, so we're committed on that score of 960 points on pass number 2, which gives him a total of 1810. 1,810. So now let's work our way through to our next competitor, another a Latin skier that I'm sure you know, Santiago Escobar.
Yeah.
So you've seen him trick before, naturally.
Yeah, I've seen him before, a couple tournaments. So he's gonna jump today. He's gonna do all 3 events today. He did slalom in the morning, now tricks, and then he's jumping.
All right, we'll see how he gets along with that event. But in the meantime, let's have a look at the tricks. Set himself up on A2, about 26K.
We're going to see a toe 5 back, maybe. Let's see.
Holding that rope a little high, though.
Yep. Starting pretty late. Yeah, toe 5 back.
I think a partition spin there.
Yep. Let's go, Santi. Toe back, he's going for it. Front, a couple to sides. Yeah, and we're gonna see a toe.
Oh, nice.
That's really good. Yeah,
that's really sweet. But the recovery, not so much. Unfortunately,
looked really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if he can do that, he should improve his tricking quite a bit. Toe 5 back, no. I don't. Yeah, I think that was a partition spin on the toe 5 back. We'll get a little bit of an indication as to whether that's the case when we see the judges scoring. As a matter of fact, the judges in their judging phase have awarded that as a toe O, then a toe back and toe front.
Yeah. So yeah, toe 5 back. Yeah, toe 5 back. Maybe no credit. Yeah, toe 5 back, no credit. I don't know what happened on that toe, on reverse toe. He looked pretty good.
Yeah, it looked in very good shape, and looks like we're still in the review phase with the toe tricks, and if those points are a reflection upon the true total. They're going through the timing phase right now. Now that they've gone past the review phase, if the timing works out pretty good, then it should be a score of 1360 on pass number 1, and it is a committed score of 1360.
Yeah, now he's going to go for his hand pass. He's going to put some flips maybe out there.
Now, this is the first time that you've actually seen eye trick in action, at least from my perspective. I actually have a tablet next to me, and the scores come through as being in judging, in review, and committed, as well as the timing. And it also gives me a little bit of an indication as to how the judges are scoring each of these tricks and what points are assigned to them. So you're looking at this and you're pretty impressed with what you've seen so far.
Yeah, it's really fast. I really like when the scores are really fast because you know when you can change your run before you trick, you know the score of the other skiers, so that's really good.
Whoa, he's all over the place here. Now he's got to go for it.
Come on,
backflip.
He's going for a second flip. Reverse.
Almost got away with that one.
Yeah.
But he charged in a little bit hard there on the first flip, and they're going through the judging protocols right now for these tricks, and looks like it's the wake back to back appears to be okay. So does the reverse, and then he does the front to back. Surface back to back, who repeats the front and goes for the backflip, and that's what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, that looked really good, and now for this one, he almost got it. Yeah, he had time to do it, and
it looked like he shoulder charged that trick rather on that one. So it looks like they're in the review stage. They're awarding him at this juncture of 1,090 points, and if that is the case, then he should be getting a score close to 2450 in total. He didn't have that many tricks to contribute to that score on pass number. On pass number 2, I don't think timing is going to be an issue, so I would say that the score is going to be committed as 2370. 2370. Lost 80 points, as a matter of fact, in the review phase. So 1,010 points on pass number 2 added to 1360 gives him 2370. All right, so let's continue on. We go on from Colombia to Sweden. It's going to be Elliot Westland.
Yeah, he's going to start for the hand pass. We see some wake jumps.
Now, I wonder what boat speed he's got here. Yeah, it's good. It's going to be north of 30k. B2 Bravo 2. Ballast at 25.
Yeah.
Wait back to
we're gonna see flips.
Here we go.
This first flip.
There's one.
He's going fast.
There's
reverse.
2.
We're gonna see it back to front. There we go.
Nicely done. Front to back.
Oh, that's really good. We're gonna see a move. Yeah.
Oh,
close. Yeah, those flips were really good.
Yeah.
He was going for it. He was doing it fast.
Had to work very hard to make those flips happen because he didn't get an awful lot of elevation on those flips.
Yeah, back to back, reverse, and then wake front. There we see the first flip. He was going close to the wake, so that's fast.
It looks like our drone shot is getting close to the boat.
Yeah, that's really good.
good piloting there from Connor Pauly. As we continue to review these tricks one after the other, falling on a back flip, the mode back. We're past the review phase. After the review phase, we're on 2890. I don't think timing's going to be an issue here with the amount of tricks that we see there. I don't think he would have expended the entirety of the 20-second pass to do those tricks. So 2890.
Yeah, that's a good score for a first pass.
Okay, so as we continue right along, I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Matias Gonzalez, and we're watching these tricks as they're performed. They're being judged by iTrick. If you want to find out more, go to splasheye.com, or go to iTrick.ski. So Just waiting on our second pass, and
It's going to be a toe pass.
Yep, no doubt. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit here. I'm sure that's. I'm sure that you notice that on the starting dock whenever you get ready to trick.
Yep. It's like a crosswind, but this part of the lake.
Now he did a toe 5 as his opening tricks. Now there was. Now
Toe
I'm not
back,
too sure if there was a
Toe
gap.
back, toe front, a couple to sides, like always. And now he's gonna take it. He's gonna do it back. Ski release again.
Okie dokie. So another of those ski releases. I mean,
I think I have to check
what?
mine.
Oh.
I'm scared.
Yeah, I would probably want to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna check mine before my set tomorrow.
Check it tonight.
Yeah.
All right, so looking through the tricks as they're being judged right now. That toe 5 that he attempted was actually broken off as a toe O and then toe back and a toe back to back.
But that's still, it's a good score. We're waiting.
So falling on the line back at the end, which means he obviously doesn't get the point score for that. That would have been 110 points had he ever ridden that out. We're reviewing through the tricks right now. Currently, it's on 1160 on the review phase of the pass. He basically had everything scored up to that point, save for that attempt at the toe 5 back, which ends up being a toe O and a toe back. But looks like they're on the review phase.
Yep.
1360 so far. And we're holding the boat until the skier, the next skier knows the trick score.
That's what I like about the trick eye, that you know the score before you go in the water.
Yeah, which is always useful information to have, especially if you're gunning for a championship like you typically are there, Mateus.
Yeah.
So timing.
I think
Do you think that's going to be an issue, timing with the amount of tricks there? Committed 1360.
Yeah. Now we're moving to.
So 1360, total 4270. 4250, I'm sorry. So. So who do we have next? We have Ty Kosick from the United States. Skier that you know of?
Yeah. He's slalom in the morning. He did, I think, 3 at 38.
Something along those lines, yeah.
So he's gonna go and put a big score for the overall. I know he jumps really far, so he's gonna try to put big score in tricks to be on the top for the overall.
And if I'm not mistaken, Ty Kosick also represented the United States at World University level as well. We're competing in those championships in New Zealand earlier on in the season.
Yeah, back to front, normal flip, reverse.
Attempt to the reverse. I think that was a repeat of one of his other flips.
So he's going for it. He front and now. Oh, I thought it was going to do another flip. A couple of sides of finish. Oh, no.
Does he go for the front flip?
Front flip.
Yes.
Oh, that was close.
That looked painful. But there you go. That is Ty Kosick with pass number 1.
Yeah, back to front. Flip, and now he's going for the reverse.
The tricks are being judged at this point. I believe the speed in which the tricks are actually judged, I think, is like about 80%, I believe.
Yeah, 80% with the trick eye.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we have here. Better timing, I think.
Well, they're in the review stage at the moment, and then I think timing will become an issue because he actually made it all the way to the end, aside from this front flip.
Yeah.
So we're in the review stage at this time, and so far he's on 2260, Now they've got one more element to go, and after the review, and that's the timing. So still on 2260, and we'll continue to monitor the first pass score as we're looking at the second pass now for Ty Kosick.
2260 in the first pass. Now he's going for he wants a big score for the overall.
And going down about 2/3 the way down that pass, so he'll lose a bunch of tricks as a result of that. All right, so looking through these tricks once again, Matthias.
2260 in the first one. Now we're to see next.
So looking through these tricks once again, and falling on a pretty on a trick that produces quite a few falls at this stage in the progression of a trick skier. That it's either a toe into wrapping or a toe 5 front, falling out towards the back. And that was an actual attempt at a toe wrap in, so he falls on that. And at this stage in the judging, and it comes down to timing, which I don't think is going to be too much of an issue there with the amount of tricks that he's produced. Should be 1360 on pass number 2, and if that is the case,
3620.
3620.
Yep.
So there we go, 3620 there up on your screen. They're currently in second spot right now. In the lead is Elliot Westland on 4250 as we go on to our next skier.
Jaden Eid, I think, yeah.
Okay. So Jaden Eid with bib 84 is our next competitor. So you've seen Jaden Eid trick. How impressed have you been?
Yeah, I haven't seen him trick in a while. I know he slumps really good and he jumps really good too. But I'm excited to watch him trick.
We'll see if he can stay in contention for something like a top 3 position in the overall.
Yeah.
Because that could open up some opportunities for him going forwards. Wake 5 front.
Cool, and are we gonna see any flips? Oh,
well, we're not going to see any flips now, unfortunately. There for Jaden Eid as he drops the handle towards the end of to the 3/4 mark on pass number 1. I think he kind of partition spinned a little bit on that 5 back. It almost looked like he slid that trick round. But the Wacos appear to be okay.
yeah, we have to wait for the judges, but yeah, they're judging right now. Then here he missed the handle.
Yeah, he drove the handle into the wake. He drove his head and shoulders into the wake there for a Waco, and unfortunately wasn't able to ride that one out. So it looks like for him on pass number 1, it looks like it's going to be north of 1,400 points, 1,470 closer to. So that's being reviewed right now. And because of where he fell, I don't think timing is going to be an issue, I would say.
Yeah, the timing right now.
However, they are looking at some tricks here, such as that Wake 5 back.
There we go. Score.
And the Wake 5 front towards the end. towards the end. So 850 points it looks like it's been reduced to. So now he's looking for some serious points on pass number 2, and I don't think those points are going to be coming his way, unfortunately. To be fair, you know, because the second pass is toe tricks, and toe tricks do tend to score less than handle tricks. So if he was looking for a point score north of 4,000 points, he may be left wanting here a little bit. All right, here we go. This is these are toe tricks coming up here for Jaden Eade. We're in bib 84.
There's it. Oh, toe fight back to back, reverse, toe back. Just gonna toe back to back.
There you go, looking good. Oh,
front,
toe wake front.
toe to sides, toe. Oh no, toe back, and front.
All right,
good.
it's
Yeah.
probably fair to say that Jaden Eade isn't the most natural tricker in the world.
I think he did more in toes than in hands. We're gonna see.
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll have to check the.
But is
score.
it enough to put him into maybe the top 2, top 3?
I don't think so. We have to wait for the judges.
So the judges in the judging phase right now, they're looking at the tricks that they've adjudged so far after the judging phase, 1,540. But now it goes into the review stage right now to determine
17.
going through each of these tricks there. Now let's have a look at some of the tricks in the replay here. There's the toe-o. There's the toe out. And he's
toe back here.
And he has been very careful with some of these tricks, almost to a fault here. Because I mean, if you try and slow down your toe 5 front a little bit too much, it ends up being two toe 180 is the back and the front, or the front and the back, whichever. Now it goes to timing, which it does in this case because he managed to make his way all the way through on pass number 2, standing up. So it looks like we got a committed score on 1,740 on pass number 2, which gives us a grand total of 2,590.
Yeah, he's third right now.
So he tried his best to try and catch up to our top 3.
There we can see the leaderboard.
Yeah, there we go. There's Jaden Eade. He's in the top 3 right now. So yeah, but there is quite a bit of a point spread between him and Ty Kosick and Elliot Westland. In the meantime, we work on from the United States to Great Britain. This now is Harley Coster. Setting in boat speed up at 28.6, Bravo 2, no ballast to speak of. Oh, nice toe 5 back nice there. From one great trick, unfortunately.
Yeah, that toe 5 back was really nice. I don't know what happened there, but we can check it in the review.
And it is scored as a toe 5 back as well. We're looking at the eye trick right now, and they do award him a toe 5 back. He gets the toe wake back to back, the first one,
the reverse,
and the reverse one he falls on. So it should be relatively straightforward to give him a score of 680. Timing, moot point. So 680 on pass number 1.
And now he's changing skis for hand pass.
All right, so Harley Coster changing out to skis, going from his toe ski to his handle ski. 680 points so far. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Matias Gonzalez. So we'll see if we can try and get a few messages through here via our... We'll see if a few messages have made their way through on the YouTube live chat. And actually, I did ask some questions of you a little bit earlier. Had you have done a wake line back or a wake line front? Actually, your sister Josefina confirms as much. But for those of you that want to interact with us, you can do so on the YouTube live chat. To be able to do that, you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. That gives you the ability to be a part of the live chat and also be informed to the next time we go live. And the next time we go live after these championships is going to be the European Open, which will take place in Linz in Austria. Then we have a few days break and before we go on to the European U21 Championships in Wien. And then right after that is the big daddy of them all, the Open World Championships in Rocchetto in Italy. And we've got some major events coming up, including a pro event that takes place about a week or so after the Open Worlds in Rocchetto. And then we've got 2 pro events to round off the end of the season here on TWBC. So here we go. Harley Coster, wake 5 front. Wake 5 front, reverse.
Wake 5 back. Oh, that's good.
Now he's moving up from 31K to 31.6.
Going through back to front.
He recovers. Look at this. He's still there. He's still battling hard, and only as far as he was able to attempt that flip twist back. But a good effort, good solid try there from Harley Coster. Was under the cosh a little bit after tricking 680 points of 2 tricks on pass number 1. But putting some tricks together. We're in the judging stage right now, and as it looks like so far, it's got 2,050 points in the review stage. So that being the case, it will be just shy of 3,000 points if the review stage reflects the actual total at the end. So looking at these tricks, what's being credited and what isn't. The review stage is pretty much terminated at this time or ending. We know what the positional tricks were. We know what tricks are credit worthy. Because he fell on that pass, when it goes to the timing phase, it shouldn't be a problem. Looks like going through the review phase, it is a 1740. So we're just waiting on the final bits of judging in the review phase for Harley Coster. I think that recovery there kind of confused the scoring a little bit there towards the end.
There we go.
All right there. So now we go on to the timing phase. So 2,050, which means it is going to be a grand total of 2730 if everything shapes up. Yes, 2730 is the score for Harley Coster, and that currently puts him in 3rd spot. In the meantime, let's check out our next competitor from Italia. It is Florian Path.
Yeah, we're going to see Florian with the first pass. He's going to start with hands, some weight jumps right now.
I think he's probably made sure 2 or 3 times that his foot on his ski is probably secure.
30 kilometers. Ski line back.
Oh, a little bit of a recovery there on that ski line back there.
Too much rope, maybe.
Now, Florian Parf is
Oh,
wow. I was about to say a pretty decent overall skier, but Florian Parf, unfortunately, is in a bit of a pickle right now, having fallen about a third the way through on pass number 1. Fair to say that tricks isn't his forte, but we'll see him in the slalom and the jump a little bit later on. A skier capable of getting into 10.25 meters in the slalom course and jumping well in excess of 200 feet on the off the jump ramp.
yeah, I'm excited to watch him slalom and jump.
And he didn't use the wake. I mean, he just bounced that thing off the top. He didn't even hit the top. He just bounced it, and he got bounced. All right, so going through to the timing phase, and it looks like the score for him on pass number 1 should be 450 points. So 450 points, which means he needs to find about 3,800 points on pass number 2, and highly unlikely that he does that with toe tricks, unless he decides to do a repeat.
Yeah, I think he's gonna go for a toe run right now.
All right, so we're working our way down. We are about 3/4 of the way down this list in men's series of 3 tricks. Florian Parf. It's been picked up, and now we're making the turn. It's Nigel Sparrow, our chief boat driver, coming to us from Australia. All right, so we're continuing to monitor the situation here and now. We've got Florian Parf. He's decided to go with toe tricks, 29 kilometers, toe 5 back.
Back to back.
Toe 8 back to back.
Reverse.
Ooh, good
back
elevation
to back.
there.
Toe 5 front. Oh, that's good. He's gonna go for a toe 8 go. Yeah, toe 8 go. Toe 8 back. Front toe back. Toe 8 back and toe 8 front.
All right, he does it. So timing becomes an element here as he manages to make his way throughout. Oh, what?
What did he do? I don't know.
Out of course. So I want to see a replay of that if we have it. I think he wanted to try a trick that maybe 1 or 2 skiers in the world have ever tried.
Yeah, Tincho.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the toe wake 5 back reverse, highly risky.
Yeah, it is really hard.
Yeah, and risky.
Yeah.
But let's have a look at some of the tricks he produced. He actually tricked better with toe tricks than he did with hands.
Yeah, time back. Front to back. And now twig back and twig front. And now here.
All right.
Let's see.
So we're gonna focus on a trick that he did out of course here. 20 seconds expired a good few seconds before, and now he's gonna try. Oh, what? Okay, so let's have a look at the replay here outside of the course.
Oh, and the boat was turning. You can see the ski. Huh?
Yeah, and I think he was probably grateful that the ski released at that point. No, we don't want any more people getting hurt. All right there. So timing, that obviously is an issue because he made it all the way through on that pass. 29.80 committed as a score. 29.80 as a committed score. That gives him a total of 34.30. 34.30. And all 34.30, and all of these scores, including the additions at the end brought to us by iTrick. I'm not that fast with addition, trust me. This is a really, really big help.
All right, Danny Teixidor from Spain. I know he was in Orlando doing some practice before this tournament. 2 back-to-backs, reverse. He's going to go for toe 5 front. That looks pretty good. Toe to Waco. Toe line back. Back to back. Oh.
Ooh. Some good trick in there at that point. Danny Teixidor. That's how his last name is.
Teixidor.
Teixidor. Okay, just want to make sure. Danny Teixidor. Looking very, very smooth. But I would suspect that toe 5 back is probably going to be judged as a toe O and a toe back based upon what I've seen so far from some others that have tried the same trick and have come up short on the points that they wanted. And that's exactly the case. It shows us right here in black and white.
Yeah, toe 5 back, no credit. It says here. So it's going to be... Yeah, we have to wait for the judges. To wait, corner credit maybe. It says here, so.
Yeah, and falling towards the end there, and I believe, what was that, a toe wake line back to back. They're in the review stage right now, so
1580.
1580. And I think before he fell before the end, because he fell before the end, it was before time had expired, right? Or it's very close to one occurring before the other.
1930, first pass.
Okay, so they're still on the review stage. 1930. Now it's upgraded up, and now it's back down to 1,930 points. Timing, which one occurred first, the out of time or the point scoring? We'll find out in a moment, and we'll get the committed score of 1930. So that would suggest that he fell before the end of time.
Yep.
So 1,930 points, and now he's looking for about... somewhere around about 3,000 or so points, maybe a little bit less for him to take the lead away from Elliot Westland.
Yeah, now he's gonna go. He does pretty good ski lines. I don't know if he's gonna do it, but I've seen him. Oh, no!
Oh, and on the backflip, that's his first move, which means he scores 0. And unfortunately, his point score is going to stay exactly where it was after pass number 1. And that is 1,930.
I don't know what happened there.
I don't think he does either. I mean, that's illustrated by his frustration right there at just looking up at the sky and saying, what happened? You know, I mean, a trick that he does like 98 times out of 100 and falling on that, you know.
Right.
Anyway, that's the way the cookie crumbles, I suppose. Yeah, you've experienced it, a lot of others.
Yep.
Just got to wear a smile.
I don't know if you want it for just on the app a little.
There you go.
70 point, yeah.
All right, gotcha. All right, so I don't think we're going to have to wait too long before we send our next competitor out. I don't think they'll be judging too many moves on pass number 2. So I think we're pretty safe to go with our next competitor. Coming to us from Chile. Don't get too excited, Matthias. It is Cristobal Miranda.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch him. He's been tricking really good. I mean, jumping and slaloming really good.
And he's 11.
Yeah. So.
Which means he has about five more periods of eligibility for these championships.
Yeah, you have to see his hand pass. It's really good. You can see Tody on the boat pinning. I think he does like 6 flips, so that's really good.
Which is just as well because you're only allowed 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what's his speed.
It's going to be slower than yours, I know that.
24.3. It's not that I ski like it's
24.3. You can do that by putting the boat out of neutral.
All right, let's go with the flips. We can see the first flip, a little too much rope. Second flip, that's really good.
Look at this.
Back to front.
Oh, and he cases the wake and he's still on top. There we go.
Oh, let's go. He's going for it. There we go.
Vamos.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yes, and he's pleased with that too. You know, I mean, he would have liked to have put in two more flips, you know, to round off the pass. But you know, he has good perspective and a good feeling for what he's doing out there. Might even end up taking the lead at this point, even after pass number 1. Let's have a look at these tricks here, because I mean they're nothing short of impressive there, Matthias.
Yeah, that was perfect. That back to front was perfect. Now this back landing, he landed really good. That mob, maybe, yeah, he went a little bit too high compared to how he normally does it.
Or probably extended too much with his legs upon the landing, and the ski just got out of control. Had he have taken more of the shock with the landing on that one in a little more time, like he did with the very first flip, you know, where the handle got outside and he had too much rope. Had he have landed it the same as that, then he might still be on top of the water by now. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. Yeah. First flip, he landed too much rope, and he had to wait a little bit. But for the mob, I don't know. I've seen him done it really good. I think his PV, it's like around.
Okay, let's have a look at the trick manifest. All of these are flips. Well, aside from the first wake back-to-back trick, back-to-back, wake surface back-to-back, and then everything else is a flip, aside from the wake front and the positional. So far we're on
29-20 first
29.
pass.
Yeah, 29-20. So 29-20. Looking for something. All right, so Cristobal Miranda coming in on pass number 2. Toe 5 back, toe back-to-backs. Going through his tricks, toe 8 back-to-back. Oh, look at and he almost recovered out of that one. He got caught on the outside of the opposite wake, and as he tried to recover off the toe wake back-to-back. But I tell you what, this is some great stuff from an 11-year-old, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, that's really good for him. Have to wait for the judges. I think that is pretty clean. They're judging right now. Yeah, that time back to maybe he went a little bit too high. There we go. Yeah, he almost got it.
Ooh.
He's gonna be happy with that.
There are certain places on my body that are feeling that. I tell you. But good effort. He certainly put a lot of vigor into that one. So it looks like if once they finish reviewing, and because timing is not going to be a factor because he fell halfway down the pass, it should be about 3,800 points on the taking into account that the second pass currently being reviewed right now is currently at 880 points. So we're just waiting on the review to be concluded, and then after that, then timing. No need, obviously, because he fell halfway through, as you can plainly see with the trick manifest on the left-hand side of your screen. So just waiting here, just reviewing one or two tricks here to make sure that they've got the scoring absolutely correct. And okay, so 880 points, which means that the total is 3,800 points, and that puts Cristobal Miranda in second place right now. We're now going on to the final skier in men's Series 3 tricks, Jacob Chambers. And anything you know about him there, Matthias?
I think I've seen him trick a couple times, but I'm sure he's doing a lot more points right now. He's gonna start with a toe run, maybe a toe 5, 29 kilometers, A1. There he's waiting for a red buoy, and now he's gonna start. Toe 5 back, back to back, reverse, twig back to back, twig front, to sides, to back, toe. Oh, he's gonna go for a two-way co. That's pretty good. Pulling back.
Okay, stands up.
Yeah, that's important. That's what you need.
Yeah, absolutely. A good confidence booster, certainly going into his handle pass, which will be coming up in the next few seconds. But let's have a look at this attempt at the toe 5 back. Yeah, I think that's a toe 5 back, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. We have to wait for the judges, but I think that is a toe 5 back. They're judging right now, so
yeah, there seems to be an indication that that the toe 5 back may be subject to some scrutiny in the review phase. And they are going through the review phase right now as we look towards these tricks on our instant replay, including that toe wake line back. And after that, he basically stopped tricking. So I think he has a pretty good idea, a pretty good gauge of where he is in relation to time.
27:10, and we're waiting.
And we're just waiting on the final score to come through. 27:10. The timing looks like they pulled a trick on the basis of timing, as a matter of fact. So 25:80.
Yep.
25:80. So 25:80. Okay, so as we get ready to bring in
toe side, no credit. The second one is good. Here it says.
Okay, so as we bring in Jacob Chambers in, try and give us a sense of what Jacob would be thinking about approaching this pass. Now that he's gotten through pass number 1, what's his confidence level, and how does it manifest itself here?
He's gonna go for the mob, and maybe back to front, back landing. I know he does a front flip. Maybe we're gonna see him. Oh. Didn't do it this time.
Boat
He's
speed going
fast.
up.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. That's
look
really
at
good.
that. Sweet as you like. Ski line O at the end.
That is really good.
Yes, that's definitely going to do a lot of good, not only for him, but also for Team Canada. He's on the Canadian team in the U21 Worlds. And I tell you what, that is a big, big shot in the arm for the Canadians.
That was a nice front flip.
Boom. Not the cleanest looking trick skiing or the most stable by any stretch of the imagination, but he just gets the job done. He just goes from one trick to the next and doesn't stop until he either gets towards the end or he falls trying.
You have to go up and back. That's what you need. He
Indeed.
did it, and now he has to wait for the judges. But I think that is really clean. I know he's going. He's on the team for Junior Pan Games in Paraguay, so he has a couple tournaments.
All right then. So that concludes men's series 3 tricks. And and there you go. Cole Grant in the boat there, giving a good fist pump to his.
That is a big score.
Skier. Oh, it's going to be a huge score on pass number 2. I mean, notwithstanding the fact that we'd seen him
44.50 in the second pass.
Oh yeah, 44.50. There, it's in the review stage right now. If this point score on pass number 2 holds up, it's actually been reduced to 4,100 points, which should total somewhere close to 6,680 if everything holds true. They're still in the review phase, however. So we'll just have to wait a few moments to confirm the point totals. Looks like the points total is in its review, and we're just trying to ascertain the point score in its total.
There we go.
Still in review at this stage. And it's committed to 7,080 points as a total. 7,080 points as a total. 4,500 points on pass number 2 to give him that total. So our very last skier in this series actually takes the lead, and he's now going to have to wait for about, I don't know, like about 25 or 26 skiers between now and the end of the competition to see if he makes it through to the final.
I think that's gonna be close to the bubble score to make.
Okay, so we are committed on a score of 7,080 for the 2:22 passes produced by Jacob Chambers. So well done to him and well done to Team Canada. We'll move on to the women's trick elimination round in Series 3. But before we do, let's go on to the men's trick leaderboard. Jacob Chambers, you see right there on the top of the leaderboard, 7,080. Elliot Westland, 42.50. Cristobal Miranda, 3,800. Ty Kosick with 36.20. Florian Path with 34.40. The rest of the results you can see by going to the live scoring on the IWSF website. So some great skiing. Great to have you on board, by the way. And I do want to have the opportunity to ask you one or two questions about what you do out there so far as your tricking is concerned. But I mean, as we get ready for the girls' tricking now, whenever you get set up for a pass, do you think an awful lot when you're actually tricking, or do you go purely by intuition?
I don't try. I don't like to think about too much my run. I mean, I just wanted to go and do what I know how to do it. So yeah, I don't like to think that much when I'm tricking. And I think it works.
Okay, yeah, because you obviously trick so fast that you've got no time to think. Is that a pretty accurate assessment?
I mean, in toes, yeah, pretty fast, but in hands, I need a little bit. I need more speed to put an extra trick. I can put an extra trick sometimes when I go fast, but I wanted to do pretty consistent.
So, and one more question before I leave you be, unless you want to stick around for a little bit. But whenever you found out the result of Jake going over 13,000 points for the world record, whenever it was actually performed and to the time that it actually became ratified, I mean, what was the general feeling among the competitors? like yourself that competed directly against him, I mean, would you say, I kind of wish I had that first? He said, well done, or that, or what was your reaction generally?
No, I mean, it's incredible how he does it. He did it 2 times. So he's done it. I feel like he's done a really good year this with a lot of tournaments. And yeah, I was impressed, and I think it's working for me, because when I saw the score, I wanted to keep working and training a lot to do that score. So
pure motivation is giving you.
Yeah, I think me, Pato, Tincho, everyone, I think that works for motivation and to keep working on it.
All right, here we go. Our skier on the water is Marin Kuratani of Japan. Getting in a little bit deep there. She started off with a wake back and a wake front, and I think she fell on a reverse surface back to back, or the front. Now this should be relatively straightforward to ascertain. But anyway, as we go through these tricks event, Matty has some business to attend to. But thanks a lot for coming on out, and look forward to seeing you trick tomorrow. And best of luck going forwards, not only for you but also for Team Chile.
Thank you, Tony. Ciao for now.
Thank you very much. Take care of yourself, and look forward to seeing you later. All right, so looks like we got a committed score on 400 for pass, for the one and only pass that we've seen so far from Marin Kuratani of Japan. Now we have 7 skiers on this list. Marin Kuratani of Japan is our lead-off skier on that list. Then we'll have Molly Lee from Great Britain, then Juliana Cobo of Mexico, and Neely Alar from Canada, Lily Dest of Great Britain, Martina Font of Mexico, and Melia Bennett of Australia. All right, so working our way, and we've got, looks like we got Kiwi in the boat, trying to look after the situation behind it with Kuratani, Marin Kuratani. Going through toe tricks, going a little bit side to side inside the wakes there. Losing a bit of time, but just trying to recover each trick one at a time. Toe wake front, and I think that she's done with the toe tricks. She didn't have that many to work with from the start through to the finish, but she'll be happy enough that she's gotten through pass number 2. So well done to her. That is Marin Kuratani of Japan. Already on 400 points, and actually tricking about 3 times that amount in terms of point value on pass number 2, if what I'm seeing is correct so far as the review stage is concerned. It started off as a little over 1,200 points. It's now been reduced to a little over 1,000 points under review right now. So just waiting on the point score to be released. Still in the review stage, and I think the timing does come into play here, although having said that, Marin essentially start tricking before the end of the 20-second time period on pass number 2. Looks like timing is in effect here, and also the point score after review is 1,000 points, which gives her a total of 1,400 points. First skier of 7 in this women's series 3 tricks elimination round. Marina Kuratani of Japan, 1,400 points for her. All right, moving on from Japan to Great Britain, Molly Lee. Going through one trick after the other, nice wake turns, good surface turns to complement. There's a wrap to hand, wake back to back, wake 5 front, 310 points there. A Waco, about 200 there. Nicely done there from Molly Lee. Smooth tricks, I would say. And Molly Lee, who's tricked, I believe a personal best is 2,730 points, 2,730 points. Her best trick score of this season. Has backed that up with 2680 from an earlier tournament over in Cirencester. That 2,730 point trick score was over at the JB Ski Open not too long ago, towards the end of June. So just waiting on the scores to be released here. In the review stage of scoring each of these tricks. All right, and as we get ready to push out Molly Lee's first pass score. We now get ready for pass number 2, looking good with the toe trick so far. Toe back and toe front, reverse toe back and reverse toe front, toe side, toe side. Toe wake back and toe wake front, and there you go, performing them all within time. And looks like we got a committed score on pass number 1, 630 points. 630 points on pass number 1, and the trick score on pass number 2 will be available very, very soon. So Molly Lee, two stand-up runs there. 630 on pass number 1. And should be a little bit more on pass number 2, judging by the tricks that she performed out there. Speaking of judging, they are in the judging phase right now of the pass number 2. Looks like we're going through each of these tricks right now to determine whether they were performed properly and within sequence, within time. Like we're at the tail end of the review period so far as the trick scoring is concerned. Okay, going on to timing, which I don't think is going to be too much of a problem there for her. She scores 1,990 points, 1,990 points, having scored 1360 on pass number 2. So a little bit short of what she typically tricks. She's been consistent over 2,000 points so far this season. But Molly Lee getting the tricks that she wanted to on both passes. So going on to our next competitor, third skier out wearing bib number 74. It is Juliana Cobo. Tricking with a boat speed of 25.7k, rather slow, but let's have a look and see what that translates so far as trick point scores are concerned. There is a wake back-to-back reverse. Some surface turns thrown in there for good measure. And I think she realizes that 20 seconds is more than enough time that she needs for all of those tricks that she performed. So as we look through these tricks, a little bit of a disjointed run, I'd have to say. Managing to throw some decent tricks in there for a decent point score. We are in the judging phase right now. Now, for those of you that are not quite situated with the scoring system that is iTrick, which is brought to you by the mind of Donald Connolly, there are actually 3 phases in terms of the iTrick. There is the judging phase, in which the judges take a first-hand look of the tricks performed on each pass. Then they look at the pass again. Then they look in the pass again after they've determined what tricks were performed, and then from that review stage they decide which tricks, if they'll perform correctly, out of sequence, what have you, that type of deal, the little nuances that are present so far as trick scoring is concerned. And then once they do that, then it goes into a third element, which is the timing stage. Now, if a skier falls halfway down the pass, then timing won't be much of an issue, because the skier stops skiing well short of the 20 or so seconds. But if the skier skis all the way through to the end and completes a particular pass, then the last few tricks are whether the last few tricks are scored or not is going to be dependent upon whether they are within the 20 seconds of time. So we are in the review stage, which means the judges are looking at the tricks that they've identified already to determine whether those tricks are actually credit-worthy for one reason or another. Now, because that pass looked rather disjointed there from Juliana Cobo, it's obviously means that that pass is subject to a little bit closer scrutiny, which is why we don't have the point score for her on pass number 1 at this time. But in the meantime, Juliana Cobo coming in, toe wake back, toe wake front. Tricking with a pretty high clip there with 31.4 kilometers an hour. One of the rare skiers that chooses a higher speed for toe tricks rather than hand tricks, and falling to about 3/4 of the way into that run, or somewhere between half and 3/4 of the way into that run, which means that that timing isn't going to be much of an issue here. Looks like we're still in the review phase for Juliana Cobo's pass number 1. Obviously, Obviously, there were one or two tricks that were rather disjointed or just plain out of sequence, or identified as one trick and ended up being another. All right, so Juliana Cobo just waiting patiently for her score. Incidentally, our judges for this tricks event at this time: Kerry Lee, Geir Stahlheim, Daniel Van Dyck, Ouds Melanier, and Jeffrey Smith. Our panel of 5 judges, and they have committed to a total of 530 points on pass number 1, mind you. They've still yet to adjudicate pass number 2, and that will come very, very soon. So currently they are judging at the moment, and I believe the judging is going to be on pass number 2. And because it's vitally important for our trickers to know the best tricking score that is out there, we're prepared to wait for however long it takes to make that knowledge available for any skier that goes after that skier. So, there's Juliana Cobo. It looks like we are getting some point scores are coming through on pass number 2, and they are currently in the reviewing phase right now. So they've identified tricks so far, and now they're reviewing those tricks to determine whether they're credit-worthy or not. So it looks like we got a committed score with 350 points on pass number 2. The total is 880 points for Juliana Cobo. We have a committed score. The boat has been signaled to proceed on with the next competitor, and that next competitor comes to us from Canada. It is Neely Allah. All right, let's see what we've got here for Neely Allah. She's going to attempt, I believe, a toe 5 back, although there are a couple of tricks that can be attempted from this wrap that end up being wholly different from that trick I specified. Toe side, toe wake back, toe wake front. Looking good, though. Attempts a surface toe front and unfortunately falls. Now, whether the 20 seconds of time expired before she attempted that trick or vice versa, we'll find that out in a moment. But in the meantime, we're looking at the instant replay for Neely Allah, who comes to us from the Canadian province of Quebec. Skis over at Saint-Denis. That hosted its first pro tournament not too long ago. Toe wake back and toe wake front looking pretty solid. Has one more year of eligibility on the collegiate ranks, skiing for the Warhawks of Louisiana Monroe. Just a little bit out the back there. And that was about 11 or so tricks in where she fell on that Toho out towards the back. And that was around about the time of 20 seconds expiring anyway. We're in the review stage. We've identified the tricks that she did, and they were pretty clean. There were not too many red marks across this list. There's a question mark on one particular trick halfway through, and that would have been the reverse toe side slide, which 3 of our 5 officials have adjudicated as being not credit worthy. In other words, not being 90 degrees. So she loses 130 points as a result of that. And 1710, 1,710, 1,710 would have been 1,840 points had that reverse toe side slider been credited. So that so far as the tricks are concerned. So let me get you up to speed so far as the women's tricks competition is concerned, so far as the leaderboard. We've got Marine Karatani with 1,400 points. Molly Lee with 1,990 points. And Juliana Cobo with 880. And already so far with one pass with 1,710 is Nelly Allah. So Nelly La already in second place, and she hasn't even gotten the point score yet for pass number 2. It looks like she's not doing much by way of the toe tricks, trying to fill passes with handle tricks as much as she can. Looks like she tried to pull in for a Waco into the wrap, but unfortunately not coming up with the goods there, unfortunately. So 1,710 on pass number 1, and I suspect that the judging by the tricks that she was able to produce on pass number 2, that I think that she's probably taken the lead at this point ahead of Molly Lee, whose score of 1,990 is the current lead at this time. And I would suspect somewhere along the lines of a little over 1,500 points are going to be coming Nelly Allah's way on pass number 2. Don't forget she scored 1,710 on pass number 1. And looking through the tricking scores and looking at some of the kind of like the red marks that some of our officials have placed next to their next to their scoring for each trick. We have a panel of 5 judges. They look at each trick, and if it's majority rules. If 3 or more decide that a trick is credit worthy, then that trick gets credit for the points that are allocated to it. If not, then that trick scores 0, much like the wake, the reverse wake back-to-back that was decided upon by our officials as being not either complete or flat, and that means that particular trick would score 0. And she also fell on the Waco at the end, which means that she doesn't get the points for that. So we got a committed score of 1,380, giving her a grand total of 3,090. So for Canada, that is Nelly Allah with 3,090 points off 2 20-second runs. Lily Dest is our next competitor, and she is out there on the water representing Great Britain. Selecting 28.4 kilometers an hour with Bravo 2 as the 0 offsetting. Toe 5 back. Just trying to stay measured with that toe 5 back, making sure that she turns the 540 degrees in one fluid motion. Toe 5 front and And Toho out. And Toho straight back in for Lily Destin, unfortunately rushing in on that Toho interrupt. She only has 20 seconds to do all of those tricks, so she was up against the clock as everyone else is. Now the judges are looking at the tricks that Lily Desta produced. Interesting to see the progression in the judging for each pass. First of all, the judges will look at each pass and determine what tricks were performed. Then they go back and judge to make sure that the tricks were credit-worthy of their performance. And then it goes to timing to determine whether the one or more of the last tricks performed towards the end, if it gets to close to the end of 20 seconds, whether those tricks are within time. Now, obviously, because she fell before the end of that pass, we've yet to determine whether she got those tricks within 20 seconds. 9 times out of 10, that pass, the skiers would normally fall right before the very end. So then timing doesn't become a factor so much, or as much of a factor. And looking at some of the tricks that Lily Des performed, they were actually pretty smooth because a lot of the tricks that were actually judged and reviewed right here, maybe one, maybe 2 tricks out of the whole gaggle that she produced there were subject to being no credit. In other words, 3 or more officials deciding that a particular trick wasn't worthy of the points scored. Well, they're going through the review phase at this time. They've identified 1 or more tricks on top of that, but still Lily Dest will be coming through with a point score very, very close to 1,800 points. Now, 29 kilometers an hour with that wake O. Looking good, looking strong. Surface back-to-backs, wake front, surface back and wake front and wake back. Line back, wake line front, wake line back. Ooh, attempted a step on there, but wow. That was a bit of a recovery there, but there you go. That is Lily Dest. Looks like we're committed on pass number 1 so far as that score is concerned, 1,910. We're about to adjudicate on pass number 2. That should be around about the same point score, I would say, judging by the tricks that I've seen Lily Dest perform on pass number 2. But now we're on the judging phase of pass number 2. So just looking through these tricks at the towards the very end, and not a bad little performance there from Lily Dest, who in the judging phase has already scored a 1,320. Now that point score could be either increased or produced based upon how things turn out in the judging in the review phase. And then there's the timing element as well. Each skier gets 20 seconds to produce the tricks in the pass, and in order for a trick to be within 20 seconds, if it's performed right at the end, the trick must be started before the 20-second time expires. And then anything attempted beyond 20 seconds will not be scored. Okay, just waiting on the review phase to be over. 1,320 points. We estimate the handle pass of Lily Desta to score. She's already on 1,910 points on pass number 1. So looking for some more points to supersede the total produced by Nelly Allah, who has a point score of 3,090. Looking at the judging phase, looking at the review phase right now, it would appear that the Waco at the beginning and the reverse wake back-to-back were not credited, which bumps potential score on pass number 2 down to 1,020 points, which means that the total point score for Lily Dest is 2,930. So 2,930 for Lily Dest, as we now move on from Great Britain to Mexico. It'll be Martina Font. Set in the boat speed and the 0 off on A3, 24.9 boat speed for toe tricks. Whoa, and a little bit of a hitch there. I don't know what happened there, but she hesitated halfway into that trick. That was going to be a toe 7 front, and unfortunately that results in a fall, and a fall on the first trick means that it's a 0 score. Oh my word. Going to need to take a look at that instant replay again, at least from the angle from the boat. But there is Martina Font. And I don't know what happened there. It looked like she was in a good position. She just broke forwards and the ski just stopped spinning. And unfortunately there for her, a 0-point score for Martina Font on pass number 1. All right, so as we see Miller Bennett from Australia, we see Jeremy Shaw, our lead tower camera operator, doing a fine job out there, and he's got his shade, he's got his cooler, and he's got some great coverage up on that tower. Some great shots there throughout the entirety of this competition thus far, and may that continue. So a committed score of, unfortunately, 0 on pass number 1 there for Martina Font. Just to add insult to injury, that was assessed as a toe O. Not even an attempt at a toe 7 front. But let's see if she can put that little upset, that little hiccup behind her, and see what she's got for hand tricks. 26.2 kilometers now on Charlie 3. There's the Waco, so she does have some points in the bank right now. Let's see what she can do. There's the wake back-to-back and the wake back-to-back reverse. And the boat speed goes up a full kilometer an hour. And unfortunately unable to get much of anything going on with the second flip. She does the first one, which by itself is 500 points. Just looking at the tricks as they're being judged right now via our eye trick which you can find out more about by going to itrick.ski. That is www.itrick.ski. Right there up on your screen. Find out more about this brand new tricking system. And there you go. All right there. So we're looking for some points here for Martina Font, and then we'll go on to our very last competitor, who is Mila Bennett of Australia. We're in the review phase. We've judged the tricks that were performed. We're now working to see if they're credit worthy. In the review phase, we're looking at a point score of somewhere around 1,000, a little over 1,000 points. But the officials are in the review stage, and they're trying to determine if tricks are credit worthy, if a weight trick doesn't have air between the ski and the water, if a surface trick doesn't have a complete fluid rotation from its beginning right the way through to the end, and other specifications which belong to each particular trick if they're not adhered to. All right, let's see what we have so far as a trick score is concerned for Martina Font. So it's still in the review phase, so certainly a little bit of conjecture as to what she actually did out there, if it's taken this long to review, of course. Nelly Allah with 3,090 points is still our leader. Lily Des there in second spot with the leaderboard. Timing, it goes to the timing phase right now, which shouldn't take too long to ascertain the point score. And that point score is 1,220. 1,220 for Martina Font, which gives us the green light to proceed with Millie Bennett of Australia, the final trick skier of today. We're still going to have some slaloming and tricking tomorrow, as well as the jump event to determine the 12 skiers that will advance through to the respective event final. This is the 2025 IWWF U21 World Waterski Championships, coming to you live from the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Waterski Club, right outside of Calgary in Alberta. The wake line, way too many of those, unfortunately, taking a fall on the very, very first trick, Millie Bennett. So a 0 score on pass number 1. Looked in good position, but I think the leg a little bit high, and that affected ultimately her balance for the tail end of that trick. So our folks here at Predator Bay have the opportunity to take a test ride, a ski behind the all new 2026 new tour Ski Nautique, which is a culmination of refined integrations unlike anything else in the world. Nautique has fine-tuned the interaction between the new running surface, redesigned automated hydrogate and microtuner technology to work in tandem with the all-new, extremely intuitive Link Pan Array interface to deliver automated control at your fingertips for a seamless, user experience. Find out more about the all-new Ski Nautique at nautique.com. And here in the year of 2025, Correct Craft celebrates their centenary with the Nautique brand. Correct Craft on the waters of the world since 1925. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tony Lightfoot. Glad to be here at Predator Bay. All right, here we go. Millia Bennett from Australia, selecting 25.4, A1, no ballast, toe tricks. Looks like she's going to either attempt a toe O or a toe 5 back. Looks pretty sweet to me with the toe surface back to backs. Toe wake back to back, toe wake front. Toe side reverse. Toe O in. Not all that smooth coming out, but she manages to get all the way through. So the third phase of our eye trick workflow comes into play, and that is timing. Unfortunately, falling on pass number 1, so whatever tricks that she produced on pass number 2 is going to be it for her. So not looking too bad for the most part, but just skiing to survive a little bit. The modus operata for Millia Bennett from Australia as we look at the tricks that are being produced. Currently in the review stage right now with 1,410 points now that's been changed to. But we'll see if she keeps that point score as the points move up and down in regards to whether the tricks that are being reviewed right now are credit worthy. So in the review phase of our judging system, 1,280 points. Whatever points you see on the screen are going to be the full extent of Millia Bennett's tricking, because she fell on the first trick on pass number 1. So nothing to add to whatever we're throwing up on the screen in a moment or so. Timing does come into play, because she skied all the way through to the end. And the two tricks that are subject to scrutiny so far as timing is concerned are the toe back and toe front. And looks like the point score is going to be 1,280, 1,280 for Millia Bennett. So, and that concludes the tricks event for today. And let's have a look at the ladies' trick leaderboard. Nelia La from Canada, 3,090 points. Lily Dest with 2,930. Molly Lee with 1,990. Marine Kuratani of Japan with 1,400. Millia Bennett with 1,280. Martina Font with 1,220. and Juliana Cobo with 880 points. All right, so we've got a little bit of time to work with right now. We're getting ready for the jump event. That event will be coming to you in less than 15 minutes. So why don't you grab another seat, grab yourself some more bevies and a snack or two, and get ready for the jump event as we bring to you continuing coverage right here from the Lakes of Casting Stone. This is the 2025 IWWF World U21 Waterski Championships, and we will be back right after this.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets on. Inside, flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here to push up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets over. We saw him losing the lead. Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large. He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Well, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the IWWF World Waterski Championships for the U21s. Looking at live pictures, flying south, down along the lakes of Casting Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Waterski Club, right here, just outside Calgary, in Alberta. We're actually in Foothills County. And Calgary, nicknamed the Blue Sky City, and it's very, very easy to see why, with gorgeous sunny conditions at this time. As we look along the shore side, and here we go with our opening 4 competitors in the jump event. Cristobal Miranda, followed by Dylan Wright, Noah Pollard, and Santiago Escobar. All right, on the water is Cristobal Miranda. So Cristobal Miranda, aged 11, which means he has at least 4 more championships of eligibility in this U21 championship. All right, so let's have a look at some of his performances so far this season. He's skied quite a bit in the tournament. His best distance so far this season, and it has been on a pretty upward trajectory. About a 36-meter jump is his PB, which is about 120 feet. Let's see what he's got on jump number 1. Oh, taking in a good dose of speed, lands and rides it out. Decent effort there from Cristobal Miranda. A lot of speed, reminiscent of the kind of speed that his father produced when hitting the ramp. Matter of fact, you can go back about 16 years and you would find Totti Miranda hitting this ramp full force in the World Elite Championships. Good flight, good distance. We'll get the distance coming through for Cristobal Miranda. Coming up very, very soon. Looks like we're a little delayed on getting you the distance on jump number 1. Beauty of a jump. So we have a look at the ramp through the trees here at the lakes of Casting Stone. So it looks like we haven't registered a distance on jump number 1, so he does get into a re-ride on that basis.
They're going to offer him another jump. They don't have that jump. There's no distance. So they just said to him that they can offer him a re-ride with a third jump, but it would be mandatory. I mean, he should just take 3 jumps. Yeah. Which is okay. Okay, then we're coming for Cristobal. Okay. No, I mean, it's clear, buddy. Yeah. I thought he was going to
So just waiting on the official word on Cristobal Miranda, whether he'll be offered a... will be offered another jump. He has 2 more remaining. He took his first jump. We just didn't get a distance on that. Here we go, Cristobal Miranda. He's jumping on the 5-foot ramp height. He is only 11, don't forget. 0 off letter L. And he's jumping with a speed of 49K, which is a little over 30 miles an hour. And he's absolutely stoked about what he just produced out there. We'll get you the results on that jump in a moment, whether it's a re-ride on jump number 1 or it is jump number 2. Brilliant effort there and nicely landed and skied away. I'm sure he's getting plenty of advice from his father, Totti Miranda. Cristobal Miranda. Almost getting pulled a little over his edges, and 37 meters. 37 meters. 37 meters, 121 feet. And if I know nothing else about Cristobal Miranda's jump in this season, and looking at some of the results from last season, yeah, that's a PB. 37 meters, a new PB for Cristobal Miranda. And he still has 2 jumps remaining. That was jump number 1, by the way, officially. Ah, look at this. That jump has the legs of being further than 37 meters. A lot of speed, a lot of drive off the second wake into the jump. He was actually a little bit earlier on jump number 2 than jump number 1. As we see Totti Miranda, he was no doubt pretty pleased with what he's seeing so far. We're going to get another distance. Oh, my word. It's another PB. It's 37.4 meters. It's 123 feet. So just looking at this beauty of a jump there. He was early, and he still managed to kick the living snot out of it. Turning around about the 600-foot cup buoy, a little bit later towards the jump. Now let's see what he can do on his third and last jump. Now I'll probably go so far as to saying that's probably a new Chilean jump record for his age division as well, provided that the boat speed and everything else is within the specified tolerances for jumping in his particular division back home. Ah, look at that. One more time. Cristobal Miranda just absolutely lighting it up out there. He'll ski into the dock. He'll be pleased with 37.4. We'll get a jump distance on jump number 3 in a moment or so. 37 meters on jump number 1, 37.4 on jump number 2. And I do say that last jump is going to be not quite as far. It's 36.4, which is the equivalent of 119 feet. So a personal best on jump number 1, an even bigger personal best on jump number 2. And even jump number 3 would have resulted in that jump being the longest one of the season for him had it have not been for the first 2. So, Cristobal Miranda may not have the kind of distance necessary to make it through to the jump finals in these championships, but certainly lighting it up out there. Our first jumper on the water with 37.4 meters. That is Cristobal Miranda. Now, next competitor up is going to be Dylan Wright from Australia. So, Dylan Wright. We got other competitors in this series. Noah Pollard would be our penultimate skier, and Santiago Escobar. And now the unenviable tasker is resting upon the heads of those jumpers. You know, they've got to go out there and they've got to jump over 37.4 meters to not only take the lead, but also to basically keep some pride and not be out jumped by an 11-year-old. So here we go. Dylan Wright is going to take a 3/4 cut here. 51K, one boat speed click higher than Cristobal, and he's going with letter J. Getting a little strung out into the bottom of the jump, almost hitting the bottom right-hand corner. Dylan Wright of Australia, whose jump distances this season, his best jump so far, and this was at the Australian Junior Masters, was 37.3 meters. So just a skosh higher than what we've seen from Cristobal Miranda right here. Very close to the bottom right-hand corner. And opens up with 33.6 meters. Now he's starting to feel the heat.
That's gotta be it, yeah. Okay. What about the laws of physics that say that mass is part of the equation? In this case, no.
So getting a good, solid first jump, but he needs to put about another 4 meters. To at least keeping at arm's length away from Cristobal Miranda, who has set himself a new personal best with 37.4 meters, and quite possibly a national record for his age division. Here he comes with 51K on the boat speed, at Jay with the 0 off, and taking in quite a bit of heat. But just not getting the lift that he really truly wants out of that ramp. Dylan Wright from Australia. And it looks like he is he's managed to find some more distance, but only to the tune of 10 centimeters. It's 33.7 meters, or 110 feet. So not getting up over his skis, or even attempting to press over the tips of the skis to get much out of that ramp. That is Dylan Wright. All right, here we go. This is Dylan Wright coming in on his third and last attempt to take the lead. He's got to jump more than 37.4 meters. He's got one jump left to do it. A little bit of separation there off the wakes into the jump, and unfortunately unable to ride it out. So a fall on that last jump means that he does not improve beyond 33 a little over 33 meters. 33.7 meters, as a matter of fact, or 110 feet. So still out in the lead is Cristobal Miranda. So there we go. The leaderboard features Cristobal Miranda in the lead, Dylan Wright in second place. We now move on from Australia to Great Britain, and the skier coming up next is Noah Pollard. Now the Series 4 jumpers all jump at 1.50 meter ramp height. It's a ramp height that Noah Pollard is pretty well used to, considering that he is a collegiate skier for the University of Louisiana at Monroe. Collegiate skiing in the United States, the ramp height is restricted to the maximum ramp height of 5 foot high, and their boat speed is maxed out at 51 kilometers an hour or 32 miles an hour. And a lot of these athletes competing in these championships do ply their trade in the fall and in the spring in the United States, whilst also taking care of their academics as well. You can find out more about collegiate water skiing in the United States by going to ncwsa.org. That is ncwsa.org to find out more about collegiate water skiing in the United States. But in the meantime, let's take a trip round the South Island and follow on with Noah Pollard from Great Britain, who skis for the University of Louisiana at Monroe Warhawks. Here we go, Noah Pollard. 54 kilometers an hour, he's decided. He's going to go with letter R, getting strung out off the wakes into the bottom of the jump. Managing to land and ride out for a score for Team GB. All right, let's get a sense of where we are so far as Noah Pollard is concerned. Doesn't have a competitive jump landed this season, at least not in the competitions that he's competed in so far this season beyond the realm of collegiate skiing. So looks like we have a new lead distance of 41.5 meters, 41.5 meters. That's the equivalent of 136 feet or 41.5 meters. So he wrenches the lead away from the 11-year-old Cristobal Miranda. So he spares a blush or two in that respect. Let's see what he can do in terms of getting some more distance out of that 5 foot high ramp. Here he comes with 54 kilometers an hour as the boat speed and the setting of R. Nicely held together, and unfortunately the landing could have used some work. Coming off the turn and into the jump and looking rather exposed into the bottom right-hand corner, and a lot of that energy cascading in towards the landing, and unfortunately unable to land out this jump. A little bit of slack in the turn, which didn't exactly help matters either. Coming off the turn, driving on in, just trying to stay stable, but even as he was hitting the jump, the boat was starting to take him over towards his right ski, and that affected his flight in the air and also affected the line control into the landing, thus resulting in a second jump fall. But Noah Pollard for his efforts so far. For his efforts so far, is able to get 41.5 meters. So far, so good. He's got one more jump to come, though. So for those of you that are subscribed to the TWBC YouTube channel, don't forget that subscription gives you the ability to be a part of the live chat. So take advantage of that, why don't you, please? And also, we've still got the watch parties that are taking place across the world. Send in your photo of your watch party wherever you happen to be. waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party for more details. Here we go. This is Noah Pollard, jump number 3. Better looking jump there. More distance and more control into the jump and through the air into the landing. I would suspect that jump will be closer to about a 43 or a 44 effort attempt. Certainly got more out of the jump this time. And while it may not be anywhere close to 44 meters, it is a better jump there for Noah Pollard. It is a 42.3 meter distance, 42.3. The equivalent of 139 feet. 139 feet or 42.3 meters. That is the best jump that we've seen so far in these championships. But we have got a long, long way to go in this competition. And we end off a 5-foot ramp height jumping in the men's competition in Series 4 with our final skier from Colombia. It is Santiago Escobar. Here we go, Santiago Escobar, our last competitor on 5-foot high ramp height jumping. So as we bring on Santiago Escobar, let's have a quick look at that leaderboard as we see Noah Pollard with 42.3 or 139. Cristobal Miranda with 37.4 or 123, and Dylan Wright with 33.7 or 110 feet. So let's see if we can round off 5-foot ramp height jumping in style for our men's competitors. We see the Colombian flag being waved along the shore side and making his way around the south island. Let's have a look and see. Santiago Escobar, 54 kilometers an hour, setting himself up with letter O. And he comes in off the top of the ramp, and oh, it's magic. Yes. On jump number 1. Please excuse me for the Happy Gilmore reference. Good edge off the turn, driving on in, and the wind's starting to pick up a little bit here, as you can plainly see on the water there. And 38.8 meters on jump number one, 38.8 meters on jump number one, which is a little over 120 feet. So 127 feet for those of you watching us stateside right now. We measure the distances in this competition using the metric jump and the metric system and convert them to feet for your convenience. So you have an idea as to how long these U21 skiers are jumping off the 5-foot high ramp height. Here we go, Santiago Escobar. Nicely done. Good effort there with the speed, and unfortunately the landing needed some work. But thankfully he's okay. Gets a good edge, and his position looked pretty good. Kind of drove into the jump with his left shoulder, which destabilized himself coming off the jump. Didn't have much in the way of line tension coming into land. And when you deprive yourself of that, you don't have a stable handle upon your landing. Then he rocks back, and unfortunately he exacerbates that problem by bringing the handle up a little bit too high into the landing. However, he does have 38.8 meters so far as his best jumps distance in this competition. The best jump distance that we have seen is a 139 feet, or 42.3 meters. All right, boat making its way in, setting the speed up for 54 kilometers an hour. .54 kilometers an hour, or 33.6 miles an hour. Here he comes, final jump, the last competitor at the 5-foot ramp height. Oh, and that right ski was looking dangerously perilous there for his landing. Thankfully, he knew the situation as it transpired, and managed to escape unscathed. Started to lose a bit of tension off the ramp, and there you see, right there with the ski tip on the coming into land, 36.2 meters, 36.2 or 119 feet. Now you're going to see a clearer look as he came off the jump there. Started to get real strong out there off the second wake into the jump, and as he started to press, he almost pressed too hard on that right ski into the landing, and that could have been a nasty fall there for him. He realized it too, and thanked his lucky stars that he was able to get away with that landing. So we've concluded the 5-foot high jump participants. Before we actually go into break, let's have a look at the leaderboard, if that's entirely possible, before we go into the jumps for the 1.65 meter ramp height in Series 3. Noah Pollard in the lead with a 139 or 42.3. Santiago Escobar with 38.8 meters or 127. Cristobal Miranda with a new personal best and quite possibly a new national record with 37.4 meters or a 123-foot jump. And Dylan Wright from Australia with 33.7 or 111 feet. All right, those are the lead competitors so far. We're going to go on to the new ramp height of 1.65 meters. You are watching continuing coverage of the 2025 IWWF World U21 World Waterski Championships, and we'll be back right after this.
Turn it up, now turn it out. We go from here to town. Gotta live it up, kick it, live it, sip it, love it, live it, give it up. Gotta live it up, get it, movie, we just live it up. Gotta live it up, kick it, live it, sip it, love it, live it, give it up. Gotta live it up, it's automatic. We're made of magic.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to continuing live coverage of this, the IWWF U21 World Waterski Championship. And there is your running order for our final series of the day. It's Series 3 men's jump. We got the ramp set at 1.65 meters ramp height. And Harley Coster is going to be our lead-off skier, followed by Fletcher Green from Australia, William Shanahan also from Great Britain, Andrea Pregosi from the Dominican Republic, Lucas Cornell of Australia, Alberta Gross of Germany, Sebastian Teaser of Chile, Damien Eid of the United States, Axel Garcia of France, and Oscar Domino from Denmark. Skier on the water is Harley Coster. All right, good to be able to communicate with a whole bunch of people across the world using the live chat. One comment said that he missed the whole day of action, and I told him, no, you didn't, because once the day's competition is done, the action is actually archived at the end of each day's competitive action. So if you do miss it, or if you're unable to catch it at a suitable time when we're broadcasting live, you can always watch it again and again and again. Make sure you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel at the same time. Here we go, Harley Coster, jump number 1. And I'm sure that jump distance is probably enough to put him into the lead or somewhere close, but unfortunately not really connecting smoothly enough with that attempt on jump number 1. But he does have 2 more to work with. Harley Coster from Great Britain, who divides his time training at a number of places across the United Kingdom, namely Gosfield Lake and Hazelwood Ski World, and been keeping my eye on Harley Coster for quite a while, and noticed the progression that he's made over the last few seasons, culminating in what he's doing right now with the World U21s. No distance on jump number 1, so even though he landed his first attempt and didn't get a distance for it, which might actually work in his favor considering the jump that he produced on the first attempt. So just waiting for Harley Coster to come back in. They'll be making a turn around the South Island. A few of our officials on your screen there. We see Nikki Lee, who's officiated in so many of these events, it's not even funny. We see there Vincent Stadelbauer right there with the 1s and the 2s with our base control. And all of our folks here at TWBC proud once again to be a part of producing another live titled ski event. We've got the European Championships coming up in about a week's time. We've also got the European Under-21 coming up shortly afterwards, and then the big daddy of them all, the Open World Waterski Championships taking place in Rocchetto in Piemonte in Italia. And all of those brought to you live on TWBC. Also, on top of those competitions, we will have a professional event taking place in Poti in the Republic of Georgia, followed on by 2 more pro events, which will take place at the tail end of this season. So be on the lookout for those, and if you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, you will be informed as to when those events go live. Here we go, Harley Coster, and he's laying an egg with this jump as well, and he's lucky not to have sustained an injury there with the landing with that right ski. So we're going to see what he can do with his remaining 2 jumps. From what I understand, he didn't receive a distance on jump number 1, so that was in fact a reride on that particular jump. But I tell you what, he's got a little bit of an uphill struggle here, Harley Coster, and just driving in off the second wake and almost getting pulled out the back on his approach into the jump. So we'll see what he can do to kind of salvage something out of this set with the 2 remaining jumps that he has at his disposal. Certainly no lack of effort or determination, but just the execution certainly leaves a little to be desired, unfortunately, there for Harley Coster. He has 2 more jumps remaining. There we see on dockside getting ready is Fletcher Green, who comes to us from Perth in Western Australia, and I'm sure that he has grandparents watching from their home and in good old Blighty. And if you're wondering if I'm talking about you, Gaynor Gattisont, yes, I am. All right, so Harley Coster, second jump. Okay, nice push out towards the right-hand side of the towboat. 51 kilometers an hour on letter W. Whoa, a good edge there off the second wake, but he was dealing. Oh man, he was close, very close with that left ski lift coming into the bottom right-hand corner of the jump there. You can see here with the instant replay, getting a good push off the turn, but as he came closer into the jump, that left ski was getting lower and lower and lower, and he just hit the jump at the right time to prevent any potential disaster going forwards. The jump distance coming through should be 44.6 meters. 44.6 meters, it is enough for the lead, but he would like to see a little bit more in terms of distance if he's to challenge the jumpers to come after him. 44.6. $146 feet for those of you that like to deal distances with old money, with feet and inches. 146. So Harley Coster has got one more jump in which to come away with a distance close to 50 meters. So Harley Coster, who's jumped 44.5 meters earlier on this season, getting into a bit of difficulty there on jump number 3. 44.5 meters was what he jumped previously to this tournament in the European Youth Championships. 44.5 meters there and 44.6 meters right here. 0 score on that third jump, but he does take the lead with 44.6 meters. And it almost looked like he was edging away just a skosh too much coming into the turn, and just barreled into the jump there. Harley Coster. Even though that's probably his best jump of the season, that's probably a jump set that he would want to forget in a hurry. All right, so working our way now to our next competitor, who comes to us from Australia. It'll be Fletcher Green. A beautiful Nautique ski boat there, getting ready to launch Fletcher Green out onto the water. All right, on the water, Fletcher Green. So Fletcher Green has been competing extensively this season, aged 18. His best jump distance so far this season has been a 44.2 meter effort over at the Aussie Nationals at Stony Park. So he's been consistent around the low 40 meter mark and looking for some magic out there to usurp the big jump distance of 44.6 posted by Harley Coster. His parents are here. They're actually the coaches of Team Australia. We see Ryan Green around about the dock area and around the shoreside area where Sarah Green. And I'm sure that the Fletcher Green's grandma, Gaina Gaddy Sant, if you are out there watching in, let us know. Here he comes, Fletcher Green on jump number 1. Hurls himself into the jump there, full force with a good dose of speed to back it up. Good solid effort, and he's pretty excited with that. Coming in, good effort there, but getting pulled in towards the boat there and losing a bit of distance as a result. Whenever you swing like that and give up pull and energy towards the boat, it doesn't end well. Okay, so the jump distance coming through. Jump distance 38.4 meters, 38.4, 126, 38.4, 126. So 38.4 meters. On jump number 1, we all know that he has the capability of jumping further. Coming in on 54 kilometers an hour, setting himself up with letter M. Let's see if that letter M stands for massive off the second wake. Bam! Good float, good press over the jump skis there. A well-constructed effort. Fletcher Green, I'm sure that jump distance is going to be further. And from what I understand with the initial indication, it is going to be further. Just the question is how much. Distance coming through, 40.4 meters, 40.4, 133. So 133 feet. And this is quite a telling image from the dockside camera shooting directly at the jumper coming off the top of the jump, and it's easy to see how much energy he gives up towards the boat off the second wake. If he can master being able to take that full energy off the wake and just send it all the way through and up towards the top left-hand corner off the jump, then this kid is going to fly far. 40.4 meters flashing up on the top of that windshield, indicating the distance of the previous jump to our skier out in the water. For Australia's Fletcher Green. Turns in, drives in hard, making sure that his position is good. Up and over. Decent looking jump, but is it going to be enough to take the lead away or even just be further than one of his previous jump distances period? Distance will be coming through in just a moment there for Fletcher Green. Tidy looking set. And the jump distance is a 38.7 meters, so no improvement there upon jump number 2. It's 127 feet. 127 feet for Fletcher Green on the last jump, which means his best jump is a 40.4 meters or 133. All right, moving on from Australia, back to Great Britain once again. The jumper to take to the water is Will Shanahan. Will Shanahan on top of the water. Will Shanahan so far this season competed in the Malibu June multi-round at Hazelwood Ski World and jumped 42.5 meters as his best jump out of the 2 rounds in that competition. That's according to the information provided to me from the scoring system that we employed during the course of the season. We'll see what he has in terms of a jump in this time around. Here we go, folks. This is Will Shanahan. He's going in at 54. Unfortunately, we do not have any information in regards to his zero off settings, but I'm probably going to suggest it's going to be something along the lines of an R or an S. Here he comes. Trying to take the power from the boat, but unfortunately wasn't in a position to do so on jump number 1. So he expends that jump in order to save himself for being able to take jump number 2 and number 3. Right now on the back lake, they're doing the demo rides for people interested in the 2026 Ski Nautique. The 2026 Ski Nautique features an all-new jump switch access port, giving great access to the jump switch connector. It also provides a path that routes underneath the floor and through the passenger seat compartment, where there are power outlets to support other tournament-related electronics. To find out more about the new features about the aboard the completely redesigned Ski Nautique, visit nautique.com. And Nautique and their parent company, Correct Craft, are celebrating their centenary this season. 100 years of producing the finest watercraft in the world. On the waters of the world since 1925, Correct Craft, the producers of the Ski Nautique. Here we go. This is Will Shanahan. Let's see what he can do with this second jump. Stands up and nicely brought forward over his skis off the top. Letting the... Oh, my word! And it is tragedy there on the second jump there. Managing to get a decent distance and unfortunately rocking back onto his skis and unable to ride out that jump. So on top of the refusal on the jump number 1 and failure to land on number 2, he is got his back against the wall now, and he has to land this third and last jump in order to score. So taking a look at Will Shanahan's second jump. It looked pretty good distance-wise, but then he directed his skis towards slack and unfortunately unable to ride out that jump. Getting ready on the starting dock, our sole representative from the Dominican Republic. It is Andrea Pagozzi. So now we got a bit of a situation here, a very sticky situation with Will Shanahan. Refusal on the first jump, fall on the second. On his last jump attempt, On top of which, he is a team member for Team GB, which means that if he's unable to land his third and last jump, it could spell double jeopardy for both him and the team with valuable points being lost. So let's see what happens here. Third and last attempt. Will Shanahan. Let's see what he can pull out of the bag here. Coming in on jump number 3. He's got to land this to score points for both himself and Team GB here. Let's see what he's got. Third and last attempt. He turns in, drives in hard off the second wake. Nicely placed over his skis. Does he land and ski this out? Does he land? Oh my word! So Will Shanahan taking his third and last attempt. Looked good into the landing. And unfortunately, a refusal on the first. Back-to-back falls on the second and third, resulting in a 0 score for Will Shanahan. All right then, folks, working on towards our next competitor representing the Dominican Republic. It is going to be Andrea Pagozzi. All right, so Andrea Pagozzi, let's have a look at the tail of the tape for him so far this season. Hasn't competed in that many tournaments, but in the 2 tournaments that he has competed in, his best jump distance is a 47.6 meter jump. So continuing on with live coverage of this event, the 2025 U21 World Waterski Championships. I'm Tony Lightfoot, coming to you live from the Lakes of Casting Stone, just outside of Calgary in Alberta, Canada. Home of the Predator Bay Waterski Club and home to a number of great events in the past, and will continue to produce high-class events in the future, including next year's over 35 World Waterski Championships, which we anticipate having well in excess of 250 competitors in that event. That is going to be an absolute barnstormer of a tournament next season. We have a little over 100 competitors here. So Andrea Pagozzi looking here on jump number 1 and getting decent push off the second wake and up over his left ski. 45.8 meters, or 150 feet. And that jump takes the lead in the competition by about a 4-foot margin. 45.8 meters. So looking down at the starting dock, we see Lucas Cornell. Now, this is going to be a rare treat, actually seeing Lucas Cornell jump. It's a rare sight, considering the event in which he shows his true mastery, which is the slalom event. One of quite a few skiers who have won their first ever professional water ski event, and Lucas Cornell doing that last season at the Travers Grand Prix. But let's focus on Andreas Pogozzi. Beauty of a jump there, getting some good push off the turn and through the second wake. Good direction there, and that should increase upon his lead. 45.8 on jump number 2, and just absolutely pummeling the ramp and flying on jump number 2. Good smooth edge, good lift and flight. And the jump distance is going to reflect that. It is going to be a bigger jump distance. The question is, I hear you cry, how much further is it going to be? It's that much further, 48.5 meters or 159. 48.5 meters or 159. So there he is at the top of the leaderboard, 48.5 with 159, 146 there in second place for Harley Coster, 42.3 there for Noah Pollard. So all stacked up there. The question is, what kind of distance is it going to take to make it through to the 12 skier final? We will have a little bit of a clearer idea of that whenever we get back into our events tomorrow, with the top series in each event taking place. Here he comes. This is Andrea Pogozzi. Nicely done again, and using that headwind to great effect. Unfortunately, though, the landing needed some help. Just couldn't really keep enough pressure on the front part of his jump skis to prevent them from skipping out upon the landing as he was trying to stand up. The distance looked pretty good, looked decent, but unfortunately we'll never know the distance because he failed to ride out that jump, leant back on his left ski, slid out on the landing. So no distance there, but 48.5 meters. He'll take that. He will take that to the bank of the Dominican Republic. All right, so moving on from Andrea Pogozzi, we now go on to Australia. Lucas Cornell. All right, so just as a basis for reference, and I thank Vincent Ahammer for providing this information, 47.5 meters was the distance needed to qualify the 12th and final skier into the finals in the last U21 World Championships, which took place 2 years ago in Chapala in Mexico. So that kind of gives you a frame of reference in terms of what we've seen so far out of our jumpers and the probability of them making it through to the next round. Lucas Cornell, jump number 1, taking in a bit of heat, but unfortunately the control was not there to help him out. So Lucas Cornell, refusal on jump number 1. So currently the lead jump distance with a 48.5 meters or 159, Andrea Pregosi. So if that jump distance of 47.5 is a litmus test for what we can expect in terms of the minimum distance required for our 12 skiers to make it through, then it could get interesting. I'd like to thank all of the folks here, the officiating, but also the folks that actually own this pristine facility here in the middle of Alberta in Canada. We thank them a lot for putting this facility on, for creating an absolute paradise of a facility, surrounded by with grass and trees and all kinds of stuff. Beautiful foliage around this lake. All right, so Lucas Cornell representing Australia. Let's see if he can pack a punch out there on letter O of 54K. Let's see what he's got. Up and over, coming into the landing. Does he ride this jump out? Yes, he does. So points on the board for Team Australia. So up and over, punching that landing. All right. So we're getting a distance any moment now. It's 47.6. 47.6 or a 156. And even that jump distance of 156 feet or 47.6 meters. I mean, if you were to just base that upon the results needed 2 seasons ago to make it into the finals, then Lucas Cornell might well have gifted himself a spot in those finals. But it's early doors yet. We're only halfway through the men's Series 3 jumping elimination round. We've still got about 5 more skiers to go after Lucas Cornell. And then about 24 more skiers to go in Series 2 and 1 to determine the fate of our 12 skiers making it through to the final. But Lucas Cornell doing his bit, not only for himself, but also for Team Australia. So looking at this jump distance coming up. So 46.4 meters, 156 feet. So just a skosh behind what he produced with 46.7 meters. Good, solid technique there all the way through. Good direction, good lift. Making a good impact there. All right, looks like our boat is docked for the moment. Looks like we have a bit of a technical situation brewing at this time. Once I have a little bit of information in regards to that, I will let you know. But in the meantime, you're watching continuing coverage of the IWWF World Waterski Championship for the U21s, coming to you live from the Lakes of Casting Stone just outside Calgary in Alberta, Canada. We'll be back right after this.
Ugh.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kick it and go.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets inside and flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. Knees here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kicking and go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous Waterski hotspots.
Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets on. Inside, heads around 2, waiting, losing the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around one, and
That's large. He's here to put you up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the 2025 U21 World Waterski Championships, coming to you live from the lakes of Castingstone, the home of the Predator Bay Waterski Club. All right, let's bring you up to speed. When we last had live coverage, Lucas Cornell jumped 47.6 meters is his best jump, but what has happened since then? As you take a look at the men's jump leaderboard, we see Andrea Prigozzi currently in the lead with 48.5. Lucas Cornell currently in second place with 47.6. And in third place currently is Harley Coster with a 44.6 meters. So, and I say currently because what has transpired is an opportunity for some of our jumpers, in fact all of our jumpers, to make their way back out into the water, because they each have an opportunity to take 3 jumps non-protected. And the reason why is because of a malfunctioning jump switch. Now we're going to start this series from scratch, and they're all going again. So, looking down the list, Harley Coster, Fletcher Green, Will Shanahan, who has the most to gain because he refused on his first and fell on the remaining 2 jumps. And Andrea Bogozzi there, he jumped fairly well, but he will have an opportunity to try and boost his jump distance to maybe closer to 50 meters, as will Lucas Cornell. But Harley Coster with 44.6 meters, that is wiped off the board. As far as he's concerned, that jump no longer exists. He fell on the first, fell on the third, 44.6 meters. He is starting from scratch, and we are starting men's jump series 3 completely from scratch, with 3 jumps awarded to each of the 10 skiers on the series. So with the time a little after 5 o'clock in the afternoon here, mountain time in Canada, we'll bring on Harley Coster back onto the water with 3 jumps from the beginning, non-protected. He has a non-protected score of 44.6 meters. This is Harley Coster from Great Britain. 3 jumps, let's see what he's got. Good looking jump. Yes, he has a better start there, and he will ski that run out. Beautifully executed opening jump. And I suspect that jump distance may well be in excess of 44.6 meters. So he benefits from the new jump switch and a new beginning for Harley Coster. So we're going to get a jump distance coming up very, very soon for Harley. A little bit bogged down on the turn and jump in 43.1, which is 141 feet. Certainly better than what he did on the first jump in the previous iteration of Series 3 men's jump, where he failed to land. All right, on the water at this time, Harley Coster. He's already got 1 jump under his belt. That's 43.1, which is his best jump distance at this time. Let's see what he's got. Yeah, not a bad looking jump there. I suspect that jump may be a little bit longer, provided he rides it out, which he does. Certainly getting more out of this jump set than he did the previous time. And the jump distance coming through, it should be a little bit further. The question is how much further. I suspect it's going to be over 44 meters, and indeed it is 44.3 meters, or 145. 44.3, 145. So Fletcher Green getting ready to go for his 3 jumps here. We're completely redoing the set that each of our Series 3 jumpers performed a while back. And certainly there are 1 or 2 competitors who will stand to benefit greatly from this turn of events, as we see Harley Coster come in on jump number 3. Up and over, and got more out of the jump this time. A little earlier, as a matter of fact, but still able to connect as he makes his way back towards the shore. 44.3 meters on the previous jump. In the previous attempt, in the middle jump distance, he jumped to 44.6, and I suspect that this jump is going to be around about that range, and the jump distance is coming through. It should be a little over 44 meters, and it is 44.9147, 44.9. 44.9 or 147. So that is his lot. That's his best jump distance. It was better than what he did in the previous version of this jump event. And about to take to the water, representing Australia, it is going to be Fletcher Green. So Fletcher Green, who took all of his jumps and jumped 40.4 meters as his best. So now, following the boat and checking to see where it is. It's made its way around the South Island and heading north towards the blue sky city of Calgary in Alberta, the host city for the Winter Olympics way back in 1988. Wonderful occasion that was for those of you that were around at that time. Up and over, taking in a lot of speed and a decent amount of lift. Now, is that jump going to be better than his best jump distance of 40.4 meters? I suspect it may well be. The jump distance is being shown up on the board at this time, and it does reflect a better, more technically proficient effort there on jump number one. He jumped 40.3 in the first attempt at this round, and 40.9 is his jump this time. So he's already playing with casino with house money and jumping a 40.9. So he benefits as well. 40.9, I think, is about 134 feet. So, all right, so a lot of wildlife around here, including some deer thrown in for good measure. Always like venison. All right there, so coming in on jump number two. Oh, yeah, boosting that one over the front of his jump skis. Nicely done for Fletcher Green. So Fletcher Green, who has the best jump distance this season of 44.2 meters, getting closer to that mark. So his jump distance is going to come through, and it's going to be of a similar type of distance there for Fletcher Green. As we look at the instant replay off the second wake, he goes up, he goes over. It's a fairly good jump, and I believe it's going to be 40.9 meters. Indeed it is, 134 feet, 40.9. So still chasing the lead distance at this time of 44.9 or 147 feet, courtesy of Harley Coster. Here we go, folks. Coming in, Fletcher Green from Perth in Western Australia. Oh, and taking in a whole bunch of heat there on that jump, but the control kind of deserted him a little bit off the top. Really trying to pound his skis into the jump. Gave up a lot of that energy towards the boat, and unfortunately will lose a bit of distance in that vein. And will come away with a jump distance on his third and last attempt of 45.8 meters. I'm not too sure whether that's the correct distance given what I've seen on that jump. We'll double check that score there for Fletcher Green. It is actually 35.8 meters on jump number 3. So that seems to be more consistent with that effort. Yes, indeed, 35.8 or 117 feet. But he has 2 back-to-back jumps of 40.9 to help his cause, and that's half a meter more than what he has produced in the previous version of this men's jump series 3 at 1.65 meters ram height. Now, getting ready to hit the water is Will Shanahan, and I tell you what, if there's one person that stands to benefit the most from this turn of events in regards to a replacement jump switch being brought in and the jumpers having another chance at 3 jumps, albeit unprotected, if one person stands to benefit out of all of that situation, it's the skier on the water right now, Will Shanahan of Great Britain. Passed on 1 jump, fell on the remaining 2. And a team member for Team GB looking to use this chance to put himself back in the frame. Might even put himself in a position to possibly be an outside chance of making it through to the jump final. But at the very least, contributing more points to the Team GB total, as we see the supporters for Team Great Britain along the short side. They'll, I'm sure, make themselves heard as Will Shanahan makes his way into the jump course. Letter O, 54 kilometers an hour. Here he comes, jump number 1. Oh, and taking a pass on jump number 1. So didn't feel comfortable with that, and he's got 2 attempts remaining. Just looked a little bit late with that jump and seeing more white than red coming across the wakes in towards the surface of the ramp. So not liking the look of that approach and deciding to take a pass on jump number 1. As we see Andrea Pagozzi, who, when we left the coverage in the previous version of this men's series jump and competition, he was our penultimate skier in that vein. Andrea Pagozzi, in the first attempt at the jumping in this round, jumped 48.5 meters or 159, but that score is scrubbed off the board, and he's got 3 jumps to come his way as well. 2 remaining jumps are on the board for Will Shanahan. We'll see if he can grasp the opportunity, fully grasp the opportunity that it's made its way towards him. Will Shanahan, for his part, was certainly Johnny on the spot in making sure that the people that were supporting him, as well as the staff on the British team, knew that there was a situation regarding to the jump switch, and made the right moves to let the officials know that there was something not totally right with the setup with the previous switch. Here he comes. This is Will Shanahan, jump number 2. Up and over. Does he get over his skis? Does he ride out this jump? Yes! Points on the board for Team GB, courtesy of Will Shanahan. Good drive off the second wake into the jump. Still left a little bit behind him on the jump, but he scores this time. And the jump distance is 42.1 meters, 42.1 or 138 feet, 42.1 meters. So on dockside, looking at our next competitor, Andrea Pagozzi. When we left the action in the previous version of this round, he was our lead skier. He was prepared to give up his lead distance of 48.5 meters. Maybe with the idea of jumping a little bit more and putting him in a good position to make it through to the jump final. Don't forget, when these championships were last held 2 seasons ago, it took a jump of about 47.6 meters to make it through to the jump final. Here he comes, Will Shanahan, jump number 3, pounding that jump. Does he land and ride it out? Yes, he does. So Will Shanahan, we'll wait for the score for him to come through. 42.1 meters on jump number 2 for Will Shanahan. So the jump distance has been released. It's 43.4 meters. 43.4 meters up on your screen right now. 142 feet. 43.4 meters. So as we get ready to bring Andrea Pagozzi out onto the water, a quick look at the current leaderboard as it stands right now, and it should show that Harley Coster is in the lead with a jump of 44.9 meters. Andrea Pagozzi out on the water. There's your leaderboard. Harley Coster in the lead, 44.9. Will Shanahan, 43.4. Noah Pollard with 42.3. Fletcher Green with 40.9. And Escobar rounding off the top 5. In the meantime, looking to make some more magic of his own, having jumped 48.5 meters in the first round, but has wiped that score from the board. He was given an option to jump again. He decided he wanted to take 3 more jumps under the understanding that the previous jump distance was non-protected, so he does not keep that score anymore. So here we go, Andrea Pagozzi on letter S. 54 kilometers now. Let's see what he's got by way of jump number 1. Here he comes, Andrea Pagozzi from the Dominican Republic, up and over, rolling out over his left ski, but still able to convert that into a press over his skis for jump number 1. looking strong off the wakes. Leaning up over his left ski. And jump number 1 reveals the distance. It should be around about 46 meters, just a little bit beyond. Rolling up over the skis, Burton, which provides us with the first jump distance, 44.6. 44.6. Actually, 46.6 meters or 153 feet, 46.6. So taking the lead right there on his first jump, but still a little behind what he originally produced with the best of his 3 jumps from the previously held series 3 in the men's jump competition here at the U21 Worlds in the elimination round. Here he comes, Andrea Pagozzi. Up and over and getting a good pull off that towboat. Our award-winning ski nautique by Correct Craft on the waters of the world since 1925. And still continuing to produce some great boats today, including the all-new Nautique for 2026. That boat, the 2026, is on the back lake here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, and skiers are just absolutely lining up to take a set behind that brand new towboat. As we see Andrea Pagozzi with 48.6 meters, 48.6 or a 159. So 48.6 meters, that's 10 centimeters further than what he produced in the previous version of this series. And Andrea Pagozzi looking to try and put himself in a position where he could make it through to the men's jump final. Remember, it took a jump of about 47.6 meters 2 seasons ago to put the 12th and final skier through to the final. And he looks like he's produced another great jump there. That is Andrea Pagozzi. All right then, folks, hold on to your pancakes. That's 50.4 meters or 165 feet. 50.4 meters, he takes the lead and could well have cemented his spot through to the men's jump final with that distance. 50.4 meters for Andrea Pagozzi. Great jumping from him. So Andrea Pagozzi had the lead after the original Series 3 men's jumping competition. Has the lead now with an increased distance of 50.4 meters. That could well send him through to jump finals. And I tell you what, I have a little bit of curiosity with that jump. Could that be a record for the Dominican Republic for his age category division? We'll try and find out in, yes, new Dominican Republic jump record? For sure, because he's the only one in the Dominican Republic who jumps that kind of distance. Yes, there you go. Robert was never a jumper, but Andrea certainly was, certainly is. So well done to him. New national jump record for the Dominican Republic, courtesy of Andrea Pigozzi. My name's Tony Lyford, and glad to have the pleasure of your company as we work our way down the list here in Men's Series 3 jumps. A lot of drama has taken place in the jump event. We had to replace the jump switch. It turned out that the original one wasn't responsive enough. And that was a cause for concern for a number of skiers at the beginning of the series. We changed out the switch, and it's produced some great jumping, including this attempt here from Lucas Cornell. Up and over, and a wonderful looking jump there from him, getting everything together. So Lucas Cornell, whose best jump distance this season has been a 48.1 meter jump. We wonder if that distance is anywhere close. So far at the moment, the jump distance is yet to get anywhere significantly further than 43 meters. We'll look at it up on the screen. 43.4, 43.4 meters, or 142 feet. 142 feet on the opening jump distance. Now, let's compare that to his first jump. Well, he did definitely jump better than the first because he passed on the first jump distance in the previous attempt at this of running this series. However, he did get 47.6 meters as his best jump from that occasion, but that score is wiped off because he decided that he wanted to take 3 more jumps. He had to do that at the cost of his best jump from the previous edition of this series. Here he comes, Lucas Cornell. Getting pulled over his left ski. Oh, my word, and he flips over the tips of his jumpers. He appears to be okay. He's giving the thumbs up to our officials and especially our rescue crew, who are probably already halfway over towards him right now. They're actually over there right now, but Lucas Cornell is signaling to them, stand down, I'm okay. Crushing a little bit there on his left ski and into the landing, and almost that left ski was dipping down into the landing zone, which certainly was a cause of him careening over the front of his jump skis. A little flat off the second wake into the jump. And as he came into land, look at that left ski. Boom. And that left ski was ejected from his left foot and putting himself in a bit of a perilous situation. And Lucas Cornell getting the assistance that he needs on the back of the towboat, courtesy of our boat judge, Aude Melonier. Yes, it would like that jump ski back if you can manage to situate that. There we go. All right, so as Lucas Cornell gets ready to get back out onto the water, we'll be back right after this.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Billinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2025 IWWF U21 World Waterski Championships. Lucas Canal, this is his third and last attempt. He's on 43.4 meters, which is 142 feet. Let's see what he's got on jump number 3. Pounds the jump. Beautiful form in the air. Does he land and ride this one out? Come on, get that hand on. There we go. Lucas Cornell of Australia. That might actually be very close to a personal best for him. He has a best jump this season of 48.1 meters. So looking in great, great form. And the jump distance coming through of 47.0 meters, 47 meters flat. 154 feet. His second, I believe that's his second best jump of the season. So in good form. And I tell you what, he had to hang tough on that one. That line went tight on him 2 times in that landing phase. Once on the bounce and 2 on the pullout. So there we go. That is Lucas Cornell on 140. On 47.0. 47.0 or 154 feet as we have a brief look at the leaderboard. Still in the lead with 50.4 meters and has an outside shot of making it through to jump finals is Andreas Bogozzi. In the meantime, Albert Gross from Germany is on the water at this time. All right, the first of our competing jumpers electing to go with the boat speed of 57 kilometers an hour. Every competitor up to this point has been at sub-max at the moment, including the likes of Cristobal Miranda, who jumped a new personal best and a new national record, being the first competitor on the water in the previous men's 4 jump series. So big congratulations to him, and indeed to everyone who's produced a massive jump between the start and at the where we are right now. Albert Gross, who jumping here and now. The first of our remaining 5 skiers who didn't take a jump in the previous version of this series. So all of the competitors from here haven't had to have a re-jump, or 3 re-jumps as it were. There we go, Albert Gross with 57 kilometers an hour of boat speed, and that jump looking pretty tasty out there. His best jump of the season is 51.9 meters at the Austrian Open that took place just a couple of weekends ago. So let's have a look at the distance. It's coming through, and it is quite a significant jump because in terms of its distance and the likelihood of making it through to jump finals, it's 51.5 meters or 169, 51.5 or 1:6:9. And he performed that jump whilst being relatively early into the base of the ramp. Came pretty close to our ramp cam. And normally when you hit the jump somewhere at about the middle towards the top left-hand corner, you're fairly close to that camera position. So now with 51.5 meters, he's 0.4 of a meter behind his best jump of the season. So already on his second best jump distance of this 2025 season. Here he comes. Handle up a little bit high off the turn. This is Albert Gross. Getting a lot of pull off the top of the jump there and unable to control much of it. But we'll get a distance from him anyhow. And because of his lack of control off the top of the jump, that means the jump distance on the second attempt is going to result in a distance of sub 50 meters. We'll get that distance to you any moment. And there it is. It's 48.4 meters, 48.4 meters, or 159 feet. So 51.5 meters, already good enough to put him towards the higher echelon of our leaderboard. In fact, he is our leader. 51.5 meters. Albert Gross of Germany. Pigozzi in second, Cornell in third. Here comes Albert Gross coming in, third and last attempt. On 51.5, eager to jump further with this one last attempt. What has he got? He's got a lot of speed, but unfortunately the control over his jump skis, he'll let a lot of that energy bleed off towards the boat. Was swinging in the air, and a lot of that jump distance was relinquished towards the boat as a result. And as a result, he comes up with a distance of sub 50 meters with this third and last jump. Slipped out at the top of the jump and ends up with a jump distance of 154 feet or 47.0 meters. But, and this is the huge takeaway from this set, he does take the lead with 169 feet or 51.5 meters. So our good folks across the world that are messaging in right now, thank you very much for doing so. All right, here we go. Our next skier on the water is Sebastian Teaser. All right, then. So as we continue on, Sebastian Teaser, who didn't have the best of slalom rounds a little bit earlier on this morning. Let's see if he can redeem himself, and that's a good way of doing it. Putting down a distance on the first attempt. Now, getting messages from my good friends across the world, and one of the messages was actually an attempt to correct me in terms of what distance was required to make it through to the men's jump final in the last cycle of the World Under-21 Championships. It took a jump distance a little over 51.7 meters to do the trick. Actually closer to 52 meters, as a matter of fact. But I tell you what, 47.9 meters, 157 feet on jump number 1 for Sebastian Teaser. Getting off to a good start. Let's see what he can do with the remaining 2 jumps. 47.5 meters on the opening jump. And for those of you tuning in live, welcome to the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of Predator Bay Waterski Club and the host of this, the 2025 IWWF U21 World Waterski Championships. Okay, coming in. Let's see what he can do on jump number 2 to boost a distance in excess of 157 feet. And he's not going to get much out of that particular jump. He was actually losing control off the turn in towards the base, and was basically hanging on for dear life. Matter of fact, that jump distance is it's quite a bit less than what he produced on the opening attempt. Sebastian Teaser from Chile. Full-on crush there coming into the jump. And that is going to be a 40.8 meters. 40.8 or 134. So 40.8 or 134. So let's see what he has. Third and last attempt for Sebastian Teaser. Realistically needs a jump into about the 52-meter range to significantly increase his chance of making it through to the jump finals. And he might well have done it with that one. A good-looking jump there in terms of distance. The tidiness factor certainly wasn't there for much of that jump, but he managed to get enough distance out of that to maybe mitigate whatever mistake he might have made coming off the ramp. So up and over, and it is going to be 47.5 meters, 47.5. His best jump distance of 47.9. So jumping 154 feet, 47. Oh, and just looking at the instant replay again, how close that right ski was to going completely forwards there. Sebastian Teaser was fortunate enough to escape that attempt unscathed. So now we're down to our final 3 jumpers. We're going to see Axel Garcia and Oscar Domino up very, very soon. But before them, from the United States of America, it's going to be Damien Eade. Again, messages from across the world. We thank those of you that have tuned in. Matty Gonzalez, who was here during the Tricks event, offering his analysis. His sister, Valentina Gonzalez, who's recuperating after a knee surgery. Thanking you once again for tuning in. Also to my good friend from back in the day, Gaina Gadisant, for also tuning in as she was supporting her grandson, Fletcher Green. Bruce Coburn, Hall of Famer himself extraordinaire, as well as many others who have piped in, who have chimed in with comments of their own. And here comes Damien Eade, light on the line, coming off that turn, driving in it home. Good, solid effort there. Good press over the skis and able to pull himself out of that situation on the landing. So, Damien Eade, corker of a jump on jump number 1. Just trying to test his limitations out there in regards to the conditions. The jump is going to be fairly decent. It is 46.4 or 152, 152 feet. Good air form. And had he been a little bit further forward over his skis, he might have landed that one feet to feet and not make the landing so complicated. I'm Tony Lightfoot and glad to have the pleasure of your company. We're into our final 3 skiers. Less than 9 jumps remaining before we round off the day's action here in the first day of competition in the U21 World Waterski Championships for 2025. Damien Eade on top of the water right here and now. Just trying to get settled in, trying to keep his water speed up, staying light on the jumpers as he turns and drives it on home. Good looking jump. Does he ride this one out? Yes, he does. So looking at this from Damien Eade, we should be in the position to reveal the first jump, the second jump distance in a moment. And it is 46.8, marginally further, 46.8 or 154. So just extending that jump by about half a meter, a little under half a meter further. 46.8. We'll see if he has anything left in the tank. We'll take a quick look at our leaderboard. Our leaderboard sees Albert Gross with 51.5 in the lead, Andre Pagosi in second, then Teaser, Cornell, Eade, Coster, Shanahan, Pollard, Green, and Escobar in that order. Here we go, folks. This is Damien Eade, jumping at 57 kilometers an hour with the letter W, holding the handle up a little bit high off the turn, driving it on home. That little bit of slack, generated with the hand being up high and made him a little bit later, and could have been a little bit disastrous there for him, but he managed to settle in okay and had enough room to work with to mitigate that little error coming into the turn. And the distance coming through, it results in a bigger distance, I believe, Damien Eade, we're waiting on the official distance to make its way through. It is 49.1 meters, 49.1 meters, or 161. So good athleticism there from Damien Eade. Next skier, our penultimate skier, coming to us from France. His name is Axel Garcia. So Albert Gross is still in the lead with 51.5. Andrea Pagozzi in second with 50.4, and Damien Eade on 49.1. Those are your top three. So as we continue on, last chance for you folks out there to get your picture up on the screen as part of our global watch party. Last chance to show us that you are watching us, watching you. A part of the watch party. If you go to waterskibroadcasting.com, navigate to watch party, upload your picture. And we'll see if we can put it up on screen within the last two jumpers on the water. The first of which is going to be Axel Garcia. Nice and wide, keeping the line tight. Critical at this stage. Turns in, drives in hard. Up and over and pounds that jump there. That's going to be close to the 50-meter mark. Taking in a lot of speed. And the height was there too. So Axel Garcia sending in a good dose of speed into the jump there. Up. Almost losing a bit of that energy towards the boat, and that results in the jump distance that we see, 47.4 or 156 feet, 47.4 meters. Gets off to a good start there, and he has two more attempts to see if he can boost his chances of making it through to the men's jump final. 12 skiers make their way through to the jump final in out of all of the series. Here we go. This is Axel Garcia, jump number 2. Up and over. Getting pulled over his jump skis there, but taking in a lot of energy into the bottom of the jump there. For those of you wondering when the Series 2 and Series 1 jump in elimination round will take place, that is going to be an event that will take place on Saturday. So our top jumpers are going to have to wait for a little bit before they take to the water. And I'm sure that the wait is going to be excruciating for our jumpers that have actually hit the ramp so far in this competition. They'll be waiting to see if their jumps could well be good enough to make it through to the next round. The jump distance coming through for Axel Garcia. It is 48.8 meters or 160 feet. 48.8 or 160 feet. So I hope you've enjoyed the competition so far. I certainly have. A lot of high drama taking place in this competition right from the get-go. Been no shortage of excitement here at the U25, the U21 World Waterski Championships for 2025. I beg your pardon. So here we go. Axel Garcia, jump number 3. What has he got? And unfortunately for Axel Garcia, deciding to let go of that jump, he was fully convinced, as I'm sure everyone else is along the shoreline, that he left a little bit of a distance behind him on that attempt. So he's prepared to let go of that last jump in favor of the jump that he produced before, which is 160 feet, 160 or 48.8 meters. Albert Gross is still very much in the lead on 51.5 meters. And if nothing changes in regards to the lead, then he'll have about a day or so, more than a day, as a matter of fact, to find out if that jump distance is good enough to see him to the promised land that is the men's jump final, which will take place on Sunday. Incidentally, for those of you that wish to know the final jump distance of Axel Garcia on his third attempt, it was 47.6. But that doesn't make much of a difference compared to his previous jump of 48.8 meters. And as the man who is dubbed Chef Boyardee is coaching along the shoreline, that is our good friend Zane Nicholson, and he'll be coaching Oscar Domino from Denmark. All right, our last jumper, our last action of the day. This is Oscar Domino from Denmark. Best jump this season, 54.6. In the 20th International Tournament at San Gervasio just this past June. Here he comes, barreling in with a lot of speed, but the height wasn't there to match. So that jump distance is probably going to be in the high 40s, not into the 50-meter range. Watching this on the instant replay. Getting quite a good dose of speed off the turn. Wow. I'm not too sure if that distance is correct. It's 52.2 meters. We'll have to double check that. Certainly had the speed to carry him out towards that distance, but I'm not too sure if the kick was there. So, yeah, we're confirming 52.2 meters, and that means that he has the lead, 52.2 meters. So, pounding that jump for a distance of 171 feet or 52.2 meters, proving to us that you can do it off speed and speed alone. Here comes Oscar Domino coming in on jump number 2. He's already taken the lead. Let's see if he can extend that lead. Unfortunately, will not do it with jump number 2 taking a pass. Didn't quite have the positioning necessary to carry that energy off the turn all the way through to the jump. handle up a little high off the turn, then was just pulled in towards the jump and not in a good way. So 52.2 meters on jump number 1, a pass on jump number 2. So now it brings us into the final action of the day, the third and last jump for our last competitor in Series 3 men's jump. It is Oscar Domino. Certainly this competition and this event in particular, not short on drama. We actually had to rerun the first 5 or 6 competitors on this list due to a faulty jump switch. Each of those competitors were offered the option of either keeping their jump distance or not taking their jump distance, but having the option of retaking their jump set again for 3 fresh jumps. Every single jumper that was presented that option was given the opportunity and was accepted to jump again 3 more times. Certainly benefited every single jumper that we've seen on this list, and one in particular, Will Shanahan, who was able to score for Team GB, and that is a big relief there going forwards as we now see Oscar Domino, third and last attempt. He's gotten 52.2 meters on jump number 1. And unfortunately, that's the one and only jump that he has a distance for because he takes the pass on jump number 3. All right then, folks, that brings to a conclusion today's action. We're having a look at the instant replay. 52.2 meters. That puts Oscar Domino in the lead. We'll find out in about a day or so time whether that jump distance from him is enough to send him through to the men's jump final. But in conclusion, for the men's jump final leaderboard after Series 4 and Series 3, Oscar Domino, your leader with 52.2. Albert Gross with 51.5. Andrea Pagozzi with 50.4. Damien Eade with 49.1. And rounding off the top 5 with 48.8 meters is Axel Garcia. You can see the remaining results by going to the IWSF live scoring service. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Day 1 of competition, plenty of action, plenty of high drama in all events, and some great skiing all together. Be sure to tune in tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Mountain Time here in Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great competition so far, but we have only just begun, as the Carpenters once sang. And ladies and gentlemen, as we see the backdrop that is downtown Calgary, my name is Tony Leiferts, and on behalf of everyone here, including our crew here at TWBC, until tomorrow when we'll see you at 8 a.m. Mountain Time. Ladies and gentlemen, we will see you then. But for now, it's ciao for now.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.